all of you from the University of York. So I'm very happy to see you back again. So you can also do all this, generate evidences for us. We want evidences. As researchers, you need to kind of feed us with evidences which will help us in refining the programs and projects. So that way, the Millets mission has few challenges now. Obviously, I could narrate it when I speak and when Professor Dhingra joins. So we can discuss more about during the technical sessions also. All our senior officers are there. All the senior officers. Our Special Secretary, Mr. Parida is there. Additional Secretary, Mr. Subhranshu Mishra is there. Our consultant, Mr. Mahanti, you know, from the Millet Mission, Mr. Mishra, Dr. Rajesh Das, our Chief Engineer, Mr. Muktikant Mahapatra, Basant De, everybody is there. All, Mr. Rao, all, so top level, you know, team members from my department, they're all here so that they listen to you in spite of the busy schedule. I don't know how long they could be retained here because of their commitments back in their desks, as I have after an hour. So we'll continue doing this because you have already scheduled the visit of the Pro-Chancellor or Pro-Vice-Chancellor on today. So we did not have any much choice. So let us hold this, but then we continue engaging with further discussions. So from the department, I wish to welcome each one of you to this very important workshop, multi-stakeholder workshop. And because professors from the University of York are there, and that is a university in the UK. New York is in the US, York is in the UK. Many people would confuse that. Let me clarify. They are closer to us, about 10,000 kilometers closer to us. So all of you are welcome, please. I'm very happy to see each one of you. And then from our side, are there anybody from the local consulate or High Commission or anybody?
Yes, British High Commission, Anup.
Yeah, okay. Welcome everyone. So you are from the Calcutta office? So Andrew Fleming is a good friend. So kindly pass on my greetings to him. And I think it is Jeff McBride?
Jeff McBride, yes.
Okay. Welcome, Jeff, to this. Then we have also met you in the last meeting. And anyone from your team, Sonal?
Yes, they all are here.
Yes. So our Millet Mission team, entire team are there. आमर जो मैंने आछंती कोरापुट जिल्लार हाथ उठेले कोरापुट जिल्लार जो मैंने आछंती बहुत धन्यवाद थैंक यू सो मच वेलकम एवरीवन मु कोरापुट रे जिल्लापाल जेतु रही आई हैव some emotional connect. Are there anybody from the undivided KBK districts including Koraput? KBK? आमे कोराहांडी बलांगीर कोरापुट अभिभक्त कहूँ जदि नुआपड़ार आछंती आपण दया समस्त हाथ उठान थैंक यू आई एम वेरी हैप्पी दैट देयर इज ए वेरी हाउ डू आई से good representation from the target districts जोठी आमे करि परिबा मिलेट वैल्यू चेन ऊपर जले कथा होचे let me tell some positive story again till our guest arrives she is about to reach आमे विगत ने मिलेट मिशन जदि कि पचारिबे जे कोन उपलब्धि आपण माने आगरु देखिथिबे and it applies to me मु बहुत भाषण रे भी कहिछि आगरु मिलेट when we used to talk about millets लोक टे नाक टेकुथिले हाय मिलेट एटा गरीब लोक खांती एटा आदिवासी लोक खांती एज इफ यू नो बिकॉज ऑफ इग्नोरेंस नॉट दैट कि एमती किछि काहा को खराब भाबी कि कहू नथले लोकंकर धारणा नथिला सो पीपल वेर नॉट अवेयर अबाउट द न्यूट्रिटिव वैल्यू और द काइंड ऑफ दैट हाई क्वालिटी वैल्यू ऑफ द मिलेट्स व्हिच आर नाउ कॉल्ड न्यूट्री सीरियल्स as per an official gazette notification of Government of India. But now the so-called upper stratum of the society or people who are affluent and who have money, who go to five-star hotels and kind of big people, they are now realizing, no, these are good. And that is now again coming back to the menu of those consumers. Yes, Professor Kiran, we are waiting for you. You can straight away come to the desk, please. So Professor Kiran Trehan is the Pro Vice Chancellor of University of York. So we welcome her to this particular workshop. we are ready to go. Welcome again.
Thank you very much.
Please come. Thank you so much. Please sit down. Thank you so much. Welcome. So we can get going. Professor Sonal, we can start, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Principal Secretary. Thank you so much, sir. Right, everyone. Jai Jagannath. Yeah. Let's start with a positive note. We have heard so much about millets being ancient crop, millets being like forgotten food. We would like to also position, we all know that millet is a climate resilient crop. So this is the first thing we would like to put forward. So millet as a climate resilient crop with the immense nutritional value. So nutri-cereals is what we want millets to be put forward as of now, okay? Has emerged now. It's a positive solution, promising solution to address food security, climate change, rural livelihood changes. All these are, at the international level, global level, really looked after. So we are really looking forward to see millets on everybody's plate, not just in traditional form in Orissa, but also different places in India and also outside India. In the UK, we are really looking forward to have some innovations, innovative products, like we have quinoa, like we have oats. We are also wanting to see climate resilient crop and nutritious crop millets to be on the plates as well. So, in India, Millet Mission and now Sri Anna Abhiyan, as our Principal Secretary told, is on a transformative journey to expand the adoption of millets and unlock their full potential. Now, this participatory workshop is aiming to pave the way for a sustainable and resilient future of millets value chain at state level, at national level, and at a global level. Now, we have invited all of you as a subject matter experts, as a practitioners, policymaker, stakeholders, whether there's NGOs, CSOs, FPOs, women self-help groups, consumers, entrepreneurs of today as well as of tomorrow, and as an enthusiast to gather knowledge and information through not just expert panel discussion that we are going to have in few minutes' time, but also your feedback, participants' feedback, suggestions regarding what are your thoughts in how do we position Orissa as a world-leading international millets hub, where the hub is not just dependent on state-level millets production, but also enables an ecosystem for millets value addition, processing, establish a traceable end-to-end sustainable millets value chain. How do we do that? Kemiti ame millets re ame Odisha ko desh re nai baram pura biswa re number 1 position ko aniba. ठीक अछि मोर ओडिया एते भलो नुआ किंतु मो चेष्टा करूची ठीक अछि. So what are the strategies? What visions do we need to have? What technologies, policies, infrastructure, research needs to be in place? Kon dorkar amaku to move forward from where we are at the moment to where we want to be in, let's say, 5 years timeline. 5 years timeline is a good timeline for any government as well. So let's bring our thoughts, let's bring our innovations together. So today you are not just all passive listeners. Okay, you are having to give us some constructive feedback. Your active participation is absolutely needed, and it will shape, hopefully, the priorities for the department in future, as well as international research investment within Odisha. So we are really looking forward to working with the department, with the different institutions here in Odisha to see how we could go forward together. The Department of Agriculture and Farmers Empowerment, under the great leadership of our Principal Secretary, Dr. Arvind Parisa, and Director Premchand Chaudhary ji, JDA, as well, and all those very, very, very important government officials sitting on the front row, have shown great reception towards inclusive, citizen-centric policymaking, and it is very rare to see such sort of leadership. We are very lucky to have this in our Orissa, and I hope this workshop will provide some evidences for paving the future pathways of Sri Anna Abhiyan. So I would now like to welcome Professor Kiran Trihan to actually facilitate Principal Secretary Dr. Arvind Pari and to open the workshop, if that's okay. Yeah? Yeah, with the water. Watering of the plant.
Water the sapling and then start any program in our department. Please come.
I get it.
Yeah. For the watering. For the watering, yeah. Water the plant. You need to open there. Yeah. Just.
Awesome. So, Jeff, could you sit down there? There you see. Yes, the director comes to now.
Yeah.
Let's go as per the agenda.
Yeah. We would now like our Principal Secretary to facilitate Professor Pro Vice Chancellor Kiran Trihan.
Professor, then could you come kindly come? So this এটা ମୁଁ ନିଜେ design କରିଥିଲି ସେତେବେଳେ. This is a traditional hand open silk stole from our state. And in the stole you can এটা କ'ଣ ଦେଖିପାରୁଛନ୍ତି ମୋତେ?
Mandia.
This is a millet panicle. ଆମର ମାଣ୍ଡିଆର ଗୋଟେ କେଣ୍ଡାଏ. So we have designed it. So I would like to kind of give it to you. Thank you. Kindly get that. So this is again, just hang on for a minute, please. So this is again few cookies, snacks, everything made of millets, but they're extremely delicious. So, it's not very weighty as well, so you can carry it back to the UK. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Yes. Now I would request Mr. Jeff McBride, who is the founder of STFC Food Network, to please be on the stage and for the facilitation. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Do you want to do it? Okay, she wants to actually make you wear the scarf. Yeah, Professor Kiran Trihan facilitating Principal Secretary Dr. Arvind Pari. So that's when you come to the UK, you have to bring this because it's quite cold in there.
On behalf of the University of York, it's a great pleasure to be here.
Thank you.
Okay, now I request PS to please kindly facilitate Ramu, Dr. Ramu Janelu GV.
Just to let the audience know that Ramu is my classmate in IRA New Delhi. So but he is of us were preparing together, but when he quit the Indian civil services, I think he would have joined the revenue service. So he would have been an income tax commissioner somewhere, rating few bad characters. But then he joined the civil society and now promoting sustainable agriculture, and he's the founder of Center for Sustainable Agriculture in Hyderabad. Welcome.
Welcome, Ramu. And finally, facilitating Dr. Rakesh Nayak, Senior Consultant from Infosys Limited. Thank you. Welcome to
I can speak, and then I will be there for a while, and then I have to go off and yes, yes. Thank you.
Okay, now I would really like Principal Secretary Dr. Arvind Parisa to kindly say a few words. He has already given us quite a lot of positive thoughts, but he would formally now open the session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Before you came, Professor Trehan, I was just telling the audience about some of the positive stories of about our department and the mission activities. So, Samastanku Namaskar. Good morning, everyone. Obviously, I would like to speak in Odia, but because we have guests who would not understand, so I am speaking in English. So, ସେଥିପାଇଁ ସମସ୍ତେ କ୍ଷମା ଦେବେ କିନ୍ତୁ ଆମେ ମଝିରେ ମଝିରେ ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କ ଆମ ଆକ୍ଟିଭିଟି ବିଷୟରେ ବି ମୁଁ କହିବି ସୋ ଆଉ ଥରେ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ମୁଁ ବିଭାଗ ତରଫରୁ ସ୍ୱାଗତ ଜଣାଉଛି I welcome each one of you but at the outset I would like to thank Professor Kiran Trehan, the Pro Vice Chancellor of the University of York, for honoring her commitment to come to Odisha and hope that this is just a beginning for developing some of our meaningful and long-lasting collaboration with the university. I also welcome Mr. Jeff McBride, who has been all my team members from the Directorate of Agriculture and the department, and also from श्री अन्न अभियान कहूचे आगु OMM कहते एबे SAA कहवा से डबल M थिला एटी डबल A अच्छी एवं S जगह O अच्छी ओडिशा श्री अन्न अभियान तेणु आपण ताको ओसा भी कहि पारंती ओसा इज ए वेरी ऑस्पिशियस टर्म इन आवर ओडिया लेक्सिकन तेणु समस्त को दयाकरी are aware and all of us are aware 2023 was declared as the International Year of Millets by the United Nations. In fact, it was the proposal of the Indian government to the United Nations through the FAO that this particular resolution came out. And because I was in Delhi then, I had the rare privilege of being a part of that particular process. Honorable Prime Minister renamed millet as Sri Anna, which reflects its role and importance in the history and heritage of India. And that's how we are now calling it as Sri Anna Abhiyan. The Honorable Prime Minister emphasized on the role that this miracle grains can make in making our agriculture climate resilient, nutritious, and other good things that we are now talking about to counter the challenges that the modern chemical agriculture brings about, namely for the nutrition security and climate resilience. In accordance with the vision laid out by the Honorable Prime Minister, the government of Odisha has now renamed Odisha Millets Mission as Sri Anna Abhijan, and we have notified this in the Gazette, just for the information of this House. 2023, as many of you were aware and you have been a part of this journey, was a very eventful year for all of us, for the Sri Anna Abhijan in Odisha. In the run-up to the International Year of Millets 2023, we had taken a large number of policy and program initiatives. Earlier it used to be in 16 districts. 19 districts. Phase by phase, 7 10 13 it used to be in 19 districts. It was not covered in all the 30 districts of the state. We took it to all the 30 districts, may not be in all blocks, 177 blocks, I guess, 30 districts and 177 blocks, and increased the monetary incentive to the farmers who would go for scientific millet cultivation. If a farmer would go for millet cultivation, earlier the incentive used to be given only for 3 years. Now it is given for 5 years. So that's again a very huge policy decision by the state government. In addition, Odisha became the first state in the country to release 4 land races through a standard operating protocol. I'm very proud because we do many things in government, but there would be very few initiatives that makes you immensely kind of intrinsically proud, and this is one of such kind of initiative wherein we released a land race as a variety. We have CSO representatives from Koraput, and many of you are aware. एवं आपण माने आसीबा आगरु एबे सभा पूर्वरु मु आपण मानकु कहउतली रायमती घुरिया भौणी को एबे अमेजिंग इंडियन अवार्ड्स मिली छी. One of our tribal women farmer from Koraput, a tribal district, she has been awarded the Amazing Indian Award just 2 days back. Like you have UK Got Talent type reality shows and very big events. This is one of them, and Raimati has been awarded. I just spoke to her yesterday, last night. I spoke to her and her husband Govinda, and they were extremely happy. And those of you who are promoting such unsung heroes and heroines of our farming community, I would like to salute each one of you. दयाकरी आमर जो माने विभिन्न प्रांतर एमती लुकायित प्रतिभा अछंती ताकू दयाकरी लोकलोचन को आणतु. आमे केते जण जानिबा जे आबे स्वर्ण सबवान वेराइटी रिलीज हला. स्वर्ण सबवान वेराइटी इरी रिलीज कला इंटरनेशनल राइस रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट. But how many of us know that the gene from which that particular gene was introgressed into that mega variety of Swarna was from Kendrapada. Mayurius apano Kendrapadaru. Kendrapada, that particular gene is FR12A. So that flood resistant gene from a land race in Kendrapada crosses the international boundary, goes to the Philippines International Rice Research Institute, funded by the Gates Foundation, and that perhaps is one of the huge discoveries that ERI would have made in the recent years. So let us kind of scout such talents, such innovations in the field, and recognize these barefoot scientists. All of us are kind of very well attired scientists and babus, but then there are people who are literally relentlessly working in the field without knowing the science behind it, but they are making discoveries every day and every moment. So I would like to compliment all the CSO. Please. You are a latecomer, but find your seat somewhere. Please sit down. So we want to recognize such talents in the field. We call them as barefoot scientists. They, as the name connotes, we want to respectfully recognize their contributions. So 4 such indigenous land races were recognized as varieties, and Odisha did not only become the first state in the country, then we scouted in the literature and we found that Odisha is the first to do so anywhere in the planet. So I think एथिपे समस्ते करथाली देबा जो माने agro biodiversity कथा होचे, so we need to kind of promote this in the right direction. एवं नुआ गवर्नमेंट रो जो श्री अन्न अभियान हो कि फॉरगॉटन फूड्स जो अभियान हो बड़भद्र जैविक चाष मिशन हो, ये आगामी दिन आहरी या व्यापक करवा जिते भी सिविल सोसाइटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बा एनजीओ रो पार्टनर्स अछंती रिसर्च ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस पार्टनर्स अछंती आपण मानकु समस्त को आह्वान दउछि आई एम वेरी हैप्पी टू सी मेनी ऑफ यू फ्रॉम द स्वामीनाथन रिसर्च फाउंडेशन कार्तिक आपण दया करी हमर ए सेंटिमेंट्स को दया करी पासन कर देबे रायमती भौणी को एवं समस्त को आई विश टू थ्रू यू आई विश टू थैंक द एमएस स्वामीनाथन रिसर्च फाउंडेशन एज वेल थैंक यू सो मच So then we reached out to nearly 2 lakh farmers, 200,000 farmers in this particular campaign for adopting improved package of practices. Again, we are one of the few states where we procure these minor millets, finger millets, and now we are also thinking of procuring the small millets and the other small millets. We are in the process, but for finger millet procurement, we are perhaps the only state where we pay the minimum support price through a very organized system by using technology. Through the money is transferred to the accounts of a farmer through direct benefit transfer to the accounts. There is no pilferage, no corruption, and we wish to continue this particular trend. While continuing with our program initiatives, we have moved towards the whole of government and the whole of society approach. Why do I call it as whole of government? Because many departments are involved, not only the agriculture department. The procurement is done by the ST and SC development department, the TDCC. The distribution is done by the food supplies and consumer welfare department. The Mission Shakti is another department who run the Millet Shakti cafes and the tiffin centers. You can find our millet cafes in the sports stadia here in Kalinga Stadium and many others. So the sports department is involved, and there are tourism department is involved because we want to involve the hotels and restaurants there. So we work in a whole of government approach and whole of society because we want to involve the civil society, the research organizations, the government organizations, and everybody whosoever comes in the way. So as a part of the ICM celebrations, we actively engaged with 50,000 schools across the state. Can you imagine? So it was not easy. That's what I was telling when Professor Trehan was just entering. One of the biggest accomplishments of our mission is that we have tried to create consumer awareness about millets. There is nobody, if somebody is an ignorant idiot, I cannot comment about him. But then if somebody has got minimum common sense, then everybody has now realized the importance of millets. In the upper stratum, I'm telling the educated class earlier who would not consume millets but would go for oats and others are now kind of increasingly coming to this. And this consumer awareness also is creating demand for this kind of orphan crops. So that's where we are extremely lucky to have received the help of everybody. The Indian men's hockey team was there. They won the bronze medal in the Paris Olympics. They were just felicitated by the Honorable CM and the entire cabinet just few days ago. But very few people, you can just Google it today as well. So Manpreet Singh and many others, Srijes and all of them would endorse our millets when they were here for the World Cup hockey. Again, Odisha is the state which hosted the World Cup hockey last year in January, and they endorsed our millet products. These are all very proud moments for the entire team in the mission. And of course, we went for the international convention, which brought a lot of people from the government system, the UN agency, the ICAR, the CGIAR, the FPOs, policymakers, MSMEs, companies, startups, research organizations, educational institutions, including University of York, Cambridge University, and many others. I am happy that Professor Sonal Chaudhary also was a part of that, and many others, many of you were there. And as a matter of, as a very hugely satisfying outcome, the Bhubaneswar Declaration on Millets came up. From the International Convention on Millets, we brought out the Bhubaneswar Declaration on Millets. You can just Google it. So if any other state, suppose Odisha has done it, suppose tomorrow Assam wants to do, Chhattisgarh wants to do, any other state wants to do, they can refer to our model. So we want to spread the good practices that we did in Odisha for other states to follow, and that has come up as the Bhubaneswar Declaration on Millets, wherein we are suggesting to the rest of the world to follow a 10-point agenda to develop. One second, I just touched this. I'll just close. And to develop millets in their own states and countries. So as we look into the future, Odisha has already strengthened its resolve and commitment to take the Sri Anna to the next level. We want to make Odisha as a millet hub of the country. And this is one of the priorities of the new government, wherein the new government wants to make Odisha a millet hub of the country. Let me come back to the collaboration of the University of York and the SFN and the STFC. It started with multiple discussions in 2022, as I recall, Sonal, if you kindly, and Ramu. And this has led to multi-stakeholder workshops in 2023. I would like to acknowledge the contributions and support of the York University in organizing the multi-stakeholder dialogues and participation in the event. I am thankful for the documentation of the policy process of the OMM, the Sri Anna Abhijan. They have brought out a booklet wherein the Vice Chancellor himself came, and I am grateful to the Vice Chancellor. Kindly pass on our compliments to the Vice Chancellor so that in absentia he receives our compliments. And its implementation through the lens of mission-oriented innovation policies, MOIPs. What is MOIP? You can just Google or get to see that document. It is in our Millet Mission website. We have gone through the 15 action points that they have suggested through this framework, the MOIP framework, the mission-oriented innovation policies framework, for taking the work of SAA, the Sri Anna Abhijan, ahead to improve the efficiency and effectiveness through integration of design thinking principles and a continuous co-learning framework. In fact, this particular workshop is a part of that co-learning framework that we continue. From the report, the action point 4, action point 5, 6 and 7, they lay out this, a special emphasis on marketing, leveling, exports, consumer strategies, so on and so forth. I am very happy to again inform, AC टा चलने के बाबू, समझते हुए ये क्वेश्चन, चले ना जी चले दिया, ये बंद कर जाओ. I can see many of you kind of fanning to make you come. चले दिया first तापरे कथा, कहीं बंद कर जाओ. चला ताले, चले जाओ, हेरी जीवन है, संगे चला, तापरे आरंभ करिबा. I am very happy to inform you that एबे आमे आमरो जो vegetables export होची, good quality vegetables in few clusters. एबे आपण माने जानि छंती जे भुवनेश्वर दुबई को इंडिगो फ्लाइट चालुची. I think many of you, almost all of you would be aware. सबु फ्लाइट रे किछिटा कार्गो भी जिबार प्रावधान थाए. तेनु इंडिगो फ्लाइट रे ता तळे ताकू बेली कार्गो कहउचंती. सेइथिरे 7.5 क्विंटल रो हमरो vegetables जाई परिबो. We can export vegetables to the Middle East. And for the last 3 months, we have taken this advantage, and Odisha has already started exporting vegetables to Dubai. It's already started. So few of the Dubai people are eating vegetables from our state, and this will continue when we are now promoting high value agriculture produce to go there. And in the days to come, maybe this, if we go for this kind of an initiative, then we can make millets also being exported to Middle East, and our mangoes have found place to London, to Rome, and to Middle East this past summer. ए गला summer रे जो आंबो खाई चंती ढेंकानाल, केउझर, बौद्ध, बलांगीर भी आंबो लोक एबे खाउछन. हमर ओडिसा रा आंबो अलगा विदेश रे भी लोक खाइबा आरंभ कले. हम एटाकू continuously एटाकू चलेबो. The role of the private sector has been evolving in the Sri Anna Abhijan. And as we transition from a smaller area with a low productivity dimension to a large area with a high surplus, we anticipate a bigger role for the private sector. Private sector participation bina ame bahar ku export किंबा बड़ो बड़ो चिंता करी परिबु नहीं. Let me make it amply clear. As the Secretary of the Department, my views are clear that we need to take the help of the private sector in kind of not only boosting the production productivity but also in the entire value chain. So we want to take their help for trade within and also outside India. We are now promoting millets service centers for marketing millets through private players by providing end-to-end services for farmers. I mean, itaku approve already kari sarchu millet service center. We will explain during the sessions, and we are hoping that this workshop shall throw more light on these aspects and will further bridge the much needed gap in the millet value chain linked to the trade. I personally look forward to suggestions and the roadmap that would evolve from this workshop, and we'll also look forward to future collaborations not only with the University of York and through each one of you in this audience. I wish to thank Professor Sonal Chaudhary from the University of York, from the SFN and the STFC network, and all of you for attending this particular very important multi-stakeholder workshop. ମୁଁ ଯେମିତି ମୂଳରୁ କହିଥିଲେ ଏବେ ସରକାରୀ ଅଧିକାରୀଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଆସେମ୍ବଲି ଚାଲିଥାଏ ବହୁତ କଷ୍ଟ ଆକ୍ଚୁଆଲି ଆମ ପାଇଁ ସବୁବେଳେ କ୍ୱେଶ୍ଚନ୍ ଆନ୍ସର୍ ପ୍ରିପେୟାର କର କିମ୍ବା ଆସେମ୍ବଲିକୁ ଧାଁ ଇତ୍ୟାଦି ଇତ୍ୟାଦି ବଜେଟ୍ ସେସନ୍ ଚାଲିଛି ଆମ ବିଭାଗର ବଜେଟ୍ ଯେପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ପାସ୍ ହେବ ନାହିଁ असेंबली रे एज पर द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल मैंडेट आम गोटे टंका भी खर्च करें से क्रम आमको सेपटे भी जावाक पड़ो मुझे कही गोटे विभाग मु दरमा नौ कि तीनोटी विभाग में कम कर गोटे जगन्नाथ महाप्रभु भी मुख्य मूल्य हिसाब से मुझे कम करुँच तेणु मत समय देवाक पड़ो तेणु मुझे समय निश्चित भाव में रही परवर्ती पर्यायर जितेबाला मोर सुविधा हो पुणी आसुवी जाऊँगी I wish this particular UK India strategic multi-stakeholder workshop all success. I wish to thank again Professor Trehan for her kind presence and for accepting our invite and coming over here. And समस्तों को आउथरे धन्यवाद नमस्कार.
Thank you, Principal Secretary Dr. Arvind Pari, sir, for such a really positive note, and this has really fueled our energy. So, without further ado, I think we can just start with our keynote. As we go through, I'll let you know that there would be 4 panels. Every panel will provide you the insights about the innovations that we need, the infrastructure, the policies that we need for making Orissa the millets hub, okay? And we need your sincere participation in asking questions, in suggesting it, and I'll be keeping a proper note of it. And by the end of the workshop, we are going to prepare a proper sort of report for the department, which I'm hoping that it would be very helpful for building up the evidences. Okay. So we'll start with our keynote speaker, who is Dr. Ramajanelu GV. He'll be telling us about why millets is important, what's the importance at a state level, national level, and at the global level, and also some insights on how do we actually progress ahead for making Orissa a millets hub. Dr. Ramu, over to you.
Good morning, all. It's a great privilege to be part of this discussion. Thanks for inviting me to be part of this initiative. And as Professor Sonal said, I'm not going to tell you why millets are important because all of you are doing it. So compared to that, I would like to talk about what we can do so that from here, where do we go? What brought us here may not take us where we want to go. So what do we do now so that we can go to the next level and do it better? Briefly about me and our work. I work with Center for Sustainable Agriculture. This is an organization which we started 20 years back to look at how do we bring in economic and ecological sustainability in agriculture. We work with about 50,000 farmers, trying to promote organic and natural farming. We innovate on production practices, and we also help them to organize into collectives as a farmer cooperatives. So farmers are organized into farmer producer organizations. 66 producer organizations are promoted in the last 20 years, and they're all organized into a federation called Sahajaram, which directly markets their produce so that farmers' share in the consumer's price can increase. That's the core focus of our work. And when we are talking about farmers' transitions would be at various levels. So fully organic and farmers giving up pesticides. So it's a graded approach which farmers take so that they can move towards a better regenerative models of agriculture. We work largely in Andhra, Telangana, Maharashtra, but we also work with the governments in several other states as shown here. Sahajaram is a farmer producer organizations federation which directly markets to the consumers. These are all the retail stores where consumers can directly buy from the farmers. So in the regular market, farmer share is around 20 to 30%. These can provide farmers about 50 to 60% share in the consumer's price. And another new initiative we had is Krishna Sudha Academy for Agroecology. This is a research and education center which we set up in near Vijayawada. This is a 38 acres campus where all models of agriculture are set up, and we also regularly organize training programs for field staff, extension agencies, and then the senior level people as well. We are also partnering with several state governments in supporting organic farming transitions towards organic and natural farming. And yeah, please. Yes, please. Yes, please. So in one place they can see all the models of production, and then they can also build the capacities, because we were engaging with the Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, and many other states. So trying to build that natural farming initiatives across the country. I'm also associated with Deccan Development Society. Many of you who are associated with millets must be knowing. This is a nearly 40 years old organization which is a central hub of promoting millets. This is in Telangana, and as part of civil society initiative, we have set up a network called Millet Network of India. So we have nearly 60 organizations across the country which works on this one, and where DDS could make millets as a culture, as part of the culture. So every year we celebrate the biodiversity festival, where people go from village to village and then create kind of opportunities. I'm not getting into the very details of millets because all of you are already working, but few important issues today why millets are getting attention. If you look at, because there is a, people are becoming more conscious, so nutrition conscious, so people are getting into more of millet consumption. But there are many other advantages which we all need to take cognizance of millets, because they are very heat tolerant, and being C4 plants, they are very efficient in photosynthesis, and in the era of climate change, I think these are the very good crops. So that's something we need to look at, how we look at from a climate resilient agriculture point of view, how millets can fit into the cropping systems, and they can be accommodated into multiple cropping systems. So rather than focusing on just millets, can we look at as a millet based cropping systems, how do we promote so that the larger expansion is quite possible. And when we talk about it, two important issues we need to also understand. When we look at agriculture per se, we see only yield. We are not looking at the factor productivity of the inputs used. So two important dimensions of the problem which we need to understand. One is about the water. How much productivity we can produce by using an X amount of water. If you look at from a water productivity point of view, say crops like rice are very, very unproductive. So we use nearly 5,000 liters per producing 1 kilo of grain, while probably if you are looking at millets, it would be about 200 liters. So how much saving you can make on that? And not just about 5,000 liters of water, but the water stagnation creates a lot of whole problem, and the water supply chain creates a lot of problem. From that point of view, switching over towards millets can be a very resource efficient production system. Second, chemical fertilizers are creating serious problem. As we all know, we are increasing the use, but the productivities are going down significantly. So factor productivity of chemical fertilizer, if you take in 1960s, 70s, every kg of fertilizer used to produce nearly about 13 kg of grain. Today it is just producing around 3.4 kg, which means the same amount of yield if you want to get, you have to actually increase your fertilizer use, unless we diversify and build soil health. So rather than going by a technology driven approach or a crop based approach, we need to probably take a system based approach. That system based approach is very, very critical, so that we can move towards more sustainable production systems. If not, there are many other dimensions of the problem which we are ignoring. For example, the nutrients present in the soil are the ones which are picked up by the crop, and the nutrients present in the crop are the ones which we are going to consume. So when we may assume that certain crops have certain nutrients, but if the soil is deficient in that nutrients are not present in the crop. And there is a great study done by NIN. NIN, National Institute of Nutrition, releases data on the food in the country. So between the last 30 years, nearly 30% of the nutrients have gone down in several crops. If you take the spinach today, it is much lower in nutrition compared to spinach 30 years back. If it is true with spinach, probably it is true with millets as well. So we may assume that pearl millet has more iron, but if your soil doesn't have iron, your pearl millet also doesn't have iron. So we need to also focus on building the soils, which is very, very critical, but because that's the source of nutrition. So we may assume the food is the source of our nutrition, but for the crop, soil is the source of the nutrition. That's another very important issue we need to look for. Another important dimension, like Arvind already brought in, is about the varieties we use. Very, very important. This is a very interesting study released early in this year by ICR. None other than ICR says, even if nutrients are present in the soil, plants are unable to take because of the problems of the varietal selection. So you may have a variety which is yielding well, but it is unable to take the nutrients. So there is a nutrient drain which is happening. Across crops, they found lot of reduction in nutrition because plants are unable to take the nutrition. So also focusing on varieties which are efficient in nutrient uptake, and particularly these are mostly the traditional varieties which can adapt to the local conditions and also can be well suited to take the nutrients. And managing the seeds itself, so the managing the seed system itself, because when the varieties were selected, they looked at only the yields, they didn't look at the nutrition use efficiencies. And when the breeder seed production system, foundation seed production systems are set up, managing the same qualities over a period of time was not looked into. So that's where actually all the stakeholders coming together and understanding the issue, and then coping with the problem which we are seeing today. So this may not be the problem which we noticed 20 years back, 30 years back, but today this is the problem. And in addition to reducing nutrition, they are also absorbing more heavy metals. So now the study says heavy metals are taken up more and nutrients are not being taken up. And they specifically had control systems where the nutrients were added and then seen whether the plants are able to take it. And then the result shows that it is not happening. So I think these are all the warnings in front of us why we need to make a big transition, not the small transitions we are making. Another important issue we also need to understand, when we talk about transition, we put the burden on the farmers always. Very rarely we see programs like the mission we are talking about in Odisha, where government took an effort to make the transition possible. Because the current policies, if you look at the policy support systems, if you look at, they also distort. Governments are also markets. They are also, by their input subsidies or their procurement system, they distort significantly. Just to give you two examples, if you take rice, in production they get nearly about 15 to 16 rupees per kg as a subsidy, if you calculate all the subsidies available. And on the procurement, it's about 32 rupees per kg, which is the subsidy available for rice. Whereas, what is available for millets? What is available for pulses? What is available for oilseed crops? And we want farmers to make a shift from rice to other crops, but support systems continue for only rice, and we expect farmers to make a shift. Similarly, about the fertilizer subsidies, we subsidize fertilizers, but we ask farmers to make a shift away from the fertilizers, which may not happen. So this distorting schemes, subsidies also probably have to change, and that's where probably universities like York and others should come in and do a better analysis of what is the ecosystem which is required. Also, the distortions are there between states. I think many times this is not talked about when we looked at the national level. So for example, we were looking at the subsidies on fertilizers and power. These two subsidies, if you look at, states like Punjab, Haryana gets nearly 30,000 rupees per hectare. State like Odisha gets 3,000 rupees. And then we are expecting Odisha to compete with Punjab, which is not going to happen because there is no level playing field over there. And similarly, if you look at procurement, there's about 85 to 90% procurement happening in some states. There's less than 50% happening in some states. So there is a distortion in procurement. In West Bengal, for example, it is just about 10%, which is the largest area under rice, but the procurement is only 10%. So these distorting schemes actually push farmers to make some choices. So the farmers today, if they are making certain choices about cropping patterns or production systems, it is because of the ecosystem around them, which is not in their hands. So just by doing trainings or capacity building, it may not change. So how do we address this is something which is important. And particularly since we are talking about Odisha, two important issues I brought up and I will bring up and then we will move on. Rice is a major staple crop in Odisha, and rice cultivation is associated with several ecological problems. And not because it is rice, but because of the way paddy is cultivated. The puddling destroys the soil, and we have seen if you puddle once, it takes nearly 10 years to restore the soil structure or more than that. So how do we actually minimize puddling? How do we reduce the practices like frequent ploughing is something which is very, very critical. Water consumption. Today, it's about 60 lakh liters per acre. And we have large areas where there's no water at all, but for few crops, we are providing a lot of water. Can we look at water saving technologies in rice itself and also move away from rice and then use the same water for multiple other crops? I think that's a model we need to look for. And another very important is this frequent use of water, high use of water also leads to salinity. Large area is becoming saline as well. So a lot of report shows that soils are becoming saline. The once soils become saline, you only can grow certain crops. You are unable to grow other crops. So these transitions are not possible. Once you have puddled soil and once you have salinity, except rice, nothing can be grown over there. So you are pushing people into a kind of vicious cycle. On the top of that, there is a policy ecosystem which is also pushing right. So from that, how do we move forward? Requires a very important comprehensive planning at the state level so that the cropping systems can be addressed. Another interesting dimension of the problem is the GHG emissions. When we talk about climate change and etc., rice, paddy cultivation in the current form contributes nearly to 10 tons of GHG emissions per hectare, 10 tons. And these 10 tons comes from nitrous oxide emissions and then also from the methane emissions. And Odisha having about 4.5 million hectares, and 4.5 million hectares contributes nearly about 44 million tons of carbon equivalent emissions. And just to put you in a perspective, this is about 10.6 million petrol cars driving for 1 year. The amount of pollution caused is caused by this area of paddy cultivation in this country. And 10.6 million petrol cars means this is 1/3 of the total cars present in India. See, 1/3 of the total cars present in India are driven for 1 year. The amount of pollution caused is caused by the area under rice in Odisha. There are certain pockets of Odisha where except rice nothing can be grown, where there is a water stagnation or low-lying areas. But beyond that, how do we work on to reduce water usage is something very, very important. And when we talk about climate change, we think if we can plant trees and forests, the problem can be solved. And you require nearly about 735 million trees, which is nearly equal to 51.9 acres of forest area. And this is nearly 3 times the forest area in the Odisha, which is an impossible. So we are getting into an impossibles to solve. So when we talk about climate resilience, I think the key challenge is around changing the cropping patterns, changing the production practices, and these two can only happen by a good policy ecosystem. I think that's a shift we need to make. Just to give you an example, let's look at rice and millets. The emission factors of rice is around 10 tons per hectare. Millets is about 3.10 tons per hectare. By just shifting 1 acre from rice to millets, you're reducing by nearly 70%. And within rice, we can shift towards AWD, SRI, and many other practices where you can reduce it to about 5 tons. And how that transitions can be supported is something which is very, very critical. Another important dimension we need to also look at is the farmer's income. And till now, we were looking at farmer's income means yield and price. And we cannot increase yield beyond a capacity. Price we cannot increase beyond a capacity even after putting all our efforts on marketing. So what we need to probably look for is how the farmer's income can be beyond yield plus yield into price, and it can come from by conservation. Say they are doing environmental benefits like water conservation, they are doing ecological farming practices, they are doing carbon sequestration. Can we quantify and support them directly? So these can be the additional income sources, ecosystem services, and many other things are possible. And fortunately, now governments are also talking about it. There is a new policy on PM Pranam where if fertilizer use is reduced directly, farmers can get benefit out of it. There's a new carbon financing schemes coming up. So thinking about all these things together, I think is the new way forward. And again, the demand for millets are going up significantly, both in the domestic market and the export market. And so how do we catch up in this is also something which is very, very critical. Going beyond only the PDS system where we are procuring and distributing. So unless we move towards a regular market functioning for this, it's also not going to work. I'll just take few minutes to present the current status kind of thing. Again, the currently largely is the bajra which is in the market. From bajra, how do we move towards other crops? I think it requires better strategies in terms of value addition and other things. Domestic market is also significantly growing. I think there is also a great scope for dealing with this. But to do these things, if you have to deal with all these at the production level problems, market level problems, if you want to deal with this, I think there are few suggestions we want to make, particularly look at how do we shift from only crop based focus to a cropping system based focus, so that, see, for farmers it's a cropping system, so there are other crops which they grow. Unless we deal with other crops also, it's not going to help. So we need to look at the village level, how do we make a transition in toto kind of thing. I think that's something which is important, which requires and which calls for a landscape level approach. Like already Arvind was mentioning about the new program which they are coming up as a Jaivik Kheti mission. If you are talking about organic farming, can we look at few districts, few blocks identified and make a complete transition kind of thing? And that's, I think that's a better way of dealing with that, and within which actually millets will be a subcomponent. That's the approach one need to look at. Second, when we talk about FPOs, there is a large number of FPOs which are being promoted. I think, but FPOs to sustain, we need to look at how do we make them to have annual work, because they should have daily business or they should have monthly business. If they don't have, and if only they are dealing with seasonal crops and only once in twice in a year they have a market, or once in a year there is a market, they are not going to sustain. Like farm should have a round the year production system, FPOs also should have a round the year business plan. So that's something which is very, very critical. So how do we make them engage in this process is something we need to look at. All of us are very ideologically caught and feel every farmer should process for themselves, but it may not be economically viable. So we also need to look at how these processing facilities we are establishing become viable by themselves. How do we bring in entrepreneurs over there so that that economically viable processing facilities can come in, and then they become the entire, in the ecosystem they also become very critical. I think we should focus on income, farmers' income. Odisha is one of the states where there is a very low farmers' income. Per month, I think it's around 5,000-6,000 rupees is the monthly income. So how do we focus on that is something which is very, very important. And capacity building, largely we focus only on the capacity building of the farmers. We are not focusing on the capacity building at other levels. I think it's very important to focus on capacity building at various other levels, because all stakeholders are the ones who are going to drive these funds. And this can happen by converging various programs. And I would say Natural Farming Mission is going to be one big initiative Government of India is bringing in. And similarly, there's a farmer producer organization, there's an agri infrastructure fund, there's a lot of startup funds, CSR initiatives, ecosystem services. How do we put them together so that we can deal with all these is something which is very, very important. I'll take two examples and then stop here. In Andhra Pradesh, we are working with the Andhra Pradesh government in promoting the natural farming, and where we try to look at how these natural farming products can get into the market. And one interesting idea and which came up was that can we talk to the temples and then temples can pick up, because temples are one of the big consumers, big bulk consumers. So we started working with the Tirupati temple, the Balaji temple, which is the largest temple in the country. And initially we started supplying only the chana dal for making the laddu. So last year we could supply about 30,000 tons. This year we are going to do about 2 lakh tons. And in the entire supply chain, if you look at, we need to figure out from farmers how it can be aggregated, from aggregation how do we do value addition, and then how it can be distributed. Because temples can buy every month, but they cannot buy directly from the farmers. Farmers can produce, but they don't have capacity to hold the produce. So those are the problems which we need to resolve. And in this case, we could get AP Markfed to step in, and AP Markfed is playing that role of aggregation, and they are identifying small entrepreneurs who can do the value addition. The trust across the supply chain is established through a participatory guarantee system, which Government of India is doing it. So CSA is associated with it both as a technical partner and also as a PGS certifying agency. Another initiative is in Odisha, is in Chhattisgarh, where Dantewada district in Chhattisgarh is the poorest district in the country, and it is also highly malnutrition. Highest number of malnutrition people are in Odisha, in this district. So 10 years back, the program started to help farmers to move towards more organic production, and by default, very few chemicals are used in this district. But the problem is, how do we use natural farming, organic farming practices to increase productivity is also is one challenge. So we started working there, and then today we have nearly 50% of the district, 110 villages already declared as organic, and we have rest of the 50%, an action plan has been made in the next few years to make a transition. So we could bring in all the departments to work together, and in the entire district, 50% of the farmers, 50% of the villages are fully organic, and we have left with about 20-30% of the area which is using chemicals, and in that also significant use is happening only with about 1,000 farmers, and we are sure in the next few years this also can happen. So the choice is left to the farmers, but the ecosystem is created for so that the transitions can be made possible. Similarly, we are working in Karnataka to make Uttarakhand district as organic, and there is an opportunity in Odisha, few districts can also become fully organic. So all these shows we need a systems-based approach. We need to look at as a system we need to resolve. Yeah, and so here to just conclude all this, I think we need to take a systems-based approach where we need to have a better partnerships built from here to move forward. Public-private partnerships or the consumers and producers partnerships, different financiers, because finance has become very critical. So looking at new innovations in finances, I think that's something which is very, very important. And to just conclude, all these transitions, if they have to make impact on others as well, we need to have a very good documentation. I think that's something which is very, very critical. What do we draw as a lessons? When we are drawing lessons, it's not just about successes, but also failures. Because many of us might have tried and then there are some issues. If we can document the processes well, it will be very helpful for others to make the transitions positive. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. We hope from here we will move forward and make big transition possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ramu. We will take the questions towards the end of the panel session. So without further ado, I would now like to invite our next speaker, who would be very nicely following up on what Ramu has been stressing on systems approach. How do we actually do that systems approach? It's easier said than done. What are the role of different sort of people, different consultants to help build a systems approach? So, Dr. Rakesh Nayak, over to you. Can you recognize your slide?
Okay, thank you, Ramu, for such a wonderful presentation. And it's a privilege to be talking here. And thanks to Dr. Arvind Padi, sir, and the kind of reception that we have received so far from Dr. Arvind Padi in terms of, accepting the feedback and, collaborative efforts. And it's completely different from what I have experienced personally in working with other organizations. And so, good morning, everyone, and especially to all the people who are working as a team with Dr. Padi and all the highly, celebrated officials who have been making Odisha Millet Mission or Sri Anna Abhiyan very successful and one of the, leading missions in India. So, my topic would be extending what Dr. Ramanujalu spoke about strategic system thinking. So system thinking is, I would put forward in terms of like what I bring, I think, as a strategic consultant. So I have been working as a management consultant for around 18 years. So I work on things and how to design, target operating model. What do you mean by target operating model? So for example, Dr. Ramu said that we need to do certain things. But how do you do certain things? How do you make that design, that organizational design? How do you make those systems interconnected in order to execute and achieve the objectives that you aspire for? So I will be talking about in those terms from a strategy point of view how systems thinking work. So basically, I will try to myself to make it really simple, not too much heavy on technical stuff. So systems thinking, what is systems thinking? So normally, system thinking encourages to see the complex problems as interconnected systems, not as individual components. तो मु ओडिया रे कहले कि जो सिस्टम को हम गोटे बड़ प्रॉब्लम को कॉम्प्लेक्स प्रॉब्लम को देखुछे आमे सो आमे ताको गोटे इंडिविजुअल प्रॉब्लम न देखि कि एज अ कॉम्प्लेक्स काइंड ऑफ इंटरकनेक्टेड सिस्टम देखिले we can target and kind of resolve it, and that gives us kind of understand what is the dependencies between those interconnected systems, what are the components within that system, how they are dependent on each other, so we can do the mapping and we can target the individual components in order to solve the problem. So, for example, interconnected systems, Dr. Ramandu said, we are providing subsidies. So what is the impact of providing fertilizer subsidies on the farmers' behavior towards kind of shifting or transitioning to another crop or another form of agriculture? Similarly, if we are providing certain incentives, for example, in financing, so we have a certain percentage of kind of at certain percentage we provide the financing to the farmer. And then in other state or in other crop, we have a very different approach to that. So how does that impact on the total, on the whole system, all the ecosystem, millets ecosystem that we are talking about? So this is system approach would give us, kind of more, meaning. So system things talks about interconnectedness. So how the components of a system are interconnected. So if you talk about millets ecosystem, how the millets ecosystem are connected in terms of what are the farmers doing in terms of production, how is production connected to kind of processing, is the processing is connected to market integration, is the market integration connected to all the markets, or it could be retail, wholesale, international market, export market. So we have to see that holistic view of that, and maybe in terms of policy. So that's an interesting point that we did a study on talking to 56 stakeholders in different 4 states. The stakeholders were from financing, from farmers, from the production, from APOs, and other the stakeholders who are very core part of the ecosystem or the value chain. So what we found that there are policies which are kind of really, really good, and they focus on certain part of the system. For example, any policies that improving or encouraging production, any policies that kind of bringing in investment together, any policies that promote sustainable or climate resilient agriculture. But are these policies are related or connected to each other? As they think they has a systems approach or systems view, do they think millet has a kind of a holistic system in which the policies also needs to be interconnected? So we cannot expect the policies to derive the equal benefits if the policies are not interconnected. Then come to the synthesis. So in systems thinking, how do we synthesize the complex problems? How do we deep dive, go to the second level or third level to understand what is required? For example, in millets, so we think that we want to shift to a particular from one agriculture to farming practice to another. But how do we synthesize that? How do we see the roadmap? Also, kind of this very much required in order to kind of go ahead and make some changes and achieve that desired results. And emergence. So one change in one component leads to emergence of a new system. I'll just give one example. For example, even if we are talking about the exercise, as a human beings, we do go to gym and we do exercise. So we always target on the first day we do legs, and the second day we do, kind of upper body part. You compare the body as a system, then every component is important. So any the changes that we make in one component, for example, if I'm strengthening my leg muscles, at the same time also I'm kind of my cardiovascular strength also is increasing. So that means emergence of is, kind of one changes to a particular component would, kind of emerge another system. And then in terms of feedback loop, how do we make feedback loop work? Bottom-up approach. So we go out to the grassroots level, understand, and make processing policy decisions, or whatever decision that is required for the ecosystem. How do we make it more reliable, more kind of pragmatic? So feedback loop is important. So in order to do that, we need to do systems mapping and work with each other in terms of like producers and farmers and processors, financiers, government officials. How do we work together to co-create those value in the value chain? So I will not talk much about this. This is a typical, millets value chain, or it could be, kind of in any of the crops value chain. But are we ensuring that all the actors in the value chain are connected if we are making any policies? Are the actors in the value chain are coordinating and collaborating with each other to bring that systems view and work towards the greater good? So we need to ensure that in terms of systems thinking. So focus areas, I want to do if you want to go for the systems thinking, integrated policy framework. Are our state policies connected? Are our state policies connected with the central policy? It could be, I'm talking about here in millets or agriculture policy, but it's also kind of, I would say, relatable to other areas. So if we do not have a cohesive policy, we have an umbrella of services or umbrella of policy that is interconnected and try to address the systems on the systems view, while targeting all the individual components. It is very difficult to achieve that. And then, of course, I'm not going to talk much about this because Dr. Ramu has told, access to quality inputs, farmers' knowledge and training, was all this part of the system. So I will not be talking much on this. Rather, I would talk about what the strategic point of view as a consultant I can bring in. So what do we require? So we require more alignment between different value chain actors. The farmers should be connected to market integrators, alignment between processors with farmers, processor with financiers, technology integrators working all together. Could be with starting from the policy at the top level to the grassroots level, the farmers. How do we increase that? But how, even if we try to align, how do we make sure that we align that? So here, we need to map the entire ecosystem. We need to identify the leverage points within the, if it is a millet ecosystem, we need to identify the leverage points within the millet ecosystem or in a particular system. And balancing the short-term as well as medium-term goals. Are we talking about 5 years down the line what we are going to achieve, or are we just talking about next year? So it could be something that going to be very decisive in shaping a ecosystem that is going to be more productive. Then, of course, we need to promote innovation. How do you provide innovations in processing? How do you provide innovations in production? How do you bring in the technological innovations in all across the value chain to help the farmers or help any particular value chain actor to gain that particular mileage? So also it is also important that we create the market dynamics and make sure that we have a continuous improvement framework which can re-loop and re-strategize the progress that we are making and take the feedback and go ahead. So, but in order to enable this, how do we go about it? So let me talk about, like, we need to bring in organizational ambidexterity. माने आमे कौन कोच आमर गोटे हाथ अछि आमर कि बाँ हाथ रे तांका स्ट्रेंथ अछि कहार डाहाण हाथ रे स्ट्रेंथ अछि बट वी नो दैट जोडा कि दी हाथ रे अलाइनमेंट अछि दी हाथ रे स्ट्रेंथ अछि तार एक्चुअली दे आर बेटर पोजीशन देन व्हाट लेफ्टी और राइटीज सिमिलरली ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस आर known for their ambidexterity. So there are two elements in exploration and exploitation. Exploitation is all about कि हमें existing competencies, resources को use करके how can we actually achieve optimization and effectiveness. And exploration is how we can tap on the opportunities and bring in innovation to march ahead. So these are two very important things. And there are management-led contextual ambidexterity and policy-driven structural ambidexterity. So manager-led contextual ambidexterity talks about how we can switch the context. So here the contextual ambidexterity is all about you are empowering the different units. You are empowering the your organization level to switch between the context. They can switch between whether to utilize the existing competencies, or they can switch between to explore and innovate. So they have that empowerment. Policy-driven structure. How do we create structures, those who can which can give you enough power, enough strength to explore the ambidexterity and bring in focus at the same time the exploitation as well as exploration. So normally, what we did was, like, out of our research, we came out with the 2x2 quadrant. So wherein we understood that we need expertise, we need expert advisories to enable ambidexterity or build strength between the exploitation and exploration, and how do we balance between those two, depending on the situation in a particular value chain actor is in, or particular ecosystem or the system is in. For example, if you want to advise a processing unit, so we need to do the assessment where exactly the processing unit in terms of maturity of ambidexterity. So there are 4 types of consultants that we could find. From our research we could find out. One is consultant A, which is like a handholders. If a maturity level, structural as well as contextual maturity level is low for an organization, for an value chain actor, then we need somebody to actually hold hands and transition that particular actor or particular value chain actor or particular organization to a next phase. Similarly, we have consultant B, consultant C, consultant D, depending on their maturity. So the highest maturity is boundary spanners. Boundary spanners are the consultants who know exactly where to get leverage and bring in the advanced technologies, bring in the, integrate them with their, advanced context and march ahead and leapfrog ahead in terms of, putting their organization into place. Similarly, we have scaffolders who has low structural and high contextual maturity in terms of ambidexterity, wherein bringing in those consultants who can cater and can assess and make sure that we provide the bespoke solution to that particular organization or the value chain actor to achieve that ambidexterity in terms of achieving systems thinking. So system thinkings will bring in together all the systems and components, wherein we need those expertise in terms of advisory and consultancy services, either from the internal or outside the organization setup, to help or gently push through the transition and achieve the desired objectives or the result that we are trying to achieve as a system. So that's all from me, and if you have any questions, please.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rakesh Naik. I understand Principal Secretary Dr. Arvind Pari has to leave now. Sir, if you have any final thoughts or words or questions, feel free. No, it's at 2 o'clock, yes.
Then I can leave now and come back maybe later.
Yeah. So on behalf of everybody, I would like to thank Principal Secretary Dr. Arvind Pari for giving his valuable time to us. Thank you, sir.
I'll be back after 5. Thank you. Sorry for.
Thank you. So I think we understood from the first presentation that Odisha can indeed be a millets hub. Okay, there are several different things that we need to do, and I'm open for your suggestions, your ideas, your questions here. We have the 2 speakers sitting right on our side. And also, like, how do we actually instill the systems approach? What sort of consultants? We have been hearing about we need strategic consultant in policy making, but then there are different categories of those strategic consultants, and it was very helpful to see how those different consultants can help different organizations. Now, the idea would be to understand what stage each of the organization is within the value chain. So before we break out for our coffee break, I'll have just 5 minutes here for question answer. If you have any burning questions for our two speakers, please feel free to raise your hand and ask. There's no right or wrong sort of questions. Yeah? Okay. Okay. Mike?
गोटे क्वेश्चन थिला मो ना सीता देवी आओ मो कलाहांडी जिलार जनसाधारण एनजीओ रे काम करे आम लांजीगोडर माँ मैंने मेसेज देते जे आम कोशला आम सरकार किणव केमी से सार मुझे कहबी कोशला आमर किणा हम कारण बहुत कोशला लोक मैंने बिकी पार ना आउ जो मैंने आठू से 30 टଙ୍କା रेट्रे नहीं जाऊँच कर्णाटक किणिकी आमर से कोशला केमी किणा हम सार कहवाई क्वेश्चन थिला आउ गोटे आपण आउ जो मेसीन गुड़ाक दि जाऊँगी एसएचजी ग्रुप को से मेसीन गुड़ा बहुत अचल हो पड़ुची गाँ मानक आमर एनजीओ मान गोटे गोटे स्टाफ दि जाऊ जो स्टाफ की खाली प्रोडक्शन यूनिट रे काम करेंगे सेटा ना बहुत मेसीन अचल होते मेसीन एसएचजी माँ मैंने चलाऊना आउ गोटे 3 नंबर है जे आमर जो आपण भैरवी मांडिया दौरान आम कलाहांडी प्रोडक्शन बेसी होनी सरकारी मांडिया लोक आग्रह करूना आमर तेलंगा मांडिया बड़ मांडिया आज्ञा मैंने रिसर्च करंतु आमर से मांडिया चाष करूँ।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। तो ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट एंड स्पेशली फॉर मशीनरीज जो मशीन एरिका कथा कहउचंती तांको पाई ऑलरेडी डिस्कशन चालुची सो होपफुली नेक्स्ट मंथ किछि बाहरिबो से डिस्कशन रे गोटे एक्सपर्ट ग्रुप भी से माने करिचंती जे माने देखुचंती कि माँ माने केमती मशीनरी यूज करबा पाई भी ट्रेनिंग नेबे आउ केमती आमे डिफरेंट ऑफिसर्स को या एनजीओस को सेठी आमे कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग पाई भी रखिबा ठीक है सेटा तो करबा कोसला साग पाई तो अच्छा 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 मिलेट हो तो सेति पाई तो सर माने समस्त प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी को जनइबे हाँ सबू नोट कर देइचंती सो से माने जनइबे हाँ 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 this is very good because this is coming directly from the stakeholder, directly from the farmers itself, that what they would like to grow and what sort of production they think that it is actually going to be viable in their areas. So I think it is very nice to include these suggestions within the policy that we are trying to develop. So बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सेति पाई definitely हमें परमिशन मिलियो आई थिंक डॉक्टर अरविंद पाड़ी ऑलरेडी से माने डिस्कशन रे अछंती डॉक्टर रामू सांगे तो आई थिंक किसी सेलेक्टेड फार्मर्स को नेबा पाई आपण कहबे सर
ओडिशा मिलेट मिशन तरफर एबे जो माँ आमर जो सजेसन देले ताकू ही आखि आगे रखिकी बर्तमान ए वर्ष आम 4टा लैंड रेस को आमर मिलेट्र ताकू मांडियार आम ताकू लैंड रेस को आम सीड चेन भितर को आनीचु ताकू नोटिफिकेशन भी तार हो जाइए आई प्रोसेस रे आम बर्तमान अधिकार अधिका जी आप जमी लोकाल मांडिया से कहले सेमती ताकू सब भी आम धीरे धीरे आहरी अधिकार अधिका मांडिया को आम लैंड रेस भेराइटी भितर को आणबू आणला पर से सब सीड चेन पर्वी भितर जो आसीज ऑटोमेटिकली ताकू भी आम ताकू बिक्री करने को आरंभ करूँ फार्मर मान थैंक यू
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर आ गोटे क्वेश्चन तापरे ओके दुईटा क्वेश्चन तापरे आमे टी ब्रेक पाई ब्रेक नेबू there and there.
Good afternoon, myself Ramesh. I am representing from CYST, CYST non-government organization working in undivided Koraput. So my question is, so for the next level strategy for millet to one to other level, so we need a common machineries, in particular the stakeholder level, who are the providing a certain producers. एमिति होची जो मेसिनरी सब विभिन्न जगार दिया जाउची तार कमनालिटी रहू नाही सो पल्वराइजर पेंगे जदि आपण देखिबे प्रत्येक ब्लॉक रे 15 20 25 30 टा पल्वराइजर मशीन अछि फिंगर मिलेट पाई बट तार जेतु क्वालिटी पैरामीटर एवं सेम लेवल रे नाही को जगार तार गोटे एग्रीगेट हे पारु नाही एवं आमे बल्क जो बायर को धरिबा इट इज डिफिकल्ट होची सो से ये हूँ गोटे थिंकिंग सेकेंड हूँ जो एफएक्यू करा जाइए एफएक्यू इज रिक्वायर्ड दे ऑल्सो इज मेसिनारीज सो द फार्मर पाखे से मेसिनारीज नहीं जो एफएक्यू रो मानटा को से जो डिहस्क डिस्टोनर आउ डिग्रेडेड करी दब इट्स रिक्वायर्ड ऑल्सो द मेसिनारीज एंड सम केसेस ओनली मेसिनरी वी विल प्रोवाइडिंग दिस एक्चुअली फार्मर्स हु विल द मेंटेन who will be providing the technical support to the farmers कहना से लेवल रे हमको भी काम करिया को पड़िबो it is second and third one is one thing Ramanujan says the dal the value added dal provide the Tirupati temples but in some cases some of we are the trying at the field level making a tiffin center the how the farmers how the villagers they enhance their consumption pattern, the different millet recipe. But there is also some of the problems are there. It should be improved and it should be more focused on this millet program.
Sure.
These are 2-3 questions actually.
Thank you. Thank you. I think आपण माने किछि आंसर करबा को चाहिए especially machineries ऊपर common machinery.
एक्चुअली लास्ट ईयर ही ये जो एफएक्यू स्टैंडर्ड रो मिलेट दवा पाई गोटे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट गोटे गाइडलाइन आसिला ता फल आम ए वर्ष आम 100टा जोटी अधिका आम मिलेट आमर प्रोक्योर होची सेमती सेंटर को आम लोकेट करिचु जोटा को प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी चीफ सेक्रेटरी लेवल भी मीटिंग होगी ताको डिसाइड होईची जे सेठी आम पाखापाखि 250टा रागी पर्लर आउ थ्रेसर ए टाइप रो मशीन जोटा कि आमर ओईएटी ताको टेस्ट कर जोटा सार जमती कहले जे टेस्ट हो नथिया कारणरू ठीक स्टैंडर्ड जिनस जाऊनी आमर जो इंजीनियरिंग विंग अच्छी आमर डायरेक्टरेट प्लस आमर ओईएटी आंकर मिलित तत्वावधान में गोटे होती तार कमिटी है पर आम गोटे आइडेंटिफाई भी कर सारी गोटे मेसीन जोटा कि कम करुच्ची भल भाव ए गोटे घंटार 1.5 क्विंटाल पर्यंत से पार्ची पर्लिंग तेणु से मेसीन टाक आम से जो 250 टाक आम लोकेट करूँ से एपीओ मान मध्यम ताकू ग्रांट बोर्ड प्रथम दबू ता सहित भी एसएलटीसी माध्यम आमर जोटा आमर अच्छी फार्म मेसिनारी पोर्टाल ता माध्यम भी जमती लोक मैंने पर्टिकुलर गोटे मेसीन जे अलग अलग मेसीन न पाई पारे क्वालिटी मेसीन दि जाई पारिबो ताकू पोर्टाल माध्यम फास्ट कम फास्ट चॉइस रे ताकू भी जगै देबो किछ असुविधा हबा
बहुत बहुत
डीबीटी मोड रे दिया जाबो
हां बहुत धन्यवाद आपण रे गोटे क्वेश्चन थिला पछपटे का पाखरे माइक अछि
I am Chandrasekhar, representing Sakal from Berhampur. So I'm not taking up the field questions. I would like to just, Dr. Ramu has spoken. So he has given lots of insights like water usage, resilient crops. What you suggested that FPO and farmers should have round the clock, round the year, some cropping and so that their income will be increased. The thing is that when we are working in remote tribal areas, the production is there, products are there. Our FPO is very active. But when we go to the market, local market, the traders and the other people, they say something, and when we take the products to them, they play a different game. As a result, we are not making any profit. Rather, at times we are at the minus line. So how we can really work on? So in this background, maybe the department can link up with like retail and like Reliance or some Big Bazaar or some other things, so that we can directly bring it there. Maybe a linkage, we can give it to the government and they can pass on to the other things. Maybe margin profit will be less, but something can be done. It's just not a question, but these are practical problems. Thank you.
Ramu, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think like you mentioned, it's a suggestion. So I'm not answering that. But the issue is markets should be understood in a market framework itself, because markets place in a particular way. So how do we aggregate? How do we distribute is the big challenge. And we need to put systems in place. And expecting that we can do everything also is not going to work. So whoever stakeholder can do that particular work efficiently is the one who should do it. So we need to create that kind of system, and there are several examples. Say in Andhra Pradesh, we are working with women self-help groups. Where in Telangana, we are working with women self-help groups, where we are able to aggregate nearly 30 tons every day vegetables supplied. So it's the aggregation model is what we need to come up with. One issue. Second is at the production level, a lot of changes also has to happen. We always assume that in agriculture we have products, so there's only market which is not there. If we are not efficient in market, we can. So efficient production is something which is the first step to get into the market.
Thank you,
And the
Dr.
market session where we will be discussing it in more detail.
Thank you, Dr. Ramu. Just one final question from Mr. Jeff McBride, and then we'll break for coffee. You can come here. Go on. No, it's not. Just come here, Jeff.
It's a real pleasure to be here with my family and friends. India's a fascinating country. I've been so excited since I was told about Millet a year ago. It sounds like a fantastic idea, but you've answered a lot of the questions so far. You've sort of spoilt what I wanted to say, and it's really good because you're already thinking ahead. Things that worry me. Mukesh, I like the idea of monitoring what everybody's doing. Somebody has to do it. Somebody has to measure it. So you've got to have some sort of culture. You know what I'm going to say about innovation, what we've been doing, challenge-led approach, that needs an instilling of trust and an instilling of a community. So we are the new Millet family, aren't we, really? And that extends everywhere. Regarding what you were saying about advantages of millet, a couple of things that I put down was, yes, you said fertilizers, because it's all about water. To me, this is about water, and I used to be on the UK Water Partnership. You can do fertilizers, great, but you've also got to do AMR, antibiotics, in other farming and crops and animal farming. You've also got to do pesticides. You've also got to do herbicides, because if you don't do all those things, the water's still no good. So that was my thoughts. And finally, the new model you showed, the new model where it was harvest and crop to profit. It was harvest, crop, and others, which is environment and things like that. UK farmers are already talking about that, and you know this. But how do you measure it? How do you monitor it? And how do you monetize it to get that good aspects back to those growers? So there's a whole policy, economic challenges there. I don't expect you to answer these questions now, but things we will talk about over coffee and that sort of thing. But thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Jeff. Very insightful questions. Okay, so now we can break for coffee and tea for 15 minutes. At 12 o'clock sharp, we are coming back with two panels together, one after the other. Sorry for the delay that has been caused for whatever reasons. But thank you. Thank you for staying with us. And please enjoy your coffee and tea, and please be back in 15 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ramu. Thank you, Rakesh. Ramu. Okay, so now we are starting with our first panel, and it is about technologies and innovations, especially in relation to millet production expansion at state level, national level, global level. How do we do that? For this, I would like to invite our three panelists, Dr. Ganpati KN, who is a senior scientist from IIMR. Give a big round of applause to him. And then Dr. Gunjan from agrisat, who is a senior scientist for resilient farm and food system. And then Mr. Pulak Ranjan Nayak from Shri Anna Abhiyan, Orissa. Welcome to all the three panelists here. We have 10 minutes approximately for each of the panel. If possible, because we are running short of time and I don't want to eat up the lunch time, if possible, kindly keep your talk a bit brief and short and to the point. Let's start with Dr. Ganpati from IIMR. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a presentation here. I think this one. Thank you, organizers, and good afternoon, everyone. It's really great to be here, especially in the state where it's one of the best millet promoting state in the country. And coming back to the topic given to me for the presentation. So I'll be speaking on sustainable production of millets, challenges and opportunities. Briefly in my presentation, I'll be touching upon the production dynamics, and then I'll be talking on the challenges. And then I'll be talking the most important is the various initiatives or the strategies where we can further increase the production and the consumption of millets. So coming to brief introduction. So as you all know, millets, I will not going in depth. So these are all small seeded, by definition it's called small seeded annual grasses, majorly grown for food and fodder. So coming to millets, there are major millets and minor millets. As you know, major millets, there are three millets, that is jowar, bajra, that is called pearl millet in English, jowar is called sorghum, and then we have ragi or the finger millet, and in Odisha it is called mandia. Okay, and all other millets like foxtail millet, kodo millet, little millet, barnyard millet, proso millet, and latest we have the brown top millet, which are all called the minor millets. And apart from that, we have also have two millets, that is exotic millets, that is teff and fonio. So coming to the production dynamics of millets, as you can see the global trend. So over years, as you all know, the millet, they have a long history of cultivation, and the production, the area, as you can see from 1916 onwards, there is a gradual decline in area over years, and currently it is around 78 million hectares. But as you can see, the production is almost stagnant, mainly because there is an increase in productivity, continuous increase in the productivity over time.
Fine. So all these are because to the due to the efforts, the crop improvement efforts, and also the best agronomic practices, which has mainly contributed to the increased productivity in all these millets. So during 2019, as you can see, the area is around 70 million hectares globally. But during last 2 to 3 years, you can see there is an increase in the area and as well as the production. So coming to the Indian scenario, again the trend is almost similar. As you can see, there is a much sharper decline in area as compared to the global scenario. So the present area is around 13 million hectares, including all the millets, right from sorghum, pearl millet, and all the finger millet and all the small millets. But again, as you can see, the production is almost stagnant, and there is a sharp increase in productivity as well. So here the productivity is again mainly like in sorghum and jawar. It is mainly due to the improved cultivars, especially there are hybrids, especially in sorghum and bajra, which has contributed to the improved productivity. And especially in finger millet, there is like what you call a very drastic took place, especially in the 1980s, where they could cross like Indian and African types, through which they could increase the productivity, mainly the INDAF series of variety which brought at that time, and subsequently the improvement which has taken place over time, especially for like disease resistant and so on. So this has brought in the improved productivity, especially in millets. So overall, as you can see, the millets has registered a 60% decline in area, but the productivity has increased by 200%. So that's the reason that production has remained stagnant over, is stable over years. So this is again with related to the individual crops like pearl millet, sorghum, finger millet, and minor millets. So in pearl millet, the area is not that drastic. One of the reason is the pearl millet is one of the most drought resilient crops. So no other crop can actually replace in area where these crops like pearl millet are grown. And in sorghum especially, the drop in area is mainly due to the kharif sorghum, which is a rainy sorghum, mainly due to the reasons. There are obvious reasons, but one of the reasons is the grain mold disease, which has lost the interest in cultivation, and over years many crops like soybean and maize, they have more competitive crops and they could take over sorghum, especially under rainy sorghum. But under the post-rainy sorghum, that is which is grown in the September. So this post-rainy sorghum, the area is stagnant, and again the post-rainy sorghum, again the Dura type of sorghum which is grown. So they are most drought resilient, and you don't believe that farmers with just 1 or 2 irrigation, the crop complete their life cycle. So such is a wonder which is existing in all these crops. Fine. Coming to finger millet, again there is a drastic decline in area, but again the productivity, as you can see, it has increased. And the minor millets, again the area is has shown a very sharp decline. But during the last 5 to 8 years, a series of varieties have been released and they have been entered into seeds, and that's reason one of the reasons where the productivity has also has contributed. And apart from that, good agronomical practices also contributed to the production. Coming to the global contribution of India to the global production of millets, as you can see, the various millet crops, the major millets like sorghum, India contributes about 7% of the area, while the rest of the world they contribute, mainly the USA, they are the leading producer of sorghum. Pearl millet, coming to pearl millet, India is contributing about 40 to 50% area, while the rest is contributed by African and other countries. But the crops like, especially the minor millets like kodo millet, little millet, barnyard, and all these millets, they are indigenous to India. They are originated in India, and almost 100% of the production is from India. So millets were almost they were the forgotten crops, but during the current decade there is a lot of popularity for the millets. Obviously, mainly due to the 2 reasons. One is the nutritional superiority which is existing in these millets, and the second thing is the climate resilience, where government is trying to promote these millets. So coming to the nutritional composition, as you can see, coming to sorghum, as you can see, the nutritional composition is almost similar to wheat, but some of the properties like the resistant starch which is available in sorghum, it is more suitable for persons especially who are suffering from type 2 diabetes. And coming to pearl millet, this millet is known mainly for the iron content, grain iron content, which is much higher as compared to any other cereals. And mandia, which is locally here, which is a ragi, which is predominant crop grown found in Odisha, it has the highest level of calcium. The calcium level is about 20 to 30 times as compared to any other cereal. So in that way, this is one crop which is anciently known, especially for the weaning foods. And this calcium level, they are very important for all age groups, especially for the development of bones, teeth, and during aging. So apart from that, all small millets, they have good amount of dietary fiber and minerals, which are most important, like iron and zinc. They are most limiting grain micronutrients, especially one of the recent studies shows that 50% of the pregnant women are anemic, and even the child, like the age group below 5, they are also more prone to this anemic condition. So there is no millet which is called a superfood. So collectively, all these millets together constitute the important dietary, like nutritional requirements which is required for the normal functioning of the body. So we need to diversify our diet with millets. So this is, so apart from that, millets are gluten-free grains, and it is also, especially in the Western world, there's a problem called celiac, and all these millets are gluten-free and have a role in health of the people. So coming to the second important aspect of millet, that is the millets, they are farmer and environmental friendly crops. So coming to the irrigation requirement, as you can see, as compared to the fine cereal, they require less amount of water. And like earlier speaker, Dr. Ramanjan sir told, they are all having like what you call the less fertilizer requirement, and they leave like a less environment footprint on the earth. So apart from that, they also have a role in what you call reduction in the greenhouse gas emission. So all these factors, they are contributing to the, one second, I missed one slide. Okay, fine, it's okay. So apart from that, millets, scientifically, they are all what you call, genetically all the millets, they are similar. So one of the major scientifically what we call is that all the most of the millets, they belong to the C4 system. So this C4 system, they are very efficient in what you call photosynthesis, and even they can have higher productivity potential even under high temperature and even under low what you call low stomatal opening. So broadly, I would like to mention these crops are all climate resilient crops. So coming to the major part of my presentation, that is the challenges in millet production. So the most important is the decline in area which is happening over years. The second one is the low productivity or the income from millets. Seed supply chain issues, lack of mechanization in millets, self-life issues, marketing and market linkages, and less industrial use from millets. So all these are some of the challenges which have been cited in various literature which are affecting the production and consumption of millets. So here I would also like to quote, like in one of the presentation which was made by Mr. Ramesh Chand, member from Niti Aayog. So he explained millets, there are 4 major bias which has which are a major bias against the millets, like the cultural bias. So as morning Principal Secretary sir, he was mentioning that, so they were all like, earlier it was like a poor man's food, but now it is called the rich man's food. So still there are in some places, especially in villages, they consider it as what you call the weaker section of people, they consume these millets. Apart from that, there is a bias called technology bias. Like in fine cereals like rice and wheat, apart from India, the research is happening across the globe. So whatever research is happening across the globe, those research like varieties, for example, varieties, they are introduced to India and they are cultivated in India. So there are throughout the globe, all the research is happening. But the research in millets, most of the onus is on India. Like India is one of the country which is having the maximum research on millets. And apart from that, there is a policy bias, especially after the Green Revolution, like most of the policies, they have favored the rice and wheat. So, and apart from that, there is also a bias called a market bias. So market, they don't get, like a farmer, they don't get what you call the reasonable price for their produce, and many of the times, we do not get all the millets. Fine. So he also explained that all this bias should be removed, especially if you want to promote the millets. So coming to point-wise, like first point is like we need to increase the productivity in millets. So one of the point I would like to mention here is that we need to increase the investment in research. Like I was mentioning that till now there was not much research. They were all called like orphan crops, especially in terms of research. They were called as orphan crops because not much investment was not there. So now, at least now, we need to have more amount of research happening in all these crops. Especially in millets at the IMR Gene Bank, we do conserve about 50,000 of germplasm, considering all the millets. So that is the vast amount of diversity which is present in the millets. So a systematic evaluation of all this germplasm has to take place, and then we need to identify traits, different traits in all these millets, so that we can mainstream into the production system. So one of the successful example is in Odisha, like the land races which have been preserved over years by the farming committee, they could systematically evaluate, and then 4 land races were successfully released in the state. So apart from that, we need to target traits like climate resilience, like the present condition where there is a continuous change in the climate, the global climate change. We need to emphasize more on climate resilient varieties. And then again, the disease and insect pest scenario is also changing due to the climate change. So here we need to target mostly on the host plant resistance, not on the like chemical method of, we need to develop varieties which are resistant to disease and insect pest. And apart from that, we also need to have a specific program on ND specific breeding. Especially, we need to identify varieties, especially for biscuits or for specific targets, maybe for breeding or maybe for what you call poultry or so on. So there are many initiatives which are taking place, especially scientifically we call speed breeding, where we can rapidly advance the generation, and we have modern tools like genome editing and genomic selection, where we are now applying especially to develop improved varieties in all these crops. So here one of the important point I would like to mention is that, like morning Dr. Ramanjanil was telling that mostly we were focusing on yield. Most of the breeding programs, they were focusing on yield. But this is one of the successful example where in pearl millet is the first of its kind. Whenever a variety is promoted to the next level, it is basically on the yield. But here we have set a benchmark. They should have a minimum benchmark, especially for in pearl millet is for grain, iron and zinc. So if a entry is having the minimum benchmark, it is being qualified. So here we are taking care of both grain yield as well as the nutritional superiority, so that we can generate more income to the farmers, as well as we can target the nutritional superiority of the consumers. So one of the area where we can augment, I think running time. So where we can increase the production is through, like, we need to identify alternate areas. So rice fallow areas is one of the successful example, especially we are demonstrated in sorghum in Guntur district of Andhra Pradesh, where under zero tillage condition they are taken up, and even the productivity is so high, like the average productivity is 900 kg, but we can get yields up to the 7 tons per hectare. So these are some of the successful examples. And apart from that, we need to look into the good agricultural practices, especially the quality seed, which is a main input for the farmers. And apart from that, we need to look all these aspects like agronomic practices, integrated pest and disease management, and like mainly the moisture conservation technique, especially for millets and intercropping with millets, where we can further think of increasing yield in millets. And one of the important point, especially with regard to the promoting millets, is the mechanization in millets. So especially rice and wheat, they have the largest area under mechanization, but millets, they have the least area. But now we need to promote mechanization, especially for the harvesting, where there is a more drudgery in millets. So we are also at IMR, we are also looking at different plant types, especially like non-lodging type, where we can increasing we can go for mechanical harvesting. So strengthening of seed system is again an important aspect. Again, there are formal and informal system. Wherever hybrid seed system, it is mostly formal, and especially in small mills, it's mostly the informal. That is a farm saved seed, which is being. So we need to now have an integrated seed system. We need to combine the both and the formal, informal system, where we can jointly work, and especially we need to have the capacity building of the farmers. So these are some of the aspects, and at IMR we have established 18 millet hubs. So they cater to the seed requirements at the different regions, especially in increasing the breeder seed production, and also they will be helping in supply of latest high yielding varieties to the farmers. One of the important aspects with regard to the millets is earlier most of the millets were available, but they were not in the convenient to eat form. So at IMR, a lot of interventions has happened, especially retrofitting of machineries, and then developing different primary and secondary processing techniques, and through which a number of products has been developed. So these are some of the products which have been developed at IMR, which are also available for commercialization to the startups or the entrepreneurs. Apart from that, one of the major issues with regard to the shelf life of millets, especially in pearl millet, because mainly in pearl millet it has the highest lipid content, so the germ is very intact, so we cannot remove it. So in that way, especially after the processing of millets, the what you call the deterioration of flour is very fast, mainly due to the lipase activity. So at IMR we have developed different what you call technologies which can extend the shelf life of all this. So all these technologies will help in further promoting the millets, as well as especially in when we are trying to promote millets on a global scale. One important aspect again at IMR, we also have a technology business incubator where a new entrepreneur, where he wanted to start up a business, so he can come to IMR and he'll be incubated there. He'll be trained with all the facilities available at IMR, and then he can use the facilities to develop different products. And once he identifies the different market, he may be identifying the products which is suitable to him. So those products, once he establishes, then he can have his own. So there are different what you call startup funds are available, especially under the RKVY and DST, which they can make use of. Apart from that, we also need to look into the non-food uses of millets, especially at IMR. We have, especially in sorghum, we have the feedstock developed, especially for the first and second generation biofuel. So now government is now trying to push what you call blending of ethanol 20% by 2025. So we need to, so seed sorghum will be an important feedstock, especially when we are trying to diversify for non-food uses. And apart from that, like poultry, use of what you call these millets for poultry and pigs and malting and brewery. These are different avenues where we can look to diversify the millets. Yeah, I'm stuck here. Yeah, I think. So, can you help me? Apart from food, wherever like millets, they are grown, they are also grown for it. Yes. Yeah, sure. So they are also grown like a dual purpose crop, mainly where like in sorghum and pearl millet we have exclusively millet varieties for fodder. So they are all very promising. So and apart from that, we also need to look millets in a global perspective. So especially Odisha, where there is a very good area under rice fallow. We can augment the production, especially the rice fallow sorghum, which can be taken up, and maybe a processing, what you call can be set up where compliance to different standards, export standards can be at a state level can be done. So these are the millet exporting countries. Like just we need to know like which are the countries they are exporting millets, and it is exported to which country, and so this information will really help us to further promote millets on the global scale. Especially with regard to the sorghum, the largest exporter is USA, and it is being exported to China. So this is with regard to the millet export from India. So further, again, role of FPOs in millets promotion. And finally, the policy interventions, which is very important, especially to promote millets. So these are the series of policy interventions right from 2012 to 2021. And a series of events has taken place at country level. Especially, we had a technical excursion of G20 ministers at IMR, where we demonstrated all the technologies to the different countries, and we are also sensitized the importance of millets. And our Honorable Prime Minister dedicated IMR as a global center of excellence of millets. And one of the initiative recently which has taken place is a Maharishi, that is the Millets and Ancient Grain International Research Institute initiative, where we will foster research across countries. So apart from research, we will be also taking up the capacity building activities under this initiative. So thanks. So all these efforts should finally lead to a legitimate place for millets in the global food basket. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ganpati. That was such an amount of work in such a small time. So we realize that IIMR is doing absolutely phenomenal work in all the different spheres, which is great. However, moving forward, just imagine yourself, you are stuck in a lift with Dr. Pari sir, and you have 5 minutes going from ground floor to up until 3rd floor where he sits. What would be some of the key messages that you would really want him to know from your research, from your organization? So let's try and see if we could make it a little bit more brief, all the next few talks. And I think that would be a very good takeaway for all of us. So thank you, Dr. Ganpati, for really fascinating and such an in-depth sort of talk. So thank you for that. With that, I would now like to invite Dr. Gajanan from ICRISAT. I'm sure he has a lot to say as well, but please bear in mind that we have limited time, and yeah, opportunity is yours now. So you can find your presentation.
Where is ICRISAT? So good afternoon. I think before I came, Madam mentioned me that it has to be finished in 5 minutes, but I think I will take 10 minutes, not more than that. So most of the discussion since morning is happening about how millet is important, constraints and other thing what Dr. Ganpati has mentioned. So I will be touching upon the work what ICRISAT-led consortium is doing, not only in Odisha but in other states. Basically my topic given is landscape modeling management for enhancing the millets areas in Odisha, particularly here. So I will not touch upon the constraint. Only one thing we need to understand that subsistence mind of the farmer is one of the biggest constraints. So we need to change that and make them available, the inputs in the required quantities and at the right time. So lot of opportunities are there. So again, with the time constraint, I think I will just skip this. But one thing to understand, since beginning, Dr. Ramu was also mentioning millet-based cropping system to be focused on. I think this is the key. We need to focus not only on crop, but system as such. That only is the solution. So other things already discussed, we'll skip. This also I will skip because Dr. Ganpati has talked much about the area production, decline and all other things. And Odisha Millet Mission is doing fantastic job. Other states are also following Assam Millet Mission, and recently, which ICRISAT is a part of the Assam Millet Mission, and recently the Bihar also launched the program where ICRISAT is leading the Millet Mission of Bihar also. So thanks to Odisha for piloting those things. Now coming to these landscape expansion, how we should go ahead with that. I categorize it into 4 to 5 components, and so first and important thing is we need to understand we cannot expand millet in each and every area. While talking to the Secretary Agriculture Government of Bihar, I mentioned very critically we will fail, you will fail if you target millets everywhere. You need to identify the landscape where it can go. So I think that is a big exercise, because during a workshop which was held on 5th of April, workshop in Patna. So I mentioned it upfront, and then it was acknowledged by him, because see, you cannot compare millet with rice. There is a different ecology, different kind of the management, different kind of output. Well settled market for the rice, it's not with the millets. Dr. Ramu was highlighting those points in the morning. So how should we go ahead? So we need to identify the critical areas, critical ecosystems which can go straight away with the millets. So identification of the right ecosystem, identification of the right parcel of the land, right landscape is the critical thing. We can't go with the lowland, we can't go with the midland having the good soil depth. We need to go and identify the areas which are uplands where still till today paddy has been grown and it is vulnerable. Vulnerable due to the climate vagaries, vulnerable due to the different adaptive factors. Productivity is very low, and the climatic risk is very high. So out of suppose 2 to 3 times out of 5 years, if it is failed, I think those areas we need to target. So I think this is the key message during the presentation I want to give. The selection of the proper area is important. And I think again I thank the government of Odisha for designing another schemes, another initiatives wherein not only the finger millet, but other millets which are forgotten foods. Morning PS sir was mentioning sorghum, pearl millet, little millet, foxtail millet. I think if we concentrate on those areas, sorghum is absolutely not there, pearl millet is there in the small areas. Can we go with that. So there is a one initiative started from January 2024. Again, ICRISAT is leading that initiative, LED Consortium is leading that initiative. We have identified the 5 districts, Koraput and Koraput, Noapada, Nabarangpur and other areas. So I will just give an example and then we'll skip. So we need to identify. So we categorize it into the 5 categories if you look at the land. So first is rain-fed, lowland rice, pulses, millet. So summer millet can go. Then rain-fed lowland rice, small millets, again in the rice fallow system or summer can go. But the land use, the land patterns from say class 3 to 4 and 5, they are ideally suited for the millet expansion. So we should start from 4 to 5 and wherever there is an upland and then chances of the rain are very less, I think we can target the third. So for millet expansion, instead of going with the 1 and 2, let's target the area 3rd, 4th and 5th. So this is the another thing. We did some economics and other thing that if we target each and every area, how much is the economics per hectare you are getting and other thing, but I will not touch. The presentation is here which could be shared later on by the organizers. So we did this exercise for the 5 districts of Odisha, but I think when we take this millet mission into our vision, I think this exercise to be done for all across 30 districts. We did for all and then categorically 3rd, 4th, 5th land parcels, landscapes were selected for that. Okay? So this is the project I was mentioning, the initiatives by Odisha government. Second thing is, see, we have seen there is a huge rainfall. Odisha is blessed with the rainfall 1200, 1400, 2000 millimeter rainfall. Sometimes you are getting abundant rain, sometimes there is a drought and then paddy is having the issues as far as the productivity is concerned. So landscape based resource conservation is another key. We need to have the soil water conservation at the landscape level implemented in following the scientific management practices. And a classic example for Bihar, what now ICRISAT-led consortium is doing is promoting the proso millet, which is just a 65 days crop during summer season. Late Rabi, maybe January, because that region is different. You know, you get the 0 degree centigrade temperature in Bihar during the winter season, but Odisha is not the case. You have the good temperature and we can have the rice fallow millet cultivation also. But if you harvest the water at the landscape level and then during Rabi season, you can go with the proso millet, which is just 65 days crop and productivity is around 16 to 20 quintal per hectare. You have the good crop, market is there and there is a lot of opportunities in this area. So apart from that, the management practices Dr. Ganpati mentioned. So again, my interest to talk about only one aspect here is the scale appropriate mechanization. Since morning, many of the speakers were talking about mechanization, but how the mechanization is going to bed and how it will be a game changer, that I will speak upon. But again, agronomically, fertifortification could be one option. We heard about biofortification by genetic means, but as an agronomist, I always recommend to go with the fertifortification, which can double the zinc and iron concentrations within the produce. I will not touch upon these other aspects. Proper agronomy is important. And these are the examples from Odisha. We have Dr. Raviraj, leading the Koraput district. So the yield data is from the Koraput and the neighboring districts. Lot of management practices, how it leads to the enhancement in the productivity is there. And I think Dr. Ramu morning was mentioning rainwater use efficiency. With the different intervention, how rainwater use efficiency could be improved. This is a classic case. And in the circle, you can see each input, how it is contributing to this rainwater use efficiency. But my interest is, this is the last I think I will talk about, but this is the game changer which the ICRISAT led consortium, again I am not saying only the ICRISAT, we have initiated, piloted. We did this exercise in the Bihar successfully and we have done it in case of the Odisha also. We have refined machine, I am not saying developed, we have refined the existing machines which suits to go for the millet planting. If you look at 80%, 90% of the area in general in millet growing area is broadcasted. Transplanting is very less because it is labor consuming, so it is very less and mostly broadcasted and lot of issues. I think we all are from agriculture background. We know if we do broadcasting what will happen. So the machine, many people were talking. We have designed, we have refined these machineries and piloted. You see, you can have the 2 rows of the crop within the bed, single bed. These machines at present are there in Koraput, Raigada, Nabarangpur, Gajpati. These 4 districts we have deployed, and 8 districts of Bihar, these machines we have deployed, and this is doing excellent work. So this is done, and I tell you, we have done the sowing, and the center person is the ex-director of research, OUT. The collaboration with the NARS partner is also important. So I was mentioning consortium, the OUT, ICRISAT-led consortium, and then private entities, we all together brought this machine. The actual sowing is done in case of the Odisha this season, because we got the project this season, we did the sowing, and it is doing good. So I think if you have line sowing, you have good establishment, purpose is solved. You can do weed management, intercultivation, like all you do with your normal pulses and other crops. One more thing here is the seed requirement is 4 kg per hectare in general. For the other crop here, you reduce the seed requirement up to 1.5 kg. Okay, so this is the machine which can plant 1 kg seed per hectare. 1 kg seed per hectare. Okay, we have demonstrated it. I think this is the key message for the NGO partners and then FPOs, that this could be done. It has come in the social medias, newspapers, publication, everywhere. This is the key actually to transform. When we say the expansion cannot happen unless you follow the landscape management, the landscape soil water conservation, mechanization, and then following the proper agronomy. One fellow was mentioning about the threshing and other equipments. In the process, when you say the mechanization, it cannot be only the sowing, but the thresher is a problem which is leading to the market issues. Actually, this is the thresher. The video is available, and I think I will not play because time is, okay, it is already, yeah. So it is available, and we have demonstrated in Bihar, and we are planning to bring it here in Odisha also. And now the last one is value chain. Dr. Ganpati was talking about different products. We have set up one unit, state-of-art facilities on millet value chain in Koraput, which Dr. Raviraj is leading, and this is providing the different produce which are directly feeding to the schools. 55 schools, the produce is being paid, and then Collector Koraput has taken initiatives. I think this is the good linkages. You are not always need to look for the profit as such, but you need to see how it is going to benefit the nutrition security of the young kids going to the school. I think with this conclusion and other things are very abrupt with my presentation. Thank you very much for the opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gajanan. Thank you for your insightful talk. I think we do realize that the landscape level planning would be important, and especially if we are trying to do some sort of policy initiatives. I think some sort of futuristic modeling to see how, if we are wanting to expand X amount of hectare in millets, how would that react in that particular area or that particular district? What would be the ecosystem looking like in 5 years' time or 10 years' time as well? So it's very important. So thank you for that. With that in mind, a last talk for this panel, I would like to invite Mr. Pulak Ranjan Nayak from Shri Anna Abhiyan, Orissa, who would be talking to us about the farmers' behavior as well, because it is important with the technology, techno-scientific knowledges that we have. We also have socio-technical aspect embedded within the policy. So how would farmers wanting to change, or what are the behavior that we need to be aware of?
Adapting millet culture farmers' behavior. Thank you all for giving me an opportunity to speak in such a platform. So I heartily welcome all of you, especially experts from York universities and government staff, and my dear friends from FA and FPOs who have worked a lot from the journey of Odisha Millet Mission to Sri Anna Abhiyan. Especially thanks to all of you to be here. So as my topic is adapting millet cultivation and farmers' behavior to changing climatic condition, the topic which was given to me, it's basically all the points which should be in my PPT and my explanation, all were very well explained from PS sir to Dr. Gajanan sir. So how we can change the behavior of farmer and to create new mindset of for millet cultivation development. It is my topic. So, as all of you know, basically, I don't want to skip my slides because these all are the things which are in the mind of people for which millet cultivation has been stopped, for which Odisha Millet Mission came forward. And all of you had fight for more than 7 to 8 years to bring Millet Mission to a successful step. So as a common thought was there, millet is a poor man food, millet is a bad food. If a person does not have money, he cannot buy rice or wheat, he only goes for or she goes for millet. So all these things were completely wrong thing. In 2012, the father of Green Revolution, Swaminathan, when he told that he bring a idea that these all are nutricereals, which Ganapati sir has very beautifully presented in his slide, how much nutrient content in this. After that, people came to know we should change our mind and bring millets into our plates. So, on this, in 2017, so Odisha Millet Mission was flourished and came to existence, and from 2017 it has begun in Odisha with a full-fledged flagship program in 2024. We are still continuing in 30 districts, from 7 districts to 30 districts of Odisha. Now we are flourishing Odisha Millet Mission, now which is Sri Anna Abhijan. So basically I don't want to tell more thing about the 9 domesticated millets which have been grown in our all parts blocks of Odisha, 177 blocks of Odisha. So the only 2 in the ICM 2023, 2 other millets, that is Amaranthus and TAFE, which was included in the millet domesticated chain or in the seed chain. So, and before that, how we can change the idea of a farmer to take over millet cultivation? So we should always know the importance of millets. Millets, basically all millets require less amount of water, which has been very easy, which has been it has been described by Ganapati sir and others. So just I want to recall that millets can be grown in poor to poor soil. By nature, millets is born organical, so we do not may use synthetic fertilizers. And once millet is a cropping pattern, millet can be cultivated in a solo cultivation way or it is a mixed cultivation way. So this is also it plays an integral part in the tribal livelihood of tribal peoples, where they cannot cultivate paddy, so there they can cultivate millets, so they include millets in their tribal integrity on the cultural activities. So how millets are drought resistance? How I can say that millets is a drought resistance variety? It is requires less water than paddy, because as sir told, millets are C4 plants. C4 plants has the capacity to utilize store more water in their body, and they photosynthetically they use 4 carbon compound oxaloacetic acid. So for that reason it is a drought resistance variety. So basically the research, as a part of the research team in the millets, Odisha Millet Mission and Sri Anna Abhijan, basically first of all we have done exploration, or we have gone to the farmers, those who are the custodian farmers, and we have identified the custodian farmers, those who are storing for several years they were storing their important land races, and from that land races, the PS sir just told you that we have released 4 land races, and Odisha is the first state to make a committee where the custodian farmers are the part of the releasing committee. So this is the first time any state in all over India and all over the world has done a unique thing. And the most important thing was the custodian farmer was the part of the releasing committee. So as sir told, Raimati Guria and Subhasa Didi, those 2 ladies were highly recognized by United Nations, and one of them is also called as the Mandia Didi of Mayurbhanj Jasipur. So these all are the things Odisha Millet Mission brought back and make farmers and keep the farmer in the forefront, so that farmers are highly interested to these things and they were adapting millet cultivation. So like that, what I have told, from 7 district to 30 district is not a short journey, not a simple way. It has gone through a very tough way without the support of our FA partners and other officials and everyone. It would not have been an easy way. So Basically, in our research activities, we are doing the participatory varietal trial. After the exploration of land races, we are making a randomized block design. We are taking around that much of land races which are available with checking with a check variety, government rates variety. From that, the 2 varieties which are selected, and we are directly involving farmers to select the one variety of their own choice and researcher. And that way, we are again in the next year, we are going for the seed production and mass selection, where the farmer preferred and the researcher preferred variety were seed produced, and it is further seed multiplied with the help of FPOs. And specially, thanks to my all FPOs, CEOs and FPO partners, those who are here, for their continuous seed multiplication and supply of good land races to the farmers and in the progressive way. And the bio input production unit which they have developed is a very landmark step for organical cultivation in Odisha. So, and then we are, for last 2 years, we are constructing crop diversification blocks, not along millets. We are also trying to store other land races of oilseed, pulses and other cereals, which can be a good parent genetic material for further research purpose, and for the nutrition balancing of the farmers can be maintained. Then, another thing, we have one of our madam just complained, or what she suggested, that why you are not promoting the land races, why you are giving the high yielding variety. For that reason, for these 2 years, we are carrying out seed village program with the partnership of Osoka and OSCC to increase the seed production of the choiceable variety to provide the farmers. And also, our FPOs are also doing a lot of work in multiplying the land races for the supply to the farmers. So, all these things what I have talked in a very short period of time, this is the fact how Odisha Millet Mission or Sriyanna Abhijan is still is a flagship program. So, basic upon all these points, we have tried to work, and we have awared the peoples, we have awared the farmers, for which the journey from 7 district to 30 district has been a remarkable way, and from taking from the production level to the marketing objectives, everything Odisha Millet Mission or Sriyanna Abhijan has taken in a very beautiful way, and they have sent the proper awareness message to the farmer, for which still it's a flagship program of the state. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Pulak, Ranjan Nayak. Okay, if we have any burning questions for any of the 3 speakers, please can we have your hands up? Okay. Jeff? Yeah, no, you need a mic. Yeah.
So this morning's speakers and yourself talked about the opportunities going forward. You talked of a 5-year timeline. That's 5 seasons, isn't it? Not necessarily. Well, from what you just said, yeah. If you've got partners in the southern hemisphere, it's even more seasons. And I couldn't see your slide long enough to know if there were any southern hemisphere countries growing millet. So countries in the other half of the world, the southern hemisphere, are any of them growing millet, and do we know them? Thank you.
Dr. Ganpati, would you like to take this?
Can you kindly elaborate, madam? Question?
Yes, so he's asking, like, are there any other countries apart from India in the southern hemisphere, right, who are growing millets? And as far as my knowledge goes, I think there are 6 to 7 countries within Africa which are growing millets. There were more countries in Africa, but it has certainly declined over the time, especially because probably there is not enough marketing strategies are not there yet, but if you want to elaborate on that.
Madam, as you rightly said, apart from India, Africa, there are many countries like Sudan like Ethiopia, where finger millet is widely grown. USA is one of the largest producer of millets, especially sorghum. So most of these millets which have been produced at USA, they are being what you call like exported to China, especially for bird or poultry feed. So even the production is around 11 million tons, the USA whatever they produce. And the productivity is also very high, that is about 4 tons per hectare. So, with regard to small millets, especially proso millet, again, it is also being used as bird feed in US, in parts of US. And China is one of the major producer of foxtail millet. Compared to India, China has the largest area of foxtail millet, and even I do believe they do also have like a, in all the small millets, it is mostly the varieties which are grown, but China, they also reported they have some hybrid cultivars also which have been grown, especially in foxtail millet. Yeah.
Okay, I think that answers your question, Jeff. Kiran, you have a question?
Thank you, colleagues, for what was a really powerful and I think inspiring set of presentations. I want to come to our last speaker because you stole my heart on a comment that you made, which was poor man's food, bird food. You know, so much of what we've been talking about has been the technology, but you struck a chord, which is the consumer. So how do we change perception? You know, Sonal's talked about changing behaviour, because if we don't change the perception issue, no matter how much we grow, we don't have a market and a consumer for it.
Mr. Pulak? Just use the mic.
Actually, madam, the point what I have told, the thought of peoples which bring back millets, drawback of the millets production. So now as from 2012 onwards, when the government declared these cereals as a nutri-cereals, these thought have been completely changed. And the nutritional analysis, these all values when came to common vision, after that, this thought was completely eradicated. So the farmers, just what I said, from 7 districts to 30 districts, from 10,000, 2,000, 5,000 farmers to 2,60,000 farmers. I am only telling about the Sri Anna Abhijan program of Odisha. So this step was development to from thousands to lakhs of farmers, and their successful journey from every objectives of Odisha Millet Mission what has been given. So it has been completely fulfilled. When these all thoughts went away from the farmers, and madam, today in the urban cities also, people are searching, where is millets? Once upon a time, you all be smiling. When I first joined in Odisha Millet Mission in 2019, there was a fair. A group of boys came and asked me, which machine has produced this panicle? So now this type of question is not at all coming. So they were now searching from where we will get adequate amount of value addition substance from grain. So when these all things are eradicated from the mind of people, so there is a lot of success in the millet cultivation in our state and in all over India. That's what I want to say.
And just to add to that, I think last year in our international convention on millets, FAO suggested, because India is also like, you know, is a brand oriented country. So any brand, for example, if we have some eminent film stars or eminent cricketer promoting millets, then that would also help in changing consumer perception. I think one of our film stars, Anushka Sharma, she is already doing quite a bit, but associated with this, a kind of maybe one selected brand of millet. But beyond that, if it is a general, like, you know, we used to have these jingles in India when we were very small, Sunday hoya Monday, roast khao ande, right? So we don't have that for millets, yes. So there is an opportunity to have those jingles, irrespective of which brand your millets is coming from. You know, your anda was not coming from any particular dairy farm. It was just an egg. You know, you can procure it from anywhere. So it should be for even for the millets, as far as I know. I think that would make a huge difference. Okay, I think with that, just one more question, finally. Thanks, Kiran. We'll be slightly late for the lunch, about approximately 45 minutes. Please bear with us because we have a very good line of speakers in the next panel as well. Yes, sir.
Hi, this is Mihir from Switch On Foundation. Actually, we are working in here in Odisha last 2 years. So, as for the ground reality, we visited some places where OMM working with some like local NGOs like Harsha Trust and Selco, with also Switch On we are working. So, when we are seeing that millet, especially we are talking about ragi, finger millets, the process cost is only 25 rupees. When it's coming to market, like I suppose make कुछ लड्डू खरीद रहा हूँ, कुछ केक खरीद रहा हूँ, it will charges like 20-30 rupees per piece. तो कहाँ पर हम लोग ये जो पॉलिसी मार्केट वैल्यू चेन को मार्केट लिंकेजेस पॉलिसी में क्या हम लोग देख रहा है, एंड इन फ्यूचर हाउ कैन दैट फार्मर्स गेट द बेनिफिटेड डायरेक्टली. सपोज हम कुछ प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट का एस्टेब्लिश किए हैं, मैं देखा हर्षा और आप लोग से कुछ किए, क्या उतना काफ़ी है या फ्यूचर हम क्या सोच क्या रहे हैं. और सपोज वी आर वर्किंग वेरी क्लोजली विद द रूरल वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर्स इन ओडिशा. सो बहुत सारे इंडिविजुअल जो है वो लोग बहुत इंटरेस्टेड है कि कुछ उनको सपोर्ट मिले. तो जो मिलेट्स उग रहा है, हम लोग बोल रहा है कि हम मैट्रिक टन बाहर दे रहे हैं, क्या हम लोग उसको लेके कुछ फूड प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट या स्टॉल्स, नॉट ओनली दैट सिटीज़ अर्बन एरिया, रूरल में भी हम लोग उसके लिए फ्यूचर में क्या प्लान कर रहे हैं. और जब you all are welcome to the organization such as our मैंने हम लोग जैसे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को वेलकम कर रहे हैं, उसका वे क्या है, हाउ जब हम लोग काम कर रहा है दैट उसको वो जो पॉलिसी चेंजेस और हम लोग का जो इंटरवेंशन को लेके क्या हो सकता है फ्यूचर में, जस्ट वी वांट टू नो ऑन दैट पार्ट.
Sure, thank you. Any of the speakers? Yes? Dr. Gajanan?
So, good afternoon. Nice question. I think the answer lies in your question itself. You are from an organization, and you mentioned the names of the few organizations. Okay. So, it is the responsibility of not only government, but it is the responsibility of all the communities to come together, do primary processing at least. If you simply do the primary processing, the rate from 25 rupees will go up to 35 rupees. If you do some packing, you know, I am from Hyderabad. I purchased the sorghum from the market, 70 rupees half kg. And basically I am from Maharashtra. There, from my farm produce is being sold at 25 rupees. Okay. So primary processing, packaging, I think this is the job of the community organizations and NGOs. If they come together, there is a government schemes. I strongly believe there is a government scheme already available. If you can tap on that. Classic example, while working in Maharashtra, I saw the group of farmers came together, they formed the FPOs, and then they started seed production. The entry point was the seed production, later on they enter into the processing. I think if it is done, then there is a solution. Government alone, I don't think it is possible, but there is one thing which going to come, what I mentioned in Koraput, another thing is going to come in Angul district, like that. There will be a lot of opportunities coming in from the government sector, but I think unless community organizations and then NGOs come together, tap the schemes of central and state, it is not possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all the speakers. And I would now like to invite our Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Kiran Trihan, to felicitate all the three speakers, please. Dr. Ganpati from IIMR, Dr. Gajanan from ICRISAT, and Mr. Pulak from Shri Anna Abhiyan, Orissa. Now I would like to invite our, thank you all the panelists. Thank you for your insightful talk. I think we learned a lot from you all. Okay, thank you. Give a big round of applause for all of them. Now I would like to invite our second panelist. We are just changing name tags in between, but please make yourself comfortable on stage. So Mr. Devesh Jha from I369 Innovation Limited from United Kingdom. Mr. Anup Narayanan from Department of Business and Trade, Deputy British High Commission from Kolkata. Mr. Sarang Vaidya from Go for Fresh, and Ms. Sharda Ghosh, who is the principal at IHM. Welcome to all four speakers. Please allow us a moment to properly welcome you. And apologies that we are running late. Hopefully you can still hold on for a few more minutes before the lunch break. Okay, so I think with this panel, we will start with Mr. Devesh Jha, who will be letting us know about some of the technologies from the UK to see how it fits within Indian context, in Orissa context, and then we'll move forward with Mr. Anup ji.
Thank you, Sonal. I'll keep brief because technology keep you saving the times. So, like myself, Devesh Jha, we have established our company in the UK, and before that I was having one of the largest fleet of drones in India. We are doing image analysis, sensor analysis, and spectral analysis. Means we are digitizing the farms. The big challenge is that the commercialization. So I would like to talk from the perspective of a corporate. If today you have a biscuit factory, if you have a FMCG company, you are more worried for your supply chain rather than farmer also. So from the Zomatos are there, DoorDash are there. A panchayat level unit where we are putting a digital kiosk. From that kiosk, anybody can come and sell the things. Our drone goes and fly and make a digital chart. From that chart, the day the farmer is growing, our buyer is knowing. So now the buyer and sellers are on the same pages. So you should grow like this. Then the government comes. So now the government, suppose there is a flood or there is a situations where you need to compensate. Now you have a digital dashboard. So there is no any manual intervention. So it's a complete digital ecosystem. So we have made a dashboard and an app. That app can be used by farmer also, but we have found that a lot of farmers are still not using that smartphone. So we have digital kiosk where it's like a pan dukan and kirana dukan in every villages. And that system, that kiosk, is having a drone port kind of thing. So now you call or you come, you can book your drone, you can fly the drones, government can compensate them, and as a buyer, like you are a US company, you are sitting in Europe and you are opening your dashboard. Now you are seeing that in the Koraput or in the Bengal or in the Bihar, in a small district, in small villages, what is growing, what is happening, you can book it entirely. And this is how we are changing the farming ecosystem. I'm very thankful for Department of Business Trade and UK ecosystems where they are actually, in India, when it comes on research, it's still a very taboo thing. Like research, nerd, passionate, something. Research, when you are from the Europeans or even the Chinese, they're excellent in the research. So lots of funding is requirement and lots of implementation is requirements. In India, even for the startups, and there is a mindset, if there is a government intervention, so chalega wala attitudes is there, like it can go. So let's not take that. Now we are the young generations. Utilize the funds, but as a commercial point of value, and there are a lot of startups. So I am saying that we can potentially change the complete a $1 billion market we can visualize together. And I'm very, very thankful, especially Professor Sonal for inviting this session and bringing this opportunity to collaborate with you. And I'm happy to announce that we are deploying more than 5,000 rural women in complete rural market. And we have already done tie-up with the IFCO and Manipal University. So very soon we will be collaborating with the state departments also. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Devish ji. I think we would have loved to see your digital chaos platform to see how it looks like, but never mind. I think moving ahead, we would now like to invite Mr. Anup Narayanan from Department of Business and Trade. Anup ji.
Well, in the interest of time, I'll keep it very short. I think everybody is quite hungry, so we need to go for a break very soon. But very good afternoon, fellow speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here today to talk about the remarkable capabilities of UK agri-tech companies and exciting opportunities for collaboration. The convergence of technology and agriculture, known as agri-tech, is transforming the way we produce food, manage resources, and ensure sustainability. The UK is at the forefront of this revolution with its agri-tech sector offering innovative solutions that can significantly benefit the agricultural landscape of India. Sustainability is at the heart of UK's agri-tech innovation. From sustainable farming to renewable energy solutions for agriculture, UK companies are developing technologies that reduce reliance on natural resources and promote eco-friendly farming practices. These sustainable solutions are particularly relevant to India, where the need to balance agricultural productivity with environmental conservation is crucial. By partnering with UK agri-tech firms, Indian organizations can access the tools needed to build a more resilient and sustainable agricultural sector. UK agri-tech companies are pioneers in developing cutting-edge technologies that address the critical challenges faced by modern agriculture. These include precision farming, artificial intelligence, data analytics, robotics, and sustainable resource management. The UK's expertise in these areas is enabling farmers to increase productivity, enhance crop yields, reduce waste, and minimize environmental impact. By leveraging advanced technologies, UK agri-tech companies are not only improving the efficiency of agricultural practices, but also ensuring food security in a rapid changing world. Precision agriculture is one of the key strengths of UK agri-tech sector. By integrating satellite imagery, sensors, and data analytics, UK companies are providing farmers with real-time insights into soil health, crop growth, and weather patterns. This allows for more accurate decision-making, optimized use of inputs like water and fertilizers, and ultimately high yields with reduced environmental footprint. The adoption of precision agriculture can be a game changer for Indian agriculture, where maximizing efficiency and sustainability are paramount. Maintaining healthy soil is fundamental to resilient cropping. I think, sir, you mentioned about that. Advanced soil health monitoring technologies, including soil sensors and drones, provide real-time data on soil conditions. These technologies help farmers understand nutrient levels, moisture content, and soil composition, enabling them to make informed decisions about soil management and crop selection. By monitoring and maintaining soil health more effectively, farmers can improve crop resilience to pest and adverse weather conditions. Integrated pest management is another area where technology is making a significant impact, though the use of predictive analytics, machine learning, and biological control methods. IPM helps farmers manage pests more effectively and sustainably. Technologies such as smart traps and pest forecasting models allow for early detection and targeted intervention, reducing the need for chemical pesticides and minimizing their impact on the environment. The UK agritech sector is not just about technology, it is about creating value through global partnership. UK companies are eager to collaborate with Indian organizations not only to share their expertise but also to explore new market opportunities. The growing demand for high-tech agricultural solutions in India presents a significant opportunity for UK agritech firms to expand their presence and contribute to modernization of Indian agriculture. These partnerships can lead to mutual benefits, fostering innovation and economic growth in both countries. The UK government is committed to supporting the agritech sector and fostering international collaborations. We at the Department of Business and Trade are facilitating discussions between companies from both countries and also with governments on technology partnerships. We have been working with companies in India, supporting them in bringing advanced technologies and connect them to UK companies in areas like organic farming, sensors, irrigation control, climate management and control in greenhouses, robotics, analytics, and of course agricultural drones like i369 Innovation, who spoke before me, is a UK company, and they are doing a wonderful job to support companies and farmers in India. And not to forget the post-harvest management space. There will be more competition and more opportunities in the Indian agricultural industry, and that includes millet farming in the coming years, and we'll be happy to support the Indian organizations during this change through technology collaboration. Let us embrace these advancements and work together to build more resilient and sustainable farming landscape for generations to come. The Department of Business and Trade in Kolkata will be looking forward to working with Odisha and also India more closely in the smart agricultural space. Please reach out to me if you need any more information. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Ms. Sonal Chaudhary from University of York for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anup. Thank you very much. I think it's really nice to hear that UK is open for collaboration. We do have some capabilities. I think it would be nice to see how we could collaborate with existing organizations and their capabilities here, whether that's OUAT or Utkal University or ICRISAT or IIMR or CSA and Department of Agriculture and Farmers Empowerment. So I think it would be great. Just on that note, very briefly, we got some really good interest 3 days ago from UKRI India, which is UK Research and Innovation. They are the funding body which funds in both the UK and also looking into the bilateral sort of funding opportunities between UK and India. So we would be exploring some opportunities after this workshop, after the outcome of this workshop, presenting them the outcome as well. So keeping fingers crossed for the future. With that in mind, I would now like to invite Mr. Sarang Vaidya from Go for Fresh to enlighten us about journey of what happened with quinoa and oats, and how do we learn, what do we learn from those revolution in terms of millets? How do we promote that?
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thanks, UKRI, Odisha government, STFC Food Network. This is a short learning, very, very important learning for millet, because we are into a similar journey as far as millet where we are today. This is the content. I would just keep this fast. This is a map, typically oats, quinoa and millet. So all three comparison is there. Typically it says about where it originated. This is all, I would say, ancient grains. And oats typically started, I would say, from the Babylon to typically Europe, and then it was a feed, come food, but finally it was basically got a thrust typically when it realized that, okay, it's a health benefit. And it was basically I would say benefits are the most important, which actually propelled it to a next level. Quinoa is typically originating from, I would say, Andes, which is basically South America. And then it actually moved. Again, it also had a similar journey, but I would say quinoa started a bit late as compared to oats. And millet is certainly, I would say, very specific to Asia and Africa. It actually started in China and India, and then it basically moved all around. And again, all three are really, I would say, we already have gone through all those health benefits of these particular ancient grains. So this is typically a oats revolution. It actually, I would say, the origin is 2000 BC plus. The 20th century, it basically started with, I would say, the porridge and oat cake was a thing which actually gave a boost. And again, more importantly, the recent developments, it's started with diversification of products. Now, this is what is the most important thing in whole of the three journey that what we saw. It was just basically a meal or a breakfast thing, then moving to multiple products is what we are saying is demand actually got boosted up because of product diversification, and this is very clear across all three. So whenever we see there is innovation coming at the food level or at the demand level, it changes whole scenario completely. And more importantly, also the health benefit, because health is something which is very, very critical to everyone. And these are the two critical components which is coming out very clearly for all three. And then again, importantly, I would say the recent developments also clearly says that, okay, this is the one which actually can be taken up to not only just a local level, but at the global level. Now, whenever we see local and global, it is a movement which has happened over the decades and all, and it has gone hand in hand with the production as well as the demand. It's not just saying that, okay, I am working on the supply side, but more importantly, it's demand which actually has made people think to grow in a different way, people also into innovative ways and all. More importantly, if you see for oats, it's typically Russia as well as Europe is the main, I would say, a production hub. Now it's even Canada which has taken up substantially. And more importantly, there are challenges what we face typically on millets. Similar type of challenges are also there in oats. Coming to quinoa, now quinoa is a hero type of a product which is quite smaller as compared to millet as well as oats. But certainly it has shown the way how it can be a superhero, or any particular crop can be a superhero. And the journey of quinoa is, I would say, really gives you a pathway on making, okay, again the same thing, product diversification, going production and demand hand in hand, and also a lot of, I would say, focus from the health gurus. Now, this is health guru is one of the interesting stuff in all these, I would say, three crops. Whenever there is a health thing coming up into picture, and a lot of health gurus all across, I would say, social media as well as across the platform, they basically pushing up this particular product. That is the first step. The second step, it is basically supported with, I would say, a product diversification, which also makes it interesting because you have to make the journey interesting. And the third thing is, whenever these two things are there, there is also another thing which is coming up is clearly the channels, because without channel it cannot move to the from the farm to the, I would say, plate. So coming to the millets we had already gone. So the similarity between I would say quinoa and millets is in 2013 it was international year. What UN said is 2013 was a international year for quinoa, and 10 years after, it's millet is 2023 is the international year for millet. Now there is a 10-year gap between these two, and I won't dwell on this particular millet thing because we had already gone through it. This is another interesting chart which clearly says about the journey of last 50 years about all three. And if you see, there are, say, 2005, around that particular time, it actually started going up. And then if you see around 2013, when it was a year of quinoa, the movement got up, exponential movement has been there as far as, and if you see even the demand and supply is going hand in hand. And this is the way we are there exactly. If you see the two clear graphs, we are at the same level what quinoa was there in 2013, 2015. So there is clear opportunity for millet to grab that particular opportunity, and the second chart clearly gives you a basically movement of the price. Now if you see oats and millets typically have been following a similar path on the price rise. But quinoa is superhero because it had actually gone up substantially as compared to anything. So what it clearly says is that farm to fame is what we had figured out. So it started with native and local produce to global trade. So this is the second step. Recognizing this as a health food is the third step. Then again, support from all research, I would say at the farm level, even at the health level. This is what is another boost which typically comes in. And then once we have this, then there is a production as well as demand go hand in hand. So that's what the most important step. And again from there, if you want to put up a satellite into a next orbit, it's typically product diversification. And then again, all these typical health gurus saying that, okay, this is not a health food, this is now a superfood. Now the superfood tag, whenever it comes, it is basically, we can see that, okay, things are moving in a very super fast speed. And again, the recognition from UN is certainly because it is not, it is making actually a local thing global, which is very, very important. And it certainly puts everything on a hyper growth mode. Now this is typically, I would say, the Saptapadi, which is a commitment from everyone, which is in from an Indian context, what we basically commit when we get engaged or have a marriage and all. So this is the 7 steps that what we actually can do. So first is certainly a health benefit. We certainly know on the health profile of all 3. But specifically for millet, because millet again have some, I would say, versatile things which are available. Another most important driver is a cooking part, because unless otherwise there is, I would say, multiple recipes coming up into it and making it important for everyone. So it basically from a salad and breakfast and a meal, if it is goes into a snacking, if it is goes into a instant food, if it goes into a beverages, it certainly make hell lot of difference for everyone. And more importantly, there have been a lot of questions on how the farmers basically can benefit from whole of this particular journey. But certainly here is the value addition to a very different level, and it also creates a huge amount of demand, because we had been more discussing on the supply side, but demand driven innovations are this. The third thing is sustainable and eco impact. It certainly we know very much about it, and it need to be amplified. It has been amplifying it. Everyone is doing their efforts, but more importantly, it's something that need to be done in a bigger way. Product innovation and quality, again, I spoke about it, is basically on the diversification, but not only just at the product level, but even at the farm level, because a lot of new varieties, a lot of new areas, a lot of new, I would say, technologies that need to be that are required, and more importantly, making it a convenience food. So whenever this convenience comes into picture, it becomes something like a Zomato, Swiggy. It makes a hell lot of life easy for everyone. So the convenience factor has to come in very, very clearly. More importantly, the 5th point is on the collaborations and partner. Now collaborations and partner, we already had the discussion in the earlier session also, because this is very important right from the farm level, the community level, to the, I would say, the distribution, supply chain, processors, and also the, I would say, the research agencies, as well as, I would say, even more importantly, platforms like this also can promote in a big, big way. So collaborations and partnerships are important. One important thing which was realized in this particular research was typically it need to start at the very grassroots level, at the school level. So if we can create more programs, and what Sonal also talked about, the jingles, and again very focused clearly at the school level, because at a youth level, at a kids level, if we make I would say millet at something which is like a Maggi type of a thing, it makes a lot of difference for everyone, because there is no Maggi product coming out of millet. So these are the ones which we actually need to work. And also Odisha government has been doing all those, I would say, midday meal programs and all those things. Why can't we have a millet as a compulsory ingredient into the midday meal thing? So those are the ones which actually need to be worked out. But more importantly, the global perspective is also very important, and it need to integrate with whole lot of local global connection that what we have. And the most important point here is the aspirational value, because if we create an aspirational value, it certainly makes everyone's job easy as far as all the stakeholders in this particular value chain are concerned. And the last and the most important is the awareness and the engagement, because awareness and engagement only will create that particular viral effect, and that's the only thing that what we need to, and we are very good on basically having a compelling stories. So this is the most important. So these are the 7 steps of commitment that all the stakeholders who can commit for the millet mission and take it to a next level. In fact, there were a lot of more research, but I have kept it short. So this is from an India-UK market making perspective. So plan and policy support is the first, followed by the farm and the processing is another important thing. The third is clearly very, very important, the influencers and the awareness boost that we need to give it for millet. Lot of guys are doing a lot of work, but still this is the most important thing. And the last and the most important is the industry, retail and the distribution, because you have to make this particular product reach to the consumers, and this is what is the most important thing. So thanks a lot for sharing all these particular insights with you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Sarang Vaidya. I think you gave us really good some of the food for thoughts, especially how do we actually make sure that our research is brought together to see whether or not we can actually propose millets as a superfood, because as far as my memory goes, quinoa, we have 16 grams of protein per 100 grams. And in some of the varieties of millets, we do have 11 to 12 grams of protein per 100 gram. So, and taking a mix of millets, if we could have some sort of products, which we'll be hopefully hearing from our principal in IHM, if we are able to bring the calcium, the magnesium, the micronutrients, and the proteins together by mixing the different varieties of millet, is it possible? Is it being done? Is it more research needed? Because lots being talk about product innovation and different diversification of the products needed for different markets. So with that in mind, I would now like to invite Ms. Sharda Ghosh, who is the principal at IHM. Ma'am.
Thank you very much, Professor Sonal. A very good afternoon to all the speakers on the days, speaker of the days, dignitaries, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I guess the most challenging aspect for any speaker is to speak just before the lunchtime. But I'll try and take this challenge accepted. Since I walked into this room, I've been thinking that am I in the wrong place? I come from I represent a community who are not scientists. We don't know anything about system thinking. We have no clue about analysis. Was happy to hear about sustainable agriculture. But I represent a community which actually brings the farm products to your platter. I represent a community who are reinventing traditional foods. I represent a community who are very, very keen to experiment with new ingredients. I represent a community which brings in delight to your dining experience. Ladies and gentlemen, I represent the chefs of this country. And we come from a very humble background, but I think the entire purpose of today's workshop is to try and promote millets. And I think the intervention of the chefs is very, very important. If you call Edison the father of invention, then we call ourselves the master of innovation. You give us anything edible and we'll put it on the platter and give it to you, and give a very, exotic name. We'll give you a cake of millets and probably call it gato ala, gato ala farine de millet. If I'm not wrong, my French is not very good. But yes, that's how we, try and bring in that kind of experience for you to enjoy your food. And I'm happy to be here today, and especially was happy to, note that I've been told to speak on innovation, which probably I think is very important, especially to actually promote this wonderful initiative taken by the Orissa government as well as the Orissa Millet Mission. I had an institute called Institute of Hotel Management, which is under Ministry of Tourism, Government of India. It's a 50-year-old institute, and we groom hoteliers and budding chefs. I have some of my students sitting right in front here. So innovation in millet, of course, as I said, give us anything and we'll bring out something good for you. So there are a lot of products now available. I'd been to Koraput last weekend, and on my way I had coffee at Koraput Coffee, and I was really delighted to see that all the snack items which were present there were of millets. 2 days back we had a workshop where a celebrity chef had come in, and he actually showed us demonstrations on millet-based products, and very happy to tell you all that he only has millets. So I think these are the few small initiatives that each one of us can take it to promote millets. And this is going to not just help us to have a healthy living, but also it's going to help the farmers who are actually producing this with a lot of hope. So in innovative millet products, ready-to-eat products is something that we can, easily get. You could have cereals, you could, come with puffed millets. You could have ready-to-cook products, which could be, the batters, the idli ragi batter, or the dosa batter, or the vada batter. You could also have millet snacks. That's about, how you could actually think about innovation in products, food products. How about beverages? We have been training, a lot of SDG women at the institute with the help of, representatives from Vasan, who are the consultants for the Orissa Millet Mission. And we come up with buttermilk with ragi, smoothies with, millets. And we can also have fermented beverages, kombucha, and though of course Orissa state is now not encouraging alcohol, but give us some millets and we might try and put up a microbrewery too. So this is the kind of innovation actually we can think about in terms of millets as a food item or as a beverage. And there has been a lot of work which has been done in the bakery and confectionery. Because millets are gluten-free, and all those who are, wanting to have a healthy, meal would definitely like to go in for that. And now, of course, there are many of us who are allergic to gluten. So I think millets can replace foods which are gluten-free. I was also told to talk about the domestic market potential, and looking at what the speakers have been speaking since morning. I don't think I should actually talk more about it. There is immense potential, and I'm sure that if all of us come together, we will be able to do it not just domestically, but also internationally. And we at IHM would definitely want to take this forward, and whatever support is required by the state government, we would be very happy to do so. And thank you once again to invite me here. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a wonderful lunch ahead. Thank you.
Thank you a lot, Ms. Sharda Ghosh. I think you play a very, very important role in the entire systems thinking, because without you, without your innovation, without the chef's innovation, I don't think so we'll have enough of the products on our plate from the farm. So thank you very much for your contribution, and I'm glad to hear that some of the different products that you are trying to test, we can discuss of the stage, or what potential it could have for the international market trade. As of now, I realize that we are running into the lunch now, running time into the lunch. So if there are any burning questions, maybe we can take 3 or 2. Okay. Can you pass on the mic?
I am Mohan. I am representing an organization called Mahashakti Foundation. But in the morning also we discussed a lot about the sustainability and continuity of the FPO. Farmer Producer Organization, many a times they have been registered under Companies Act, but they never run like a company. And another issue, like most of the NGOs like yours, we have a development set of mind. We don't think we don't run the FPO in a business model. So that is a key challenge. And another thing also in the morning we have discussed, the FPO, they do not get work for the whole year. They do supply input, and in the time of harvest they do sell. But in between they do not have much work to do. And after 5 years of this millet mission, I think the entire system will come to an halt. If the FPOs will not be sustainable, if they will not provide the services to small and marginal farmers. So how your innovation can help the FPO to manage this system continually or sustainably?
Deveshji, would you like to take that?
Bilkul. So, see, like Amazon changed the life of sellers, they empowered the sellers more than the ecosystem generated. Similar way, I told you that there is a farm ERP. Whenever we talk ERP, we go in a very complexities. In India, if you talk about farming ERP, they are the very technical, or maybe only few companies are there. Except cropping, I am not seeing some on a very easy language. So, sir, हमने एक छोटा सा develop किया platform. We have developed there. And where the government is also working, but government has another approach. Government is always making their ERP for their own purpose. For commercialization purpose, because I'm treating you as whenever you are starting a company, you are having a software. Starting from the Microsoft 365, without Microsoft, without Gmail, you cannot run a proper professional life. Like the day you are incorporating FPO, you must do the digitizations of your farmland. 3 things you are missing. You may digitize farmer, but you are not digitizing farm. Maybe you are digitizing farm also, but you are not digitizing what is the real crop there. So when you are connecting all 3, farmers, and in farmers, when I'm talking about not just the owner of the land, who is the responsible when the calls will come for the buyer. So farm, farmer, and what is the crop condition. These 3 things needed to be visible on a single dashboard. So if there is a crop there, so and for that now technology is developed, very affordable technology. Earlier these drones, satellite were very complex thing. Now very on a single mobile, when you will open my mobile on mobile application, you will see that you can see like the kind of change, Jirodha, growth. Now everybody is investor in India because they make it very easy to buy and sell the stock. In the similar way, doing the farming is there very much needed. Second thing is that since morning we are seeing that there is a behavior and there is a perception. Definitely, you need to. I'm very happy that Saram Bhai has connected that brand influence and awareness. So when I'm talking about awareness, the rural youth, the guy who earlier were on the TikTok and they were now in the YouTube, if we tap these 14 years to 24 years of the mind, those who will be happy to connect with the farming ecosystem. So now this technology is not taboo. Earlier when you are telling someone ki bhai tu kheti kar le, do the farmings, it's like he didn't get job, that's why he doing farming. And in that also if you are telling them grow the millets, still not. So when you are connecting with the technology, there is just some glamour part in this. So definitely your FPO is not motivated not just with the commercial, and some kind of app or something will be there. So make them little bit marketing side, not you are right now marketing for the customer. Do the marketing for yourself, your community member, those who are the FPO. They should have a t-shirt, they should have some, you should have a small YouTube channel, and then that's how you are every day. Then you have a office meeting. So don't behave as a farmer, behave as a something modern, something ultra, whatever the things you can do. And lot of, now a truck driver is earning 25 lakh, 30 lakh rupees per annum by just showing videos kind of thing. So in the social media is, we can create that kind of what you were asking. Thank you.
Okay, so use of social media and some sort of data analytics as well to help them, probably. And also build a brand, probably, rather than just calling yourself as one FPO or a farming community. I think the brand development is important. It takes time, but it's a journey to follow. Yes. Next question. I think you have the mic.
Hello everyone. Actually, it's not a question, so it's a solution to what the colleague asked. I am from Select Fresh. My name is Siddharth. I am the co-founder of Select Fresh, and I have a 3-year-old organization. We are dedicatedly working in millets. We have a model called Sustainable Business Development Model for FPOs. So whoever FPO brothers and sisters here are present, I just want to let them know, I am associated with one FPO who has 100 farmers. I am associated with one FPO who has a 3 crore turnover business. So I am doing the linkage between 2 FPOs and I am making them both sustainable. So if anyone, any FPO brother or sister wants to connect to me, they can later on contact me. Thank you.
That would be very, very helpful. Thank you. Thank you for being present here, and thank you for your contribution. We would love to hear more in relation to, like, how do you develop FPOs and what are the different sort of activities that you would do. Probably towards the end of the workshop, we'll have some opportunity for open floor discussions, talking your minds out, and then we can learn a little bit more from you all. Okay, so I think I shouldn't keep you waiting more. The lunch is outside. Please help yourself. It's a buffet lunch. Please help yourself to the lunch, and we'll be back by 2:30, if that's okay. I'm sorry for cutting down on the lunch time, but we have some fantastic talks lined up, and I'm hoping that we all will learn together in this journey. So please feel free to walk yourself towards the lunch, which is outside, and 40 minutes for lunch. Thank you. Oh, sorry, just one more minute. One question from a student, which I should definitely give a platform to. Go on.
Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Bhawan from IHM Bhubaneswar. Sir is telling that millets add in midday meal scheme or other. So I can suggest, ma'am, ki every government institution like colleges, like in our college in a week we provide a given millets to us for it. In first week when we started to eat, we don't like it. Millet hai ye. But it's converted into types of dishes. We like to eat that millet. In every occasion in our college, we provide more than 2 or 3 dishes in millet. So I can suggest in every college or any educational institution like University of Oak, in provide the dishes in cafeteria with made up of millets. This is my suggestion.
Thank you. Thank you for your brilliant suggestions. We are definitely looking forward to have something soon in the UK, in cafeteria, in the different universities, and especially because it's a healthy product. So thank you for your suggestions. We'll take them on board. So now please proceed towards lunch, which is served outside. Sorry. Just one more goof up. We would really like to thank all the speakers, and to felicitate them, I would like to invite Mr. Jeff McBride. it is heavy because it's millets. Okay, thank you everyone. Please proceed towards lunch.
I think there is an absolutely wonderful landscape for York businesses to really grow and flourish. We've got a lot more organisations really supporting businesses from the ground up.
Okay, in interest of time, welcome back. Welcome back after a delicious lunch break. I hope that you all got enough time to finish your lunch. Now, we will start this second half of the workshop with an excellent keynote address by Professor Kiran Trihan, who is the Pro Vice Chancellor at University of York, UK, and she'll be talking about community entrepreneurship, so enterprise for all. So she'll be delivering some of our insights, some of our experience to see how it resonates with this state and the different entrepreneurs that we have here. Over to you, Kiran.
Namaste everybody, Jag Jagannath. Good afternoon. I'm practicing my Indian while I'm here. Today I want to talk to you about how do we create a future that's entrepreneurial? How do we create sustainable activity in the way that we've been talking about this morning? But equally importantly, how do we ensure local regional policy has global impact? Because we all do good work locally, but how does that transcend into global networks? And so, distinguished policymakers, my friends and colleagues, my academics, my entrepreneurs, but most of all, to those farmers in the community, on the ground, that deliver this work, a really warm welcome. I feel it's a real honour and a privilege and quite humbling to be asked to come and speak to you at a really pivotal moment, both for this region, for India and the globe in so many ways. Because when we talk about a shared vision, how do we unlock the full potential of millets? I'm acutely aware it's an ancient grain that holds a really important key to a sustainable and resilient future for food security, for climate change, for migration, for rural livelihoods. It's also about a vehicle for social mobility. So this isn't just about good health, this is about good economics, good societies, good community. So for me, today we stand at a crossroads of a transformational journey, one where we collectively have the power to reshape not only the agricultural landscape of Odisha, but also to set a global precedent in a fight against hunger, poverty, and environmental degradation. So let me return to the theme of my talk, cultivating a future for enterprise and sustainability through local policy and global impact. How do we do that? We've heard presentation after presentation that tells us what the research says. We've listened to the farmers on the ground that tell us the disconnect between the research, between policy, and the work that they do. We cannot ignore the disconnect, because we can do good research, we can create good policy, but if it doesn't make a difference to the very communities whose livelihoods, whose vision, whose entrepreneurialism at stake, then we failed them, and we failed generations to come. So for me, I think it's really important that we understand the power of local policy making to create global impact. And then second, I think it's really important to understand the role of enterprise as an engine of economic and community sustainability. Enterprise as careers of choices, not through economic necessity. So I'm the daughter of a first-generation migrant. Many of you might not know, but I was born in India, but I haven't been back to India in 38 years. My parents are small business owners, but they're small business owners out of economic necessity, not out of choice, not out of freedom of the decisions. We have a chance to ensure enterprise is a choice. It's an educational choice, and it's a choice for career. So for me today, it's really important that we explore how together we forge a future that has enterprise at the heart and entrepreneurialism as part of our mindset. But we have to understand the lived reality that drives prosperity in our rural communities and our bustling cities. So local impact on a global reach can only happen if we nurture, we support, we create, and we transform. I was really struck by a presentation this morning that said, well, in India, the government said, millet is really healthy for you, and suddenly everybody says millet is good for you. The UK government could tell us millets are good for us. It does not mean that we will listen and do what the government does. So although I'm absolutely understanding the influence and the power that, movie stars, Bollywood stars all have, that can't be the simple answer. The simple answer has to be in our communities, the voices of our communities, because they are the stars of the future. So when I think about convening partnerships between our university, the University of York, the university here, the policymakers in the room, and you, the entrepreneurs, then my aim is very clear. We have to pave a way for a sustainable and resilient future. How do we do that? We do that by strengthening the millet's value chain, not just at the state level, not just on a national level, but also on an international level. They have to have voice. They have to have visibility. We have to change perception. So why are we here today? What is it that made me get on an aeroplane for 24 hours to be here? It's not because Sonal asked me. It's not because this university asked me. And it's not even because the Vice-Chancellor, my boss, asked me. I'm here because I'm passionate about this agenda. I'm passionate about policy learning and policy making, not talking about policy. And so you're here, you've given up your time because you must be committed. You must be committed to the discussion and the collaborative feedback about how we transform. We heard a lot today about ecosystems and collaboration and joint working. It's our responsibility, it's your responsibility to change those words into concrete actions. So for me, what I want to see over the next 2 days is how do we transform Odisha into a millets hub, a world-leading hub, an epicentre of innovation that goes beyond production. How do we create an entire ecosystem that adds value, that we can trace and sustain its value in the value chain? It's part of all of our value chains. And so for me, an ecosystem is not a subset of various activities. An ecosystem has to have a purpose, it has to be purposeful, and it has to have intentionality. Our actions, your actions, my actions have to have intentionality. We can't wait for government or the policymakers to do it for us. We have to shape and influence and be the shape makers, the change makers that help them address the challenges that they have. They want solutions, they want answers. They don't want to hear about all of the other challenges that we have. So to achieve an ecosystem that's purposeful, intentional, to create policy learning in action, to have engaged scholarship where every voice matters, every voice counts, we have to recognise the critical role of local policy in driving global change. And you're at the centre of driving local policy. We've seen that throughout all of the presentation. It's here, it's now, in our communities and in our region, where policy can be most agile and responsive and impactful. So local policy is the seedbed of innovation. We heard about innovation and its importance today. So what is innovation? Innovation has to be where ideas are tested, refined, and scaled. It is through local policy that we can empower the entrepreneurs, particularly in some of our tribal communities, in our rural communities, but in our cities. I had the pleasure of sitting next to two wonderful women over lunch who told me their backstory. And now out of that backstory, they've created a new brand, chocolates made from millets. Now, if that's not inspirational, and then I said, is that because you're entrepreneurs? And they said, no, our journey started because we were helping children with learning difficulties and children in disadvantaged communities. Social enterprise has to be part of our future. That's how you create sustainable change. They didn't wait for permission. They didn't wait for someone to tell them how to do it. They had an idea and they took it. And so when we think about ownership of economic futures, we have to change the story. We have to turn those challenges into opportunities, just like those two wonderful women who are now looking down and said, gosh, I didn't know you were going to talk about us, who are several seats about, but that's what you did. That's enterprise in action. So if we're going to turn opportunities, then we spark a ripple effect that can reach far beyond our borders, the borders of this region. So this then brings me to the heart of today's discussion, enterprise. In a world where traditional job markets are evolving and the future of work is uncertain, enterprise and entrepreneurship offers pathways to economic resilience. I think we as Indians have always been entrepreneurial. We've always had resilience. But now we're using that entrepreneurialism and that sustainability to make a measurable difference. It's that entrepreneurial spirit that drives progress. It's that entrepreneurial spirit that you see in the farming communities on the ground, the millet workers, the supply chains that are creating jobs and fostering innovation. So for me, innovation is not in usual places. Enterprise is not business as usual. It's enterprise for all. It's how we make enterprise everybody's business. So whether in the rural heartlands of Odisha or the urban centres of our cities or in London or New York, enterprise is going to be our future. A future where every individual has an opportunity to contribute meaningfully to the economy and society. So it's in this context, for me, that the millet's passion is not just about growing crop, it's about growing a business. It's about growing enterprise. It's about equipping local farmers, especially women and tribal entrepreneurs, with the tools, with the knowledge and the support they need to transform millets into a high-value product that can compete in both domestic and international markets. But that's not where the journey stops. That on its own isn't enough. We have to create an enabling culture. We have to be the facilitators of creating a robust entrepreneurial culture that will make millet a staple in households around the world, just in the way that we've seen quinoa and oats have become. So to achieve this, we need innovation policy instruments that encourage both the production and the consumption of millets. You can't have one without the other. One without the other will not create the transformation that you've so passionately spoke about. But we also need to think creatively. The old ways will not serve us well in the present and in the future. So we need to be creative and think creatively and act creatively about how we can enhance product diversification. The chocolates are a wonderful example. We have to strengthen local entrepreneurship and expand market access. And we need to do that systematically with a clear vision for the next 5 years and beyond. And so, as we gather your insights, our thoughts, all of the keynote speakers, all of the research from today's discussion, we begin to co-produce a roadmap, a strategic vision, not a strategy that sits in someone's office that holds dust, a strategic vision that makes this region an international millet hub. This vision will not only support local livelihoods and food security, but it will also put Odisha in a position as a global leader in sustainable agriculture. Just imagine the possibility. Dream and then dream that little bit more. Because if you're serious about wanting to be the international centre of excellence on millet's value chain in Odisha, co-funded by international partners, driving research, innovation, collaboration across the globe, then we have to learn to work together. So in closing, I urge all of you policymakers, academics, entrepreneurs. My question to you is, are you ready for that vision? Are you going to tread the path of least resistance because it's safe and it's what you've always known? Or are you going to be a little bit braver? Are you going to follow your gut? Are you going to follow your instincts that says, to embrace this vision, we have to be brave, we have to be bold? The future is one of enterprise, where local policies do create global impact, but we have choices to make. Let's try and work together to make this future a reality, not just for the people of Odisha, for India, but actually for the world. If we embark on this transformation together, then we ensure that when I talk about my university as a university of public good, I'm translating that with value and purpose. So let me conclude. For me, local commitment on a global scale means three things. It has to be about partnerships with purpose. I'm done with talking. I want to see where the action is. How do we get our hands dirty and work with people in our local communities on the ground? They have the solutions, they have the answer. We do a lot of talking, we don't do a lot of listening. So partnerships with purpose facilitate new innovative ways to discover, to inspire, to innovate. Public good is manifested not through our words, but in our collective efforts. That's how we create equitable and sustainable futures. Partnerships that are designed, secondly, to be different. By keeping public good at the forefront of everything we do, our partnerships will be designed to break the mould. They'll be pioneering through education. They'll be pioneering through research. They'll be pioneering through the policy, learning and impact, but most of all, because of the practice on the ground. And then finally, partnerships that make a difference. We have to change practices in far-reaching ways that deliver socially impactful outcomes through engaged scholarship, through actionable knowledge. We have to address the problems of our time through real-world application. If we do that, we will make enterprise everybody's business. And I want to conclude with a video to show you just some of the work on a very short scale that we've been doing at the University of York. And I hope very much together you will work with us to make partnerships everybody's business, and we will work with you.
I think there is an absolutely wonderful landscape for York businesses to really grow and flourish. We've got a lot more organisations really supporting businesses from the ground up, even students. There's a great connection there between the universities and the wider sort of business community out there. And I think ultimately it can contribute to some really big community projects. So whether that's a sustainability drive or just helping out with social causes. So it's absolutely fantastic having that entrepreneurial spirit to just guide you along the way.
So being part of the startup ecosystem here has been absolutely fantastic. You've got the phase 1 incubator, loads of great workspaces, a brilliant peer group, loads of workshops, support from the university right on your doorstep. I honestly couldn't think of a better place to start a business.
Being part of the phase 1 cohort has been really supportive. The team that run it are brilliant. They help us connect with people or organisations that we may not know about. And that's where you have to take information, knowledge, bring your expertise and your background and see if we can collaborate and work with them for future projects.
And now we've got this new focal point.
We can collaborate and work with them for future projects.
And now we've got this new focal point. Works right in the heart of the city at the Guildhall, which is a building that's been all about business for 600 years. It's the past, the present, the future, all mashed up. York is the perfect place for it.
Performs a central role in facilitating and driving economic development in the region. We want to give some insight for people who are planning to start their own business, we want to help those people who are supporting those businesses, and we want to help those businesses that are wanting to grow.
So EcoLab started 5 years ago, and this partnership with York will be our 31st EcoLab. We're very passionate about helping startups, but also on that scale-up journey, whether you're looking to increase your business to more employees, or you're looking to exit and go right through to an IPO. We've got experience doing that, and we've got the connections in our network.
Enterprise Works is a collaboration, an authentic collaboration that's going to drive not just economic growth or inward investment. It's not just about the money, but it's also about those everyday micro businesses, because actually they're the ones that contribute to our economy.
York is a historical city, but it's also a very creative and tech-driven city. It needs to move forward, it needs to innovate, it needs to attract new businesses, especially in the technology and the green arena. And with the skill sets available, with the services available, that is possible.
I think it's absolutely essential for a modern city to have an entrepreneurial spirit. I think it's really important to inspire people. The world of work is changing. Even in the last few years since the pandemic, people have realised now they might want to go it alone, go out and do their own thing. They're really a lot more passionate about what they're doing.
Innovation and entrepreneurship, that's basically what's going to make the future worth living in. Solving the big problems, redefining how businesses and communities come together and work together. Why can't York show the way there? Why can't York be at the very centre of that?
Everyday factory worker Nitin Parmar. Process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Professor Kiran Trihan, for this wonderful insight. And I think it's quite welcoming to see that York is open for an idea of enterprise for all, and entrepreneurship should be for everybody's, and it should be everybody's business. So I think it fits very well into today's agenda. Are you okay to take one or two questions? If there are any sort of burning questions from the audience, please feel free to ask. Yeah, it doesn't have to be too. Did you raise your hand or? Okay. So I can't see it. Okay. Right. Microphone.
Ma'am, so nice to see the PPT, and there were some aspects which actually make sense, especially in the context of Odisha. Now, being one of the entrepreneurs myself, one burning question I always have in my mind is to get scientific approval and scientific backing to whatever we do, especially in food processing. And because we are talking about millets here, so food processing, science-backed food processing is the need of the hour and is the future. So how do you see this culmination of science, community, and millets coming together to move forward?
I think it's a superb question. In the past, academic research has worked in its ivory tower. Entrepreneurs have done their thing, but the two haven't worked together. So I call it critical by design. Of course you need that evidence, and we need to put that research to work in a way that is meaningful to policymakers. So it's about translation. It's moving away from knowledge exchange to knowledge integration. So you don't come in at the end of the process, you contact your university and say, look, I'm doing this, how might we coalesce together to bring that evidence to base? And we also heard about this notion of commercialisation. Well, you do that and you build up to that. So it has to be critical by design, and it has to be in your design stage, not at the end of the process when you suddenly wake up and think, oh, okay, for me to get this funding, for me to get this large corporation, they're asking me for the evidence. So do it at the start by design and work together. That's how the most successful businesses work.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Kiran. I think we'll move ahead with our next panels. Okay, so with that in mind, I would now like to invite our third panelist, who would be speaking about tribal and community entrepreneurship. Can I please welcome Mr. Prabhakar Adhikari from Pragati? I would also like to welcome Dr. Karthik Charanlenka from MSSRF and Ms. Ekta Jaju from Switch On Foundation. Big round of applause for all three of them. Okay, so we'll start with Mr. Prabhakar Adhikari, if that's okay. Please, stage is all yours.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Pragati Koraput. Basically, Pragati Koraput is working in Koraput district, mainly in Koraput district, among the small and marginal farmers of more than 50,000 farmers, particularly in millet farmers. Yes. Yeah, Pragati, basically we have 2-3 focus area. Pragati is mainly focusing on sustainable agriculture and climate resilient activities, particularly in different seasonal activities in tribal peoples, and also particularly in we are focusing on climate resilient systems, particularly the mainly the system of crop intensification. Yeah. Pragati have experience in millet and tribal peoples. Basically, you see the millet have a tribal's food system and food basket. Millet is the tribal food system and basket. Basically, tribal peoples are depending on millets. Mainly आमे जदि कहबा जे मांडिया कथा को जदि आमे देखिबा मुख्यतः आदिवासी मानकर एटा गोटे स्टेपल फूड कहबा जोटा कि मुख्य सेमानक पई मुख्य खाद्य थिला जोटा कि आमे देखुचे एठी गोटे मां को जदि आमे चाउल ताकू मांडिया रे मिसई कि सेमाने खाउथुले एटा होची तांकर मेन गोटे माने फूड हैबिट जोटा कि कंटिन्यू एटा गोटे चलीथिला आउ जदि आमे देखिबा द्वितीय कथा भी देखिबा जे आदिवासी अंचल रे मुख्यतः जो मेनली इन रेनफेड एरियाज peoples are habituated with climate resilient crop production. Particularly they are not using one crop, multiple crop रे सेमाने चाष करुथुले गोटे जगह रे 8टा भेराइटी रो सब भारतुला आउ गोटे सिस्टम थिला सेमानकर कपिंग मेकानिज्म कथा गोटे थिला बेसिकली जदि आमे देखिबा ट्राइबल लोक मानक पाखरे दे हैव ए वेरी लिमिटेड लैंड वेरी पैच ऑफ लैंड्स जे रेनफेड ऊपर डिपेंड करुथुले आउ सेठी जो लैंड रे सेमाने डिफरेंट क्रॉप सब हार्वेस्ट होतला मेनली एबे जदि आमे कहबा लीन पीरियड कथा कहबा एबे सब जगह रे मानसून क्रॉप सब लगा होची आ सब ई जो काम चालुची किंतु पार्टिकुलरली जदि ट्राइबल कम्युनिटी रे आमे जिबा से माने वर्तमान एई माने जुलाई अगस्त बळकू गोटे क्रॉप हार्वेस्ट करिवे मिलेट जोटा कि से माने एबे खाइबे से मिलेट को नै कि एबे पूजा हबो नुआ खाई करके से माने जो खाइबे प्रथम करके गोटे सुआ बारिबो सेठी ये जो जिनस ये जो मेकानिजम अच्छी ट्राइबल माने होचंदी मेनली सेटा गोटे थिला द्वितीय कथा होची आउ से माने आग्रो इकोलॉजी कथा एबे आमे सकाल ठू सब सुनिले बहुत कथा साइंटिस्ट माने सब साइंटिस्ट आउ सब रिसर्चर्स ऑल आर थिंकिंग अबाउट द ये नो मिलेट को नहीं कि आगु को कौन हबो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप कथा कहूचु आमे प्रोडक्शन कथा कहूचु आम पाखरे सरप्लस हबो आमे प्रोडक्शन को नहीं कि इंटरनेशनल मार्केट रे मार्केट करबा कथा भी आमे कहूचु किंतु आमे जो चिंता करूची जो प्रगति रो जो गोटे एक्सपीरियंस अछि बेसिकली आमर जो काम थिला फूड इनसिक्यूरिटी थिला ट्राइबल कल्चर रे गोटे फूड इनसिक्यूरिटी होची मेजर चैलेंज थिला जोटा कि प्रोफेसर किरण प्रेजेंट करूथले जे माइग्रेशन इज द मेजर चैलेंजेस एटा आम ओडिशार कथा नहीं आमे जदि देखिबा साउथ ओडिशा आउ केबिके डिस्ट्रिक्ट रे जदि आमे देखिबा मेजर चैलेंज होची माइग्रेशन रे वर्तमान जदि एबे आजिरो दिन रे जदि देखिबा आमे आज इंटरनेशनल मार्केट कथा कहूचु आमर प्रोडक्शन को आमे वैल्यूएट करिवु ताकू बाहर को पठेबु ए सब कथा हला बेलकु भी एपटे जदि देखिबा यंग यूथ माने होचंती गोटे मेजर चैलेंज आजिरो दिन रे जो माने कि रिलेक्टेंट टू वर्क इन एग्रीकल्चर फील्ड जेते सब ट्राइबल एरिया देखिबा ऑल यूथ्स आर माइग्रेटिंग सब बेले जाउचंती किंतु ए जो जगह रे आम पई दुईटा कथा जोटा किरण कर जो कीनोट थिला तांको कथा रे भी आमे देखिबा कथा दुईटा कथा से कहउथले गोटे होची सस्टेनेबिलिटी आ गोटे होची एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप दिस बोथ आर वेरी चैलेंजिंग इन ट्राइबल एरियाज यस आ गोटे जिनस भी आमे जदि देखिबा आमे जहाँ ये करथिलु गोटे ट्राइबल मानकर मिलेट संगे गोटे कल्चरली गोटे रिलेशन अच्छी से माने आरंभरू शेष पर्यंत आउ सबु बेले सेमानक पाखरे मांडियाटा थिबो आ मांडिया से माने रेगुलर खाइबे आउ अन्य कथा किछि नै द्वितीय कथा होची सीड सिस्टम आज आमे चारिटा लैंडलेस ए जो लैंडलेस कथाटा स्टेट रे हमर प्रथम करके हेची एटा गोटे बहुत बड़ गर्वर कथा ओडिशा पई आउ आम भारत रे भी को जगह रहि नथिला ओडिशा रहितला किंतु टिल डेट जदि आमे देखिबा आदिम कालर कथा को जदि भी देखिबा एक्चुअली रियल कस्टोडियन कथा जदि आमे कहबा ट्राइबल माने होचंती मिलेट रो रियल कस्टोडियन जो माने कि आज पर्यंत से सीड को से माने प्रिजर्व करके आसीचंती आ उपरे प्रगति रो गोटे जर्नी थिला बेसिकली आमे गोटे जो ट्राइबल मानक संगे जो ट्राइबल मानक आमे देखिथिलु 2008-9 रे जेतबेले आमे गोटे काम आरंभ करथुलु माइग्रेशन पई कथा करथुलु लोकंकर फूड इनसिक्यूरिटी पई जो चैलेंज थिला से सब को नेकी जेतबेले आमे काम करथुलु प्रगति 2006 मसिया रे सिस्टम ऑफ राइस इंटेंसिफिकेशन इंट्रोड्यूस करथिला साउथ ओडिसा रे जेतबेले एई जो कार्यक्रम को आमे व्यापक करिकि चलिलु ता पर आमे देखिलु 2009 रे आमे जस्ट आरंभ करूँ मिलेट्रे एसआरआई रो जो प्रिंसिपल अच्छी किमती ताको आमे भर्ती करि परिबा 2009 रे प्रगति स्टार्टेड ए मिलेट इंटेंसिफिकेशन एमंग दी 24 पीपुल्स ओनली माने 24 रु 26 जन को लोगों संगे आमे किछि एरिया रे एटा को डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन करथिलु आ आमे देखिथिलु एटा होछि सेही फोटो जोटा जो पिक्चरटा भी देखुचंती एटा गोटे राइसिंग करके गोटे गाँव रो जो अच्छी फास्ट टाइम आम देखिलु गोटे गोटे आए 6टा 8टा टिलरिंग आसी सब जोटा कि जो फिंगरिंग जोटा देखुं सब पूरा आसी सिस्टम पूरा से सांगे से ना आमर वीडर थिला ना साइकिल वीडर थिला किछि नहीं आमे गोटे फिंगर बिलेट गोटे फिंगर वीडर करके प्रगति सेटा को गोटे इंट्रोड्यूस करथिला आउ एटा होची आम जर्नी रो गोटे पूरा थिला आमे गोटे जेतबेले देखिलु जे नाइ कंक्रीट आमे याकू स्केल करबा पय लागिथिलु याकू 23 मसिया बळकू जदि आमे देखिबा आम पाखरे मोर देन 11,500 फार्मर्स एटा को एडप्ट करिसंती वर्तमान टिल डेट रे आउ गोटे खुशीर कथा होची जेतबेले मिलेट मिशन आसिला 2012 रे मिलेट मिशन रे गवर्नमेंट आकू रिकॉग्नाइज कले जे दोज फार्मर्स आर एक्सेप्टिंग द ये एडप्टिंग सिस्टम ऑफ मिलेट इंटेंसिफिकेशन दे कैन गेट इंसेंटिव जो इंसेंटिव मिलिबो कथा कहले आउ वर्तमान टिल कंटिन्यू होची आउ एटा ओडिसा रो विभिन्न जगह रे सिस्टम ऑफ मिलेट इंटेंसिफिकेशन ता ए जर्नी चलीची आउ मेनली ये जो आमे जो मिलेट मिशन रो जो प्रोग्राम जो आसिला परे याकू जेतले आमे स्केल भी करिथिलु एठी हमरो किछि इनोवेशन थिला इनोवेशन रे कोन ना आमे देखुथुलु जेते सबु लोकल सीड अछि तारो भेराइटल सबु ट्रायल करूथुलु ताकू नै कि आमे किमती लोकों को पाखरे जो कंजम्पशन हबो लोको किमती अधिका जो यूथ माने बा स्कूल रे पिला माने आजिकली कोन स्कूल रे भात डाली तरकारी हेलानी से माने मांडिया के खाइबा को पसंद करनुथले किंतु एबे कोन होची ना मांडिया रो आमर जो लडू दिया होची कि आमर मुड़की करके दिया होची ए जो जिनस सब होची आउ एसएचजी मान को जो इंट्रोड्यूस करा होची आ द्वारा कोन होची ना मिलेट खाइबारे बाहरला भितरे आमे एठी देखुचु इनश्योर करूचु प्रोडक्शन किमिति मिलेट रो प्रोडक्शन बढ़िबो काहे कि आमे जदी सकाळे देखिथिले जो आलोचना होतला भी आमे देखुतलु प्रोडक्शन कथा समस्त कहउचंदी एग्रोनॉमी प्रैक्टिसटा जो हवा दरकार तार भी सस्टेनेबिलिटी हवा दरकार नहले कौन हम एबे कौन होची ना आमे भेराइटल सब एक्सटर्नल भेराइटी सब आनिकी जदि आम एरिया रे आमे भर्ती करदबा आमर जो ट्रेडिशनल भेराइटी थिला जा जे कि आम क्लाइमेट पाई रेजिलेंट थिला से जदि बिहन आम हाथरू पळेबो ताहले आउरी आमर गोटे डिपेंडेंसी क्रिएट हबो तेणुकरी आमे जो एरिया रे प्रगति जो एरिया रे काम करूची वर्तमान आमे सब सीड बैंक सब इंट्रोड्यूस करिछु जो थिरे कि मेनली सीड बैंक रे आमे चाहूचु जे जो चासी माने जो सीड आम पाखरे वर्तमान 18टा भेराइटी अच्छी जोटा कि 100% लोकल भेराइटी एबे वर्तमान दीटा जदि देखिबे भी से मामी मांडिया आ गोटे आमर गुप्तेश्वर कहीकि जो मांडिया सब बाहरलानी आउरी गुड़ाए मांडिया अच्छी जो थिरे कि प्रोडक्शन बहुत भल होची बहुत बढ़िया प्रोडक्शन सिमती गुड़ाए लैंड रेसेस अच्छी तापाई रिसर्च हवा दरकार आउ गवर्नमेंट रो जो एबे जो गवर्नमेंट खाली प्रमोशन करके आगु को आमे कहबानी आमे देखिबा आमर जो सीड सिस्टम अच्छी तार सस्टेनेबिलिटी पाई भी आगु को आमको काम करियार अच्छी आउ गोटे जिनस एटा किछि पैकेज ऑफ प्रैक्टिस थिला आमे गोटे देखिथिलु ए जो इंटरवेंशन रे आमे जो चासी मानक संगे मेनली जो ट्राइबल फार्मर्स दोज आर प्रोड्यूसिंग लॉट ऑफ मिलेट्स एमानक संगे आमे कलु कोन ना रेज बेड रे से माने किंती लगेबे कम माने कम खर्च रे किंती सेमानकर प्रोडक्शन हबो सेमानकु विभिन्न प्रकार ऑर्गेनिक प्रैक्टिस सब किंती करा हबो आउ बिल्कुल केमिकल दबा कथा नहीं कारण एबे आमे देखिले गुड़ाए जगह आमर कौन होची ना गोटे टार्गेट रही जाउची हमको अचीव करियार अछि हमको 50 क्विंटल दबार छी हमको 5000 क्विंटल दबार छी ये जो कथा कहला बेलू एपटे गोटे चैलेंज होची कौन फार्मर्स केमिकल यूज करिवार गोटे आरंभ करिसंती जो थिरे कि आगुरु जदि आमे देखिबा आदिवासी लोक माने बिल्कुल सेमाने जोड़ा खाउचंती सेमाने बिल्कुल केमिकल पकोनथले ओनली ऑर्गेनिक प्रैक्टिसेस थिला तांकर जो खत सार आउ सेमाने जो गोबर खत ये सब देकी करूले किंतु वर्तमान कौन होची ना एक्सटर्नल डिपेंडेंसीटा भी सेमान ऊपर धीरे धीरे आसलानी कहीं दे आर थिंकिंग जे मोर प्रोडक्ट किमती हम आमे किमती अधिका पैसा पाइबू ये जो कथा गोटे आसूची एथिरे आमको टिके देखिया को पड़िबो जदि भी आमे पॉलिसी कथा कहूचे आ रिसर्च भी एतिकी हवा दरकार जे ट्राइबल रो इकोनॉमिक को देखिकी आमे एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप कथा भी चिंता करिबा कारण जदि आमे प्रोडक्शन को जदि आगो को नहीं जिबा ताहले तार इकोनॉमिक बढ़िबो बोली जो आमे चिंता करूछु एठी कोन हबो ना गोटे ट्राइबल रो डिपेंडेंसी बढ़ी जिवो जणे जदि एक्सटर्नल सीड आनिबो एक्सटर्नल माने फर्टिलाइजर किनिकी जदि चाष करिवो ताहले एटा आगु को जाई परिवो नाही एटा भी गोटे हमको देखिया को पड़िवो आगु को आ गोटे कथा थिला हमरो एबे गवर्नमेंट तरफ गोटे भल इनिशिएटिव नियाई सकाळे भी आमर डिस्कसन होतला जे आमे कहूछु कोन खाद्य मेला सब होची कैप सब होची एटा हवा दरकार थिला आकु आउ टिके सिस्टमैटिक हवा दरकार सिस्टमैटिक कोन ना आमे गोटे खाली ओनली वी आर इन्वेस्टिंग 30,000 रुपीज फॉर कैफे सेटा केबे भी पॉसिबल नहीं आमको देखा पड़ो आ ऊपर आउरी रिसर्च हवा दरकार कारण आमे आज कथा कहूँ आमे सरप्लस होची आमे एटा को इंटरनेशनल मार्केट कथा कहूँ आमे आमर एठू इंटरनेशनल मार्केट को जीवो किंतु जो लोकल मार्केट रे भी अच्छी आमे जेतेबेले गाँव रे भी जदि गोटे एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप कथा कहूचे जदि गोटे महिला माने गोटे दल रे जदि एंटरप्रेन्योर करेंगे इट इज ए बिग चैलेंज कारण आमे कौन कलु दल को 30,000 देदेले दल रे जो माँ मैंने अच्छा 30 जन कि 20 जन माँ अच्छा से 20 जन माँ जाकि कौन सबुदिन छाड़े कि किसी करेंगे से भितर गोटे प्रोब्लेम क्रिएट हो जाए किंतु आमे कौन करार ये जो ग्रुप रे रहिले जो मानू आमे एंटरप्रेन्योर करने कथा चिंता कराऊँगी दे नीड मोर कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग तांकर कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग हो आमे जदि से इमीडिएट आमे इंस्टेड ऑफ ओपनिंग ऑफ हब माने जो काफे करवा आगुरु से गोटे स्किल डेवलप हवा दरकार से माने गोटे एंटरप्रेन्योर जानिबा दरकार जे तारू मु बंचिबी ये जो इनकम हम तारू मु बंचिबी कहवा जदि जेते दिन पर्यंत आसीनी कारण एटा मोर अनुभव आमे देखिचु 30 वर्ष हलानी प्रगति मुख्यतः कोरापुट जिले में काम करुच्ची आ मेनली ये जो चाषी मान सांगे चाष को लेकिन आम 30 वर्ष है सांगे लगिक आसु गोटे जिनस ये आम देखुचे एंटरप्रेन्योर कथा कहला बेलू प्रगति बर्तमान मोर देन 500 वुमेन को वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर उपर किसी काम करुच्ची किंतु नॉट इन मिलेट बट आम डिफरेंट एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप एवेन्यू देचु कारण जड़े माँ सी जोटा चाहूँगी ताकू जदि आम से प्रकार स्किल रे डेवलप करवा जड़े छेली चरईकी गोटे माने गोट एंटरप्रेन्योर हो पार सी तार पैसा नाला 5टा छेली किणला सी तार 40टा छेली बर्तमान रखी सी डेली दरकार है गोटे गोटे बिकिकी मसरे चलुंट किंतु ये आम जदि देखा मिलेट कथा भी जदि आम मिलेट को जदि आसूचे मिलेट्र जो वैल्यू एडिशन हवा कथा ताकू आम जदि पिठा तैयारी कले जो मेला सब कराऊँच आमर आ द्वारा गोटे सेंसिटाइजेशन आसी रूराल एरिया रे तार जो कंज्यूमसन करने आ लोक बाहर लोक भी किणी खाइबा कथा भी शिखिले आ बर्तमान कौन ट्राइबल मानकर जो मिलेट को टाउन रे अर्बन मार्केट रे बहुत डिमांड भी आसिलानी डिमांड एवं आसिलानी कारण आमे जो एपीओ करिचु आमर जो एपीओ अच्छी बर्तमान से एपीओ इंटरनेशनल मार्केट को भी पठेवा पाई बोली आमे गोटे व्यवस्था करके गोटे शिपमेंट भी होता ये गवर्नमेंट सहायता रे ही आपेड़ा सांगे आम ये भुवनेश्वर रे भी गोटे शिपमेंट करूँ कि मिलेट जाऊ करी किंतु आपर एवं देखुचु आम कौन बाहर स्टेट रे भी डिमांड अच्छी आम सीड्र कथा कहुची ओडिशा रे मेनली जो ट्राइबल एरिया रे जो सीड अच्छी ताकू बर्तमान विभिन्न स्टेट रे नौचंती विभिन्न स्टेट मानकर डिमांड अच्छी जे मिलेट सीड तांकू दरकार आमे दौचे तांकू किंतु आमे कौन करुचे जे आम पाखे केतटा जिनस नहीं आमे आणुचु इक्रिसाट रु आणुचु बा IMR रु आणुचु ए जो इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मिलेट रिसर्च रु आमे किछि भेराइटी सब आणुचु बा केते जो आंध्र रे गोटे विजयनगर गोटे अच्छी सेठू आमे किछि आणुचु से माने हाइब्रिड भेराइटी आछी जोटा कि सकाळे आमर गोटे भौणी कहउतले जे आमर सेठी भैरवीटा हेई पारनी किंतु आमको भैरवी दउचंती गाँ लोक आम गाड़ी करचंती किंतु आमको देखिबा कथा लोकल जोटा रेजिलेंट जो एरिया रे जो क्रॉप हेई पारुची आ जोटा कि फार्मर्स रो एडेप्टेबल रहउची ताकू नै कि जदि आमे करबा मु भाबुची आगरे गोटे सीड सिस्टम हो पार आ मोर गोटे माने जहाँ सजेशन रहिबो जे प्रगतिर जो अनुभव अछि आमे मुख्यतः आदिवासी अंचल रे इंस्टेड ऑफ एक्सटर्नल सीड अपेक्षा आमर लोकल सीड को केमती गोटे सीड सिस्टम को लेकिन केमती आमे गोटे एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप डेवलप करि परिबा सेटा हबो गोटे बड़ कार्यक्रम। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Mr. Adhikari. I think that was very insightful. It's a different perspective as well. Like, it has to be a combination of several different initiatives together. So not one size will fit all. So yes, we completely understand the value and the importance of local seed system. I think that needs to be documented, that needs to be experimented as well. Which soil type is suiting which sort of seeds that are already there in the tribal communities. And then, of course, we have the different investment in ICRISAT and IMMR. We should also look into that, which soil type, which hybrid variety is suiting. So hand in hand, we'll go together. Okay. Now the next speaker I would really like to invite is Dr. Karthik Charan Lenka from MS Swaminathan Research Foundation. Dr. Lenka, over to you.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Actually, the topic assigned to me is empowering tribal entrepreneurship, capacity building and collaboration, access to national and international markets. So actually, when the empower things comes, then we will discuss later, but it is our thematic area, MSSRF working in the Jaipur Center, particularly biodiversity conservation and a livelihood security and a small scale in the marketing part, natural nutritional security, natural resource management, enhancement of agriculture production through different small technology. These are the activity actually we are carried out in our centers. So let us come to the topic. Now the empowering the tribal entrepreneurship. So entrepreneurship actually varies from different level, from individual to in the group. So actually it is coming under the Atmanirbhar Bharat by the Government of India declared. So after that actually this APO concept and the entrepreneurship concept is eagerly working in it. So if you will go to the entrepreneurship, as I told, sole single can be developed, enter the ecosystem, and the partnership like our APO, SHG, farmer group, they are in the partnership, and cooperative society, they have a different society act registered, and they are also changing the ecosystem, and joint, as I told, the APO, they are working in the different level and a different capacity. So if we will think to develop, then how we will design itself, that is different steps are involvement. First of all, we should go for the environmental scanning. That is two type, one is the micro and another is the macro. If you will the micro, because the labor supply, actually what are the manpower particularly depends for the establishment of the entrepreneurship. We need the skilled manpower in and around the APO, and infrastructure. What are the infrastructure required for the APO establishment or the entrepreneurship development? Because even if in the through the Millet mission so many equipments are given, but there is a still now they are facing lot of difficulty for the electrification. And the machinery, even if we provide the 3-phase, they are not able to see in the single phase and 100 power ball, they don't have the power, and they will run how they will run the system. So we should calculate and go for the scanning system. And the materials, even if we already one of our participants also included and raised the issue regarding the supply, particularly throughout the year, if the company or the APO, they will not get the work to process or procurement, whatever may be, throughout the year, then if it is seasonal, then everybody, they lose their interest, and the APO also, instead of positive, they will go to the negative. Because even if we per year, for filing and other things, they spend 30,000-40,000. So if they spend 30,000-40,000 because they are not able to upload all the Company Act and other things. So for compilation itself it requires 30,000, but their benefit in the throughout the year they are getting 10,000. So that's why actually maximum more APO we are farming. Instead of farming a number of APO, we should farm at least a quality APO. So we should think on it and scan it. And a law related to the industry. Different law associated with them, even if APO, some of the tribal community, they don't know what are the law behind this. So even if some organization or some target, now we are everybody is target oriented. So that's why the target is form the APO, then we are go for the formation of APO. But how they are actually suffering, we should think on that. And it should be a programmatic, not in actually project based, it should be a program based thought, should be the development of APO. And a macro, if we will go for the economical, sometimes the market value also fluctuation and it is play a crucial role for the development of entrepreneurs. And social factors, some taboos, even if till now also, if the tribal people, they are preparing some foods, they are not actually easily sell in the market because the normal people, they don't have the mindset to purchase the material from the tribal community. And even if they have lot of taboo in the mindset of also needed to change, after that only it can be sustained. And the technological factors, if we will go for the all the technological intervention, then the product cost will be high. So we should also think on that. Otherwise the product cost should be low and which is sellable. Otherwise the people can be prefer it. And legal factors. So lot of legal factors, as I told in the Company Act, because already sir told, even if they are registered under the Company Act, but they are not the company. So that is the situation actually facing, even if before that they have a SHG self-help group cooperative act is that. So after the abolition, now the Company Act is introduced, and which act actually more suffer by the tribal community, and those are actually young entrepreneurs. And then for the entrepreneurship we develop, we should distribute the activity, particularly determining the activity, grouping the activity, which group actually do what activity, assigning the duties, and delegating the authority and coordinates activity. So even if after that, if we go for the planning phase and the implementation phase and the control phase, otherwise the APO, even if we form, it will be gradually weak and they will vanish. Define business mission and objective. What is actually what is our objective and our mission of the APO or the entrepreneurship when we develop, we should think on that and conduct the situation analysis. What actually in and around we have, what are the surrounding, and how best we can sell our product, and how best we can think, and the entrepreneurship can change the micro environment. Not only the economic benefit to him, they also change the environment to get the economic benefit by the other community also. So on that aspect he also or they think on that. Identifying and evaluation opportunity, what are the opportunity actually present. So in the marketing phase they have a implementation phase, segmentation, trading and a positioning. Actually when we promote some APO, they are actually in which position, how they will take care, and go for the next step. And implementing market metrics, production, price and place, then only we can go for the promotion. Otherwise if different products are there, and which product and how much price concerned with that, and the common people, they can have the capacity to purchase or not. So that is the situation, and which place actually. Even if Bhai Prabhakar Bhai told they are promoting for the tiffin center. So almost all I saw maximum tiffin center they are promoted in the rural area, where is the APO they are promoting. So who will buy? Because all the tribal community every day they are consuming the millet gruels, millet cake, everything, and we are opening a shop in the tribal community itself. Then who will purchase? So it should be in fascinated place, and where is the break-even points, actually cross the break-even points we should analyze, and after that only we can open the cafe. Then we can promote some of the products, we can also promote, and time to time we should evaluate the performance of using the market metrics. And a product and a service, if we will design in such a way, some are the current products and some are the new products. So based on that only we can penetrate the market. And new products, some time to time we will develop, and again also market develop, and a diversification of our product. Because some old products, after sometimes we will also have some diversification. One of the actually example our Siddhanta, they are actually preparing lot of product, and even if they are experimenting every time by themselves. So which product actually market, then only they can go for it. And then come to the capacity building programs and collaboration. So many capacity building programs, even if in the programs it is needed from the cultivation to end, up to the market, and again it is a circular manner. So the capacity needed for all angles, not only the production or not only in the preparation. So in the different stakeholders should be involved in the different capacity, and they can deliver their duties. Then only it can be possible. And in the market and different CBOs, under this activity, production companies, SAG, Federation, Cooperative Society, Cluster Level Farmers Club, Village Level Farmers Club, and Women SAG, Self-Help Groups, so many people are involved, so many stakeholders are involved to bring the millet in a lifeline, particularly in the markets. So they have some of the culinary practice, particularly preparing among the community from intervention of, before the intervention of a millet mission also. And after intervention, even if they are producing scientific intervention for production enhancement, value chain development of millets, generate awareness about nutrition value of millets, so many leaflet and literature, TV, advertisement, encouraging to incorporate millets in the daily dietary practice, establishment of a little millet, particularly which is a more drudgery, because the dehusking is very difficulty, that's why people are selling. And the Bangalore, they are coming to procure from the tribal community 20-30 rupees. Now it is 70-80 rupees per kg rice, particularly the little millet rice. And the training and capacity building, processing. So many works is actually going on. Then diversification of the product. All these products actually based on the millet cafe, and they are selling in the local market. So we should target also in the, when we are thinking in the national and international, it should be the durability also. Because all these you can see the product, it may be 5-10 days maximum up to 10 days. So after that actually it is spoiled. If we will go for the different market level, so the duration should be 3 months, 4 months, 6 months. Otherwise it can't be possible. Like a biscuit and other things we should think on it, and new products. So even if in the cafe they are selling sometimes, and like I told, sometimes they will only, when the orders come, only they will prepare and sell. Otherwise they will work in their own field. The cafe will not run. So from the two APO actually as we form, one in for the seed business and another under the Odisha Millet Mission, particularly in the different groups. So one APO, particularly in the 5-6 years, only they have a 12 lakhs, and another APO is 9 lakhs 62,000. They have the balance through the different seed business. And here is the Mandi. Actually, during the Mandi, when they are actually entitled to get some benefit from other scheme, they are asking for the turnover. But here, what happened in the Millet Mission? Even if they are procuring, but the money directly going to the farmers. So it is not reflected in the APO accounts. So that's why their turnover is less. Even if they are getting only the contribution or subsidy, their share. So what actually we think, the strengthen the APO and the community in process of cultivation, consumption and commercialization. This is the way forward value addition, byproduct of a millet, established of a market linkages from the community to the urban market, and the millet biopark, outlet for millet production and procurements. So what actually we think our strategy should be in future, dependency to independency, we did many, but we need another more. We should do more work, then only the community can be sustained. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you a lot, Dr. Lenka. I think it was very insightful to hear and see different sort of products. I really enjoyed your 2x2 metrics from product development to market penetration, and finally diversification. So So we would try and see how we could build in a few more 2x2 together to see how we could actually help the different communities from FPOs to NGOs, farmers within the FPOs to move forward, whether that is a seed-related entrepreneurship or whether that is a product-related entrepreneurship. With that in mind, actually, just thinking about the entrepreneurship, I think it's a nice mix of entrepreneurship and startup. So with that in mind, I would also like to invite Mr. Soumya Ranjan Panda, who is a consultant at Startup Orissa, to join this panel. There are two benefits of this. One, that if he is part of this panel, probably we could end up quicker. And the second is that it would give us a nice holistic picture of how the entrepreneurship and the startup and the investment could go hand in hand together. So I would really like to welcome Mr. Panda. Okay, our next talk is on community-based model, and for this we have Ms. Ekta Jaju from Switch On Foundation. Looking forward to hearing you, ma'am.
Namaste everyone, very happy and excited to be here. Today we're having a discussion which is very, very close to our hearts, and lovely to see such amazing participation. To start with, I'll share a little bit about what we do at Switch On Foundation, and maybe through that I'll talk a little bit about community-based models and how we can sort of learn from some of the work that we see. So Switch On Foundation is a not-for-profit that started work in 2008, and we have a very strong focus on environment and sustainability. So climate change is something that's impacting everyone, but agriculture is one space that is also contributing to climate change, but B also is most impacted by climate change. And so having that as a focus, for us, we have two great winning aspirations within the organization. A is to see how do we bring down emissions from agriculture and make it more resilient to climate change. But B, the approach that we have chosen for ourselves to achieve that, of course, is through working with smallholder farmers, because majority of the country is smallholder farmers. And so to see in this process, while we're looking to address climate change, how can we also find approaches that help increase farmer incomes? So doubling farmer incomes as we go along is the second winning aspiration with which we work very strongly at Switch On Foundation. So climate resilient agriculture and DRE, distributed renewable energy, are two focus areas that we take up within Switch On Foundation. That's thank you so much. Yes, so climate resilient agriculture and DRE. So this term climate resilient agriculture, I know, has been very, very, it can mean many things to many people, but for us, yes, so climate resilient agriculture, how can we work with our soils, how can we work with a system of crop intensification, multi-cropping, something that is great for the environment, great for the farmer, and helps with the entire ecosystem approach, so connecting farm to folk in our CRE models, and the other is distributed renewable energy. So how can we look at clean energy solutions across the agriculture value chain, starting from production to post-production. Our mission is to see how do we ensure love and action for the earth, leading to better livelihoods and well-being for all. This is our journey since 2008, where we've set up multiple social enterprise working in the space of clean energy, agriculture, capacity building and training, and networks, multiple networks that we've set up in all of these spaces to take our work forward. While the PPT loads, so very strong focus for Switch On Foundation in the space of sustainable agriculture is how do we look at a complete ecosystems approach when we look at climate resilient agriculture. So starting from training and capacity building for farmers and bringing in the right knowledge for the right agroecological zone for the right group of farmers, to seeing how can we strengthen community systems. So how can we work with collectives, how can we work with collectives of groups through the SHGs, or how can we bring farmers together to create farmer interest groups and bring them into a farmer producer company. How can we look at creating financial support for them through bank lendings, through other organizations providing credit support, to how can we look at infrastructure development, so renewable energy based infrastructure development. Solar irrigation is a very big program that we've promoted across multiple states where we work. And lastly but not the least, how do we connect them with markets? So one of the first groups that we started working with in Nadia, West Bengal, when we approached the group to move to organic farming. It was a group that used a lot of chemicals, right? In Odisha, as we know that already the use of chemicals is very low, but where we started working in 2013, they were using a lot of chemicals, but all the farmers we spoke with over 100 farmers when we did our survey. All of them said that we understand the challenges of chemicals. Some of us have inhaled chemicals and have been hospitalized because of that. We understand what we're spraying is poison, it's not good for our soils. We want to change. And so, after training, they spent a year growing food organically and came back to us saying, all of this is great, but can you create market access for us? Can we sell our food in a market which wants organic food? Can we get some premium for our food? And can we get an assurance that when we grow this year on year, this will get sold? And so this is when we set up Organic Foods, which was... Organic food was set up as a marketplace to create access for these groups. So bringing in aspects like certification, market access, finding buyers who are willing to do contract farming with these groups so that there's an assured market year on year for these farmers is something that we facilitate. For us, a very strong focus is to see how can we work with women and youth in the communities. So gender and entrepreneurship continues to be a very strong focus for the work that we do. So I was sharing with you about On Farm, which was one of the first groups that we promoted in Nadia, West Bengal. Currently it has about 500 farmers in Nadia, where they are NPOP, NOP certified, and one of the first groups from West Bengal to start directly exporting their produce to Europe. So they export their specialty varieties of rice like Govindam Bhog. And we've also seen that farmers who grow some of these specialty varieties of rice, their incomes have actually doubled since they moved into a market-driven approach for organic farming. So going forward, sorry, I'm skipping slides because of lack of time, but going forward, so one thing we currently work in with climate resilient agriculture. We currently work in 4 states: West Bengal, Maharashtra, Odisha, and Jharkhand. And Odisha, of course, has a very strong focus and is very close to our heart. I think all of today morning was just a clear example of why Odisha is one of the most progressive state in the country and the right state to take up such an initiative. They've done fantastic work with the Millet mission, one of the first states to do that. and now with their mission on organic farming, I think Odisha is going to lead the country in this movement. So for us, our approach is very clear. We want to see how can we work with grassroots organizations, how can we work with FPOs, SHGs within the state, strengthen those systems, and work with grassroots organizations to see how can an entire ecosystem be built for climate resilient agriculture and DRE. So I think a lot of the conversations that we've had today around partnership, I think is something that clearly resonates with what we are trying to do. We absolutely believe that cooperation, partnerships is the way forward. A lot of the conversations today spoke about how a farmer collective needs to grow, a farmer collective needs to aggregate, a farmer collective needs to process, should start looking at premium markets, start to explore. And I really feel that a farmer collective cannot do this alone. This has to be done through a partnership mode where we bring in people who are expertised in different things. Like for markets, organic cannot start processing, packaging, exporting themselves. So organic is a marketplace. It has fantastic connections with exporters, with export markets. Can we build our FPOs capacities, leverage on that platform and connect with relevant buyers? Our FPOs or our farmer collectors are fantastic at things like input seed distribution, aggregation from farmers, monitoring. Can we use those strengths? Can we find other market players who are great with exports, who are great with processing, great with product development? Can we bring in those partnerships into these collaborations? And I think what's most important is to see how can we bring in prosperity across the value chain. And I think this is where our organization comes in, where we want to make sure that these partnerships are fair and meaningful for everybody involved across the value chain. So I think the idea is not to see how can a farmer or a farmer collective work across the value chain, but probably the idea is to see how can the prosperity of across the value chain be shared equally amongst everyone. And so that would be our endeavor to ensure that. So very excited again to be here and looking forward to collaborate with all of you. I think it's a fantastic group of people, and would be great to see how we can take climate resilient agriculture forward. To end this, I would like to talk about, I'm here to talk about the power of collective. And I think what I've realized is to work across this value chain. I think collectives and partnerships, both are extremely, extremely important. What a single farmer can do, I think you can do way more as a collective. What a farmer collective can do, I think we can do way more as collaborators in this entire value chain. We can bring in a lot more value into this space with collaboration. Educational institutes, scientists, government, CBBOs, farmers, if we can all come together to create a meaningful ecosystem, I think we can really scale this movement up much faster and at a scale and a pace which is very necessary for us to be able to combat climate change. It's faster than us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Ekta Jaju. I think that was very insightful again. And it's really impressive to see how you're working within the nexus of food, energy, and I would also say water, because you're also working on millets and in Odisha. So it's quite nice to see a nexus of food, water, and energy coming together. And very rightly said, meaningful partnerships and partnerships with collectives, collaborations with the different value chain actors, that would enable some really sustainable innovations going forward. Okay, now I would like to invite Mr. Soumya Ranjan Panda from Startup Odisha, who is going to tell us a little bit more about how do we access finance for startups and SMEs, where do we start? So, Mr. Panda, over to you.
Okay, so thank you so much for inviting me over here, and that it has been a pleasure. It has been a pleasure being an audience over there. I mean, listening to Professor Trehan and these experts. We actually feel that yes, Odisha is well poised to become a hub of millet by through Odisha Millet Mission. And I just want to tell all the founders and entrepreneurs over here that we, Startup Odisha, has been collaborating with Odisha Millet Mission and Agriculture Department. We have had few innovation challenges, few winners are also present here, which I will put light upon in my future references. So as you all know, I hope everyone knows that Startup Odisha is an entity created by Government of Odisha to help the entrepreneurs and startups and the innovators, in fact the student innovators also, of Odisha to create their own entity. Through different measures we have been doing with this policy since 2016, and I'll put light upon that too. So it is an initiative of MSME Department, Government of Odisha. So yes, as you can see that dedicated to fostering innovation and entrepreneurship in Odisha, we have been almost 2,000 startups are registered with us, and we have some 75 plus e-sales which are throughout Odisha doing entrepreneurship promotion and everything. We have 26 incubators who have been recognized and a part of this ecosystem. So in different institutes like IIM Sambalpur and IIT Bhubaneswar, and there are a number of universities which have created this incubation centers, and more importantly, we have 800 plus women-led startups presently over here. So you can get an idea of our ecosystem from this slide. So to talk about our journey, we started around 2016. Our policy was drafted. And since then, we have been making big strides. And we have got recognized twice as top performer state in creating an ecosystem in India. I mean, we have, there is also a best performer, let me tell you. We are poised for that. We are trying to reach over there. So it is the second pedestal that we are in, top performer, and we are exceptionally proud of getting these achievements. So I hope you, everyone knows about OHub or the incubation center that has been created for you, so which is in Patia, InfoCity. So I would definitely tell all the aspiring entrepreneurs and the entrepreneurs who are not part of Startup Odisha, please visit us and register with us so that we can work together to create an ecosystem which will provide you funding, and not just funding. We are also talking about mentoring. We are also talking about Investor Connect. We are also talking about market access, which ma'am spoke a few minutes before. So there are a number of things that we are doing, but yes, basically I'll tell you about the funding initiatives that we are taking. So this is the startup journey that I showed you. And to be proud of, say food processing and agriculture is the most number of startups that we have in Odisha. So a big round of applause for all of you who have been actively participating in this ecosystem. So it's about you, not about us. I mean, we are delighted to speak in front of you, and I was really thrilled to come in front of you and speak with you. And I think Professor Trehan was given an example of a startup who is making chocolates out of millets. I think Chocolaka is the one she was referring to. So a very good work done by Chocolaka, and they have been awarded too. There are Munico Foods and AKM, I believe, they too got awarded, and this time we are expecting few more startups to participate and get some awards from here. So moving ahead, these are few of the promising startups that we have, not just for the food processing, and I'm speaking about overall. I'm sure iServe everyone knows. And EasyRx is also, which is doing IG Drones. IG Drones is a big name in drones ecosystem in India. So yes, these are a few of our promising startups which we call our success stories, and I want to see some founders from here to be part of this list going forward. So opportunities for startups, incubators and investors. So ease of doing business is something which Odisha is doing exceptionally well. And over there also, I think we are in the top 3 ranks, if I'm not wrong. I mean, yes, over there they give this numbering. They don't rank it in a volume as startup ecosystem does. So yes, we are doing exceptionally well over there. Hub for education and R&D institutions, we have 33 universities and 15 R&D centers, which I'll name in future. So in case anyone is looking for some research institutes, they can connect with those institutes. So I think everything else is self-explanatory. And coming back to the financial incentives. So now for the startups who is just ideating, who have an idea and thinking to scale their startup or build upon their startup or create a prototype. So for them, we have this monthly allowance where we provide grant of rupees 20,000, and for women, we have 22,000. And there are transgender, SC, ST, and other entrepreneurs who get this priority too. But yes, the idea has to be validated in the OHub, in the incubation center, and then you have to pitch in front of a committee who will decide in their discretion that all these incentives will be provided or not. So I'm sure many of our agriculture startups have got these benefits. Similarly, we have a PDMA, which is called Product Development and Marketing Assistance. Over there, we provide grant up to 15 lakhs rupees, and for women entrepreneurs, it is 16 lakhs rupees. So again, this is up to, and this is decided by the committee who will get how much according to their need. I mean, they have to justify their need also. That is how it is processed. And need-based assistance is something which our ecosystem provide the most. I mean, there isn't any cap as such. So we proudly say that this is something we have provide, and need-based assistance is basically for equipment and raw materials that is required, and that is again on committee's discretion and your convincing ability to get the need-based assistance from Startup Odisha or the government of Odisha. We also provide subsidized incubation in our incubation center, which is OHub. Other than that, the 26 incubators I told you about, over there, we also provide subsidized incubation where we pay a part of your incubation charges, and we assure seats for you over there. Also, as a part of market access, we provide this assistance for event participation. Not just event, we provide assistance to participate in big expos like GITEX Dubai. Last year, we sent few of our startups over there. And throughout the nation also, whenever we get a chance where our product can be showcased, the product of our startup could be showcased, we send them over there, they showcase their product and make amazing connections too. So these are few financial incentives that we provide. Also, there are few non-financial incentives which has been listed too. So preference in public procurement, I mean, this is something that we have been stressing upon. We encourage the founders present over here to participate in the public procurement, the RFP, government RFPs, where a preferential few pointers have been provided, which are further elaborated in our policy. And I'm sure there is also EMD exemption. EMD exemptions where you don't have to provide any EMD. And we also help startups to get the IPR registered. Also, prior experience and turnover criteria are also marginalized for the startups as non-financial incentives. So here is something I hope it is not too small to see. There are few stage-specific assistance that we provide. So ideation stage, we have some idea validation or say preppreneur for students. Then we have Startup Yatra, which goes on around for 3 months, visiting colleges to colleges, evaluating ideas of students and bringing them, giving them the ideation grant of 1 lakh rupee or the prize award of 1 lakh rupee. And then they are focused to bring it into a startup. Similarly, validation stage, prototype and MVP stage. There are a number of things that we keep on doing. So I would request all the startups to be part of Startup Odisha to avail all these benefits along with fundings. So we provide financial incentives for the incubators also. These are for the academias who are present over here and thinking of building an incubator in their institute. Please connect with us. There are several incentives that we are providing to get you on board to foster the future of entrepreneurs in Odisha. So this is the infrastructure that I was speaking about. Please go and Google it today. OHub, it is an exceptional building, and we provide a lot of like incubation and acceleration. Let me tell you, there is an acceleration program which is going on along with KIT TBI, and we are doing it only for the agricultural entrepreneurs, which is known as Nuakhai. So similar incubator and investors also. We do regular basis investor connects, where we connect the startups or the founders with investor. They speak one-on-one. And recently we connected one, and I think we are going to do another one in few days, which is known as Ahan. So this is a regular activity that we do. I mean, not just getting funding from government, we also ensure that you have the potential to bring money into the ecosystem from the big players, Omnivore, and there are a few names that I'll tell you, which are fondly investing in agriculture-based startups. We also do IP Facilitation, co-working spaces, ecosystem events at a regular basis. I mean, I'm sure you would meet few entrepreneurs who are registered with Startup Odisha. They'll tell you about the ecosystem events that we do. Last year we did ET leadership, Odisha Leadership Conclave, and then Startup Utsav. There are a number of pitching events and mentoring sessions that goes on. So yes, and national, international events, as I said, GITEX and everything. So these are the things that we assist the startups to get from Startup Odisha. So as I said, these are the sector-specific incubators that we have: KIT, SSU Innovation, FTBI, and IT Raurkela. So all these incubators are registered with us. If you want to be part of any of these incubators, please get registered with us, or tell your fellow aspiring entrepreneurs so that they can get themselves registered in these incubators. And we have Center of Excellences in IIT Bhubaneswar, STPI Bhubaneswar, KIT TBI, and OUTR Bhubaneswar. Similarly, Fab Labs are also there. We are trying to bring this fab ecosystem to India. I mean, we are in touch with few foreign entities, and since it is in the pipeline, I shouldn't talk much about that. Once it will be out, I'm sure I'll be proudly telling you about that. So this is something we all know. We have available of industry ready manpower. I mean, we have the ecosystem to thrive upon. I actually really feel that we should collaborate more and get the best out of this ecosystem. So these are the angel networks and VCs which are associated with us, and a few of them will be visiting us in Ahan, as I said, which we are planning to do early next month, where we will speak about OSGF, which is Odisha Startup Growth Fund, which is a AIF of 500 crore initial amount, which will keep on growing, which is managed by SIDBI, and few fund managers has been taken from these investors who will be present over there, will be speaking with you, will be networking with you. So yes, these kind of events that are in the pipeline. And this is the knowledge industries that is present over here. And these are the co-working spaces in Bhubaneswar. So yes, these are the major programs that we do, and like Utkal Fab Fest, we said last year we did this Utkal Fab Fest, where many of the foreign Fab Fest people came and shared their ideas, and they have collaborated with us. They're helping us build our own Fab Lab for Odisha. As I said, Odisha Startup Yatra and Odisha Startup Express. I said about the Yatra which being conducted in colleges, but Express is also for the school students, because we want this entrepreneurial spirit to be inculcated from the childhood days, so that they become entrepreneurs and be part of this growing ecosystem. And yes, as I said, acceleration program, investor connect, I think I have touched base most upon them. Yes. And this is the Odisha Startup Yatra. It was a huge success last year. We got number of ideas. I mean, 436 ideas received from the students of Odisha, other than, I mean, including Bhubaneswar and Cuttack, which is mostly the hub for founders or the innovators, you can say, but largely other district participated, which is very heartening to see. And we get some 36,000 participations. This was exceptional event last year. So these are few policies that we are thinking to enlarge upon. This has been This has been highlighted as future policy which is in the pipeline. And yes, this is what I wanted to communicate. And I'll be here, we'll be speaking with you. And in case any question, we can get back. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Panda. That was very, very helpful. I think it is really exciting to see so much of funding opportunity for startups, for new entrepreneurs, for continuing entrepreneurs, and a lot of incubation center collaboration. So really, I would like to congratulate you and all of you who are part of Orissa startup journey and Startup Orissa. Okay, with that, I would like to open the questions. So any questions to any of the panelists? Yes, so I already have a hand up. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I really appreciate all the presentations. It was very insightful and very new ideas came upon. I just want to check with Startup Switch On Foundation. You told that you have started in Nadia districts in Bengal, where you tried them for about 10 to 12 years. And ultimately they came to a stage where they can export their special variety to the UK, Europe, you said. So did you try it in India anywhere? Because there are many competitors like Lal Kila, many 555. So don't you think that Indian market to be covered? That's first thing. Second thing, to take them along in the journey, you need to have funding. Without the funding, you cannot carry on your programs. Because we are such small organizations, we can go up to a stage. Until we get a support or a funding agency or somewhere inputs, we are not able to carry it. Maybe a year or two we can do it. But we cannot go very long. Because you are a foundation, you are able to do that. So give some tips how we can also do that in that way. So thank you.
Yes, sorry, I didn't get your name. Chandrasekhar ji, I think you brought out a very. Can you all hear me? You can hear me, right? Great. Okay, so I think you brought out a very important point, and I think would be very happy to discuss that. So I think when we, this was one of the first groups that we started working with, and for us, like I said, there were two things. We wanted more and more farmers to actually take up natural farming, and we also wanted to increase their income. And because it was a specific rice growing region, one of the opportunities that we found for them was to, to see where can we find markets for their specialty rice, which has a premium market. And so we took them through a journey of certification, selling within India to export markets, to directly exporting. But I absolutely agree with you, that's perhaps not the only solution. Because what we also realize at some point is that this model can only scale up to a certain point, right? We can't have all of the farmers in India exporting their produce to Europe, right? What will the Indians eat? So, it's not a scalable model. It's great as an example to see what is possible to do with organic farming. But also it is very important that we find more models. So export is one model, selling to exporters is one model, but I think the largest opportunity that lies with us is our domestic model, is our domestic market, right? So starting with the person who's growing, can he start consuming what he's growing? I think that's where it can start with. Can farmers start consuming what they are growing, and can they not grow just for markets? So that I think is the first market. Then the second market would of course be to see how are we selling within our own communities, how are we selling within our own states, right? Promote as, because that's the really large market that's available to us. And then identify where are the gaps and see how we can plug in those gaps. So I think what you say is very right. Can we start looking at building local processing centers where the millets that farmers grow can be processed so that they can consume it themselves, or they can sell it within their states. So absolutely agree with you. Then also to cater to a more urban market, can we look at more value addition, more ready to eats, more ready to cooks, to cater to a more urban audience. And I think there have been a lot of discussions today, fantastic discussions today on how some of that can happen. So absolutely, I agree with you. This was not the only model. This was one of the first models that we started with, but now we work on multiple models. So absolutely, I agreed with you. And the second point that you bring out about finances, I think financing, especially now with the number of FPOs that we have in our country, the number of cooperatives that we have, number of collectives that we have, we see a very big gap when it comes to financing. Financing for working capital is extremely, extremely important, especially because when for a very long time the space was occupied by traders who would sometimes make money, sometimes lose money, because markets are very fluctuating, right? But now that FPOs have come into this space, there has to be access to risk capital which is available to these FPOs to ensure that they have enough money to procure from their farmers, to aggregate and to sell forward. And that risk capital at low interest is a very important gap where I think financial institutions, governments can actually step in to see how that money can be made available for this movement to be successful.
Yes, one more question at the back.
My question is Soumya Ranjan Panda. So your startup service is now doing operation in more and more in centralized. So we need FPO are in grassroots level. So your service should be more and more corporate towards the FPO. That FPO having no fund to generate more and more. So maximum FPOs are unable to doing some things, set up entrepreneurship. So if you have any program to grassroots level, to panchayat level, what you have to taken step to please tell.
That is a very good question, sir. Thank you for asking that. I think I forget to touch base upon rural entrepreneurship. We are coming up with a rural entrepreneurship and grassroots entrepreneurship program, which will be going to the rural part of Odisha, to the intern of the districts, and we will find entrepreneurs and FPOs where we can contribute. I mean, we are still defining what a rural entrepreneur is, but I think the product or the service or the idea which is being made for the farming or say to solve any rural problem, it will be called a rural entrepreneur going forward. And we will be coming up with multiple grants, awards, and we have suggested this in our new policy also. So, if you see this ecosystem, I mean, it has been evolving. 2016 startup was something which most of the people were not aware of. Similarly, with time, many of the states have already come up with certain incentives for the rural entrepreneurs. So I think we will also be coming up with rural entrepreneurship. Well, we'll be pushing a lot of funding for the rural entrepreneurs, and we'll be guiding them to become the entrepreneur. I mean, as in whole, we would start calling them rural entrepreneur, but they'll be the success driver of this ecosystem.
Superb. With that note, actually, I also see in audience Mr. Abdul, who is an AGM and regional head of Agri-Finance in ICICI Bank. I don't know, Mr. Abdul, do you have any few words to say on that?
Good evening, everyone. No, actually, Mr. Panda has covered everything what actually we need at this point in time in our state. At one point of time, our state was considered to one of the backward states, but the steps that we are taking, I believe we will be leaps and bounds ahead of many other states, because the investment in agriculture is happening at a very high pace, and that needs the consent of the government, the entrepreneurs, the researchers, the farmers, everyone. Now I believe we are on the right track, which will take us ahead. But yes, the OHub, Mr. Panda just was referring to, that a lot of steps we are taking in order to promote this. But where exactly they are going? I'm sorry, I'm being little critical on this part, because many times what happens in such forums, we appreciate each other and then we depart. At the end of the day, we need results. So, although we are promoting so many institutions, but what exactly their journeys are? There are few startups which are getting highlighted at the national level, but I believe there will be millions of startups which will be starting up and then getting closed because of lack of one or the other resource. And I believe in the startup, the most important resource is the manpower. Because the people who are driving that particular startup, if they have that much of zeal and energy and knowledge and contacts, I believe they will be successful. And yes, at the end of the day, the support, financial support, which I believe OHUB is extending a lot, which you explained a few minutes back. Having said that, are we actually handholding them to reach a particular level, which ma'am was just explaining some time back, that they have enabled startup to get into exports. But yes, everyone cannot do exports. We also need food here. But do we have adequate facilities made available here? If the entrepreneurs have started their startup, is the processing chain, is the market aligned to that? So our work does not end just by starting a startup, by facilitating. We will have to take it end to end. Unless until we do that, we will be having similar types of seminars few years from now also, talking all goody things, and results will still be awaited. Unless until we have, as ma'am said, one example will not suffice. Yep. Many a times, I again apologize to all the stakeholders here because I'm being little too critical at this point in time. But during my tenure, I have worked in various parts of the country, but when I come back to my state and look here, I feel that definitely there is something which is lacking. But now I feel that we are getting aligned. And if at this point in time, if we don't leap, then we'll be left behind. So therefore, I'm being little critical. So my only request is that one such example will not suffice. We will have to create hundreds of such examples in different sectors. Then only I believe this agenda, what we are driving, will be a success.
Thank you so much for this feedback, sir. And let me tell you, this has been the voice of several ODIs who are living outside also. So this feedback is something which is not new that we are getting. And we completely take it by on our heart. And we actually feel, sir, I mean, I have also worked in Jharkhand as a startup ecosystem builder. I have worked in Jaipur, Rajasthan as an ecosystem builder. And from my personal experience, I'm saying you're completely right that yes, ideation is happening. Few of them are succeeding, but their number is less. And I won't give it as an excuse, but there has been, say, as I said, for the entrepreneurship spirit that we want to inculcate in the students. So we have been a state which have believed that doing job and being doctor and engineer is something that is future. So now this thought process is changing. I mean, I have seen school students giving their presentations on their innovation ideas, and you'll be surprised to see them, sir, and you will appreciate them. So yes, the things have started to change, and I also take this, I mean, I won't give it an excuse, as few of the startups are being highlighted, and most of them are failing. Sir, as an ecosystem, 80% startups of every state fails, sir, 20% does well. And if you see Ritesh Agarwal, Oyo, he has been doing exceptionally well, but he hasn't taken any support from Startup Odisha. So yes, but we celebrate him. So we are trying to create and inculcate that thing, and I take your feedback by heart.
Mr. Panda, I was a jury in that Startup Yatra that you are referring to, and I appreciate the ideas which had come during that Startup Yatra. We had, I think, selected 3 and awarded them at the state level. Right? I think that was attended by the Honorable Chief Minister at that point in time. Now what they are doing? Now what they are doing? Have they started working on the idea, or did it only get awarded and after that they are on their own?
I completely agree with you on this also. We have done a performance managing thing. We are in regular touch with them, sir. Sir, I think you're referring to the OMM or that innovation challenge or the startup yatra.
I think both were conducted in the month of February, I believe, Jan or February.
Yes,
right?
yes.
This year. And that I am referring to. After that, there was a felicitation ceremony for the winners, the best ideas which were shortlisted at that point in time.
I think they are in regular touch with Odisha Millet Mission and they're giving presentations also. Yes, yes.
Hi sir, I am Satyavrat Muni. I am founder of Munico Foods, one of the awardees of Millet Innovation Challenge, which was organized by Startup Odisha last year. I am happy to inform you that we have expanded to Hyderabad, and after the innovation award that we got, we are currently having a millet-based probiotic drink, first in India. मतलब ये किसी ने नहीं किया है कि ये इटा भाभी नाहंदी कर नाहंदी आमे इटा करी आगु बोलुनी और खाली सेत्ती कि नहीं we are going to soon establish a factory in Barampur where I belong of around 10 crores value रो factory लगे जाऊँ तो इमितना जे startup माने किच करू नाहंदी करू चंदी. The problem is in Odisha the market is small कहेंगे ना हमारे सेत्ती की development आसीनी. So which means we need to basically depend on bigger markets. Jimdagi, for example, if you see in West Odisha, Gujarat developed because Mumbai was a very big economic hub. In East, on the other hand, because of downfall of Kolkata, Odisha and other states which belong to East India, they went down and gradually we are recovering. So, ame Jimdagi be Hyderabad ko expand korchu mainly because we see a big market there. Similarly, Chennai, Bangalore, these are all the markets which we can leverage. So the counter to your question is, there are many startups which are doing good. It's just that the scope and the scale which they can work is very small. That's it.
Okay, well done on picking up that question. So thank you for answering that. I think it's, okay, one more, yes, absolutely, sir. Please give him the mic.
Through the Odisha Millet Mission in our district, Nabarangpur district, several companies have come up, but because of lack of fund, they are not doing anything. They are not improving. So thank you very much for giving this information. It's I think it will provide very good wide scope for the upcoming farmers companies. Can you give me your address or phone number? I can contact you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. So definitely something to be picked up after the session. So please feel free to liaise over the networking session that we'll have at the tea stall after we finish from here. Any final thoughts, questions? Okay, so two more. One here and one at the back.
Last year also we had the same kind of workshop and I was present with your university. And last year the participants were more, few more than this time, were from the consumer end. So in the entire value chain whichever we are discussing in today's session, I could not find that the focus is in the consumption of millets that will lead to the increase in production or the sustainability of the producer or the farmer. So what is the plan on that? And most of us have discussed only on production part. Second, the stakeholders which we have been discussing are farmers, FPOs, NGOs, governments. But what about the private entrepreneurs? Where do they stand in the entire value chain? Third, to Panda sir, we are discussing a lot of things about millets. We have celebrated International Year of Millets, central government, state government, and the entire day here we are listening about millets. So what is the privilege you are giving to a millet-based startup compared to a normal startup? If not, then why?
So I'll answer the first part. Thank you for attending both the workshops. So this is just first phase of the workshop, which is mostly focused on mostly production and the market development. The consumption and then the consumer behavior side will come up later on. First, we are only tackling one part of the chain. However, I gave like the full agenda from the production to the consumption, but department they have different priorities going on simultaneously, parallelly. So tomorrow we are also hosting another workshop, which is more focused on entrepreneurs and startups and the different sort of value creation products, innovative products for the different market. But it is not in here, in Krushi Bhawan. It is at BCKIC, which is Bhubaneswar City Knowledge Innovation Cluster. So we have invited a few startups and entrepreneurs through them to be presenting tomorrow. But if you are interested, I will pass on the invitation to you as well. So please feel free to come. Okay, and then for the second one, I would like.
Well, thank you for stating that. I mean, we actually celebrated the year of Millet and along with OMM. And the question that you asked, that why not something specific for Millet from Startup Odisha, I take this as a feedback. But I would like to tell over here that we have a sector agnostic policy. We can't form specific incentives for specific sectors. Having said that, grand challenges and innovation challenges can be done for specific sectors. This is a good point that you have added in my mind. I'll definitely speak on this and would like to come up with something for the Millet founders.
Right. There is not a mission for everything. If there is a mission for Millet, then there should be a specific or privilege for the Millet startups. That's what I feel.
My question from MS Swaminathan and ICRISET. I feel today there is huge gap and we are fighting with a giant. My concern was if we are thinking about our agriculture, sustainable agricultural climate resilient, तो मेरा ये कहना है कि हम नेचुरल फार्मिंग, ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग के बारे में इतना सारे टॉपिक में बात हो रहा है और बहुत कम काम हो रहा है हमारा. हम सभी का एक कलेक्टिव एफर्ट भी है उसके लिए. लेकिन क्या हम सोच रखे हैं कि सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट जो नीम यूरिया दिया है उसमें 1% नीम का है, कोटेड है, नीम कोटेड, जो कि पूरा सॉइल को बर्बाद करता है. पहले जो फर्टिलाइजर, अभी थोड़ा सा उसमें कैटलिस्ट हिसाब से 1% उसमें इंक्लूड है और उसमें बजट है 3.68 लाख करोड़ रुपए सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का. क्या हम उसी गैप को कम करने के लिए सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट को पॉलिसी चेंज करने के लिए ये नेचुरल फार्मिंग के एक प्रोजेक्ट भी स्टार्ट है सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट में, तो हमारा ये इसी उड़ीसा में भी है, दूसरी स्टेट्स में भी है, उसी का वो गैप चैलेंज का हम ले सकते हैं क्या. और दूसरी चीज़ है जो सॉइल का हेल्थ स्टेटस ऑलरेडी सिस्टम में है कि सॉइल टेस्ट होता है और उनको फीडबैक दिया जाता है, लेकिन इसको ऐसी मटेरियल डेवलप करके और थोड़ा सा बढ़ा सकते हैं कि जो फार्मर्स लोगों को अच्छी तरह से मालूम होगा सॉइल का क्या इम्प्रूवमेंट करना चाहिए. दैट्स ऑल. थैंक यू.
Thank you. Actually, you are asking regarding the organic farming. Organic farming, they are giving the neem-coated urea, that is different issue. But in the case of organic farming, we can't now the stage, we can't go entirely organic. Because the production system and everything, if we will go the integrated approach, because we don't have that much of organic material to feed the soil till now. Because what is the requirement of the soil, plant can take in the ionic form. So whatever you are giving, and if you will go for the entire organic way, then it is required a huge quantity of organic manures, which is not available at all now. Because in the community you can see lot of cow and other buffalo, even if in the animal product, that is also going down. Everybody going for the mechanization. So we don't have that much of particularly feed to the soil and soil through the plants. So when actually we are applying the chemical fertilizer, actually we are feeding to the plants. When we are giving to the organic manures, we are feeding to the soil. So first we should calculate ourselves how much actually we have. And the second thing regarding the pardon, second question. You have a second.
तो ये IC मटेरियल डेवलप करके लोग अवेयरनेस बढ़ाएंगे सॉइल हेल्थ का स्टेटस बढ़ाने के लिए इम्प्रूवमेंट.
No, it is actually government can also do that, and they have a lot of provision, and they are spending, and they are giving the advertisement. Even if in the soil sample also analyzed, but it is actually not implemented properly and with the advice. Even if farmers are getting the soil health card, but they don't know what to do. That is the situation also, and it can be. Actually, I am not able to give the right answer. It can be, from my perspective.
मेरा क्वेश्चन है कि पॉलीथीन बाजार में इतना मिलता है उसको बैन करने का सब है प्रोविजन. पॉलीथीन तैयारी करने का जो मशीन हो तो उसको बंद करना चाहिए ना, तो एक्चुअल सब कुछ ठीक हो जाएगा.
नहीं ये तो ठीक.
कॉर्पोरेट का पॉलिटिक्स के में नहीं जाना चाहता हूँ, कॉर्पोरेट के पॉलिटिक्स, लेकिन मेरा कहने मतलब उतना ही चाहिए कि हमको अवेयरनेस लेवल जो ग्राउंड लेवल में करना चाहिए, पॉलिसी लेवल में भी कुछ उसमें हम लोग को इंटरवीन करना चाहिए.
नहीं ये तो करना चाहिए, फिर भी वो चल रहा है, और उसको भी ज़्यादा करने के लिए ये गवर्नमेंट वो पॉलिसी लेवल डिसीजन ले सकते हैं. एक्चुअली वो मेरी परव्यू में नहीं है, वो हम नहीं बता पाएंगे.
हेलो, हाँ, बेसिकली जो आपका था ना, जो आप जो बोल रहे हैं ना, जो ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग ये सब जो हो रहा है गवर्नमेंट पॉलिसी में है, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट और सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का पॉलिसी में है. मेनली जो फार्मर्स को इंटरेस्ट है जानने का और वो प्रैक्टिस करने का, ये कंटिन्यू कर रहे हैं, चल रहा है, बहुत जगह पे हो रहा है. जो कि अभी जो ट्राइबल कम्युनिटी में आप देखेंगे तो 90% फार्मर्स दे आर डोंट यूजिंग एनी केमिकल्स, वो ऑर्गेनिक ही करते हैं, बाय डिफ़ॉल्ट ऑर्गेनिक है. लेकिन और अच्छा वैल्यूएड करने के लिए जो गवर्नमेंट है, डिफरेंट एजेंसी है, जैसे कि हम अभी बोल रहे हैं बायचार, हाँ, बीटामेट और जो IPM, ये जो डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ जो ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग का जो प्रैक्टिस है, जैसे हांडी खत, अभी हम लोग का यहाँ जितने भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है वो लोग सबको मालूम है पॉट मनूर क्या है और वो बर्मी कंपोस्ट क्या है, ये दे आर प्रैक्टिसिंग. और जो फार्मर्स एडप्ट किए हैं, पर्टिकुलरली यू सी द सिस्टम ऑफ राइस इंटेंसिफिकेशन, मिलेट इंटेंसिफिकेशन, all are using by small and marginal farmers. Those are the big farmers. They are depending on machinery. मशीन में कैसे खेती हो जाएगा, कैसे कैसे स्प्रे करने से ड्रोन चलेगा तो उनको प्रोडक्शन हो जाएगा, ये लोग सोचेंगे. लेकिन स्मॉल एंड मार्जिनल फार्मर्स आर एवरी टाइम दे आर यूजिंग कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव एग्रीकल्चर का बहुत इंटरेस्ट है लोगों को. ऐसा ही होना चाहिए.
Final one.
Ma'am, today entire day we talked about enterprises, especially the second half. I don't see any entrepreneurs sitting here. So my argument is that the panel has, all very illustrious and very knowledgeable person. I don't see any startup founder sitting there telling his journey, be it millet related, be it agri related. So I find this very odd that we are talking about enterprises, we are talking about private, community, but community में entrepreneur ही नहीं है तो क्या फायदा पूरे दिन का. So I think it's a suggestion from my side. Next time when you please do such kind of event, please include entrepreneurs, either their story, either the journey, or what it takes to be an entrepreneur. Otherwise, everything goes for a toss.
Sure. Just to answer that, because we had such a limited amount in one day, tomorrow we are actually hearing story from 7 different entrepreneurs, but unfortunately it's not here. It is at BCKIC, KIT TBI. We tried. Yes. I completely take your point. Here, the intention was to bring in the organizations who are enabling those startups, who are enabling those entrepreneurs. And tomorrow, we are going to actually hear how those entrepreneurs were enabled and how those entrepreneurs started their journey, where they are now, what sort of product diversifications they have done. Unfortunately, it's not there in this agenda, but it is there in the entire agenda that we have prepared for the 2 days. So when we are making the report, when we will make the report, it will be not just from today's presentations, it will be also from today's and tomorrow's presentation. So if any one of you are actually interested in attending tomorrow's session, which is just held not very far from here, then do contact me just after this session. I can give you the details. I think it would be a pleasure to have you all there. Whoever is interested in knowing a little bit more on startups, entrepreneurship, because tomorrow we'll have the entire day on that. Okay. So in today's workshop, actually, we really wanted to cover several different things together, and therefore we could not focus on one single element in detail. But before I begin to conclude, I think I would really like Mr. Jeff McBride to come here and facilitate all the 4 speakers from the final panel, and then we'll end up with the conclusion and the way forward. Okay. Jeff, kindly felicitate. We'll start with Mr. Prabhakar Adhikari. Dr. Karthik Charan Lenka, thank you. Ms. Ekta Jaju. And finally, who answered most of the questions today, Mr. Soumya Ranjan Panda. Thank you, Jeff. Okay, so just to conclude, I didn't get a chance to actually show you what we did and presented in terms of the policy framework to Krushi Bhawan, to this Department of Agriculture and Farmers Empowerment, just because of the time. However, what I would like you to know is that all the publications are there online on currently known as Shri Anna Abhiyan, but still on the website, it is on the OMM site. So feel free to look into that. It's a 92 pages document. And very briefly, what we did was we very conveniently put the different challenges and the solutions into 2x2 metrics. So sometimes we have clear problem and clear solutions, okay? Such as there's a data gap, data integration needs to be done, we know about it. Sometimes we have clear problems but complex solutions. Sometimes we have complex problems but very clear solutions to it. And finally, sometimes we have complex problems and complex solutions. So the things, when they don't move on, they don't get done, you would put them into that bracket. And there's a different way, different strategies to deal with certain problems. So we have categorized 15 different action points for the government of Orissa, for this department, and put them into 4 different quadrants. I wish I had time to show you that, but I haven't. So I'll just a teaser for you all. If you all are interested, please feel free to look into the website. In today's session, it was very much a learning experience for me. I always come and I always learn. I am a very selfish learner. Okay, I just don't want to stand here and speak. I want to hear you. I want to learn from you all. And I learned quite a lot today. I learned from the production side of the panel, which was focusing on sustainable intensifications from local seeds procurement to enabling the tribal communities to do the seed-related entrepreneurship, to also look into the different technologies and the hybrid technologies and how we could actually increase the productivity. Although we understand that productivity at the moment is 200% more, even though the decline in the area in millets is about 60%. So something needs to be done if we are to progress towards Orissa being a millets hub. And not just from the production side, but like we heard a few talks in this department itself, it should not always be about you producing everything, because we'll still be in a raw material mindset. If we have to move towards being a millets hub, we have to move forward from being just a raw material producer. We have to look into the value addition opportunities, different value addition opportunities. And we are carrying forward these dialogues even tomorrow to look into the different products that are available for the domestic market, for the international market. How do we do that? Can we actually repeat the story that we had learned from oats and quinoa for millets? Can India be moving forward to revolutionize the journey of millets? And can Odisha be first in India to do that? I think we can. I have some visions in mind and some strategies planned out while you all were presenting and asking questions. I think I'll document them together and circulate them for your feedback, like I did for one of the other project reports. We took your feedback, we made the report, and then we presented to the department. So I think I would do the same thing. It's too many things to be imbibed in one sort of workshop. But like one of the participants told that, we should have more of a startups, more of entrepreneurs, more to learn from them, more to learn from the journey. So actually we are continuing with this dialogue, but unfortunately it is tomorrow. So if any one of you are interested in that, I would welcome you to hear and to be part of that workshop as well. It's called the same thing, but it's more focused on entrepreneurship and startups and finance and the different frameworks that we can bring together. Okay, so that was a very quick summary. It's still work in progress, a lot of work in progress, but thank you so much for your participation. And I would like to give my first vote of thanks to my university and the funder, UKRI STFC, who made it possible to initiate such dialogues with you all. I find it very fascinating, when you even throw in your thoughts or even challenge people. I think it's needed, and that's the beauty of having dialogues together. I would also like to thank Principal Secretary Dr. Arvind Pari sir and Director Premchand Chaudhary ji for believing in us and the necessity of having this workshop, this dialogue, to open the dialogues with all the experts and the participants, and to be open for the idea of having inclusivity within policy making. So like some of you have already told that this needs to be done in my area, I think we all have taken the note of that, and this would be passed on. Now, it is very hard to find such leaders, and we are very lucky to have them in Orissa, especially looking forward to open dialogues and being inclusive. So I would also like to thank all the other government officials, JDS sir, Image Director, Dinesh ji from Vasan, and all the team members from Vasan and Shri Anna Abhiyan, who have worked day and night to make this workshop a success. All the technical teams here who have also worked in the morning, even in Janmashtami, they came and they looked around that everything is working fine. So really, thank you every one of you for making this a success. And finally, I would like to extend my vote of thanks to all the speakers here, the experts, to you all being an active participants, without whom this workshop would not be a success. So seriously, bottom of my heart, bahut dhanyavad to all the FPOs, NGOs, WSHGs, women entrepreneurs, all the different entrepreneurs who have actually come but did not get a chance to speak on the stage. But I know that I have spoken to some of you over the lunch. time, and I will stay for a while, even during the tea break, who have traveled all the way to this workshop, and I know you have traveled from very far places. So thank you for waking up early and to make, take up this journey to attend this workshop. Your inputs are vital for the next step. And seriously, mu asa koruchi that ame puni jaldi dekha haba. Okay, wish you a safe journey back home, and Jai Jagannath.